If you're looking for a full stack project that helps you learn real-world development skills while creating something impressive for your portfolio, a real estate marketplace is one of the best options you can build. In this video, we're going to build a modern full stack real estate marketplace from scratch, complete with authentication, image uploads, property listings, advanced featuring, email integration, and production deployment. By the end of this project, you have a production-ready real estate marketplace that showcases authentication, database design, file uploads, email integration, search and featuring, deployment, state management, and many other reward features that employers and clients expect from modern web applications. Throughout this project, you will learn how to structure and organize a reward full-stack application, create reusable components, and implement features commonly found in modern marketplace platforms. We will design and implement a complete database schema, learn how to model relationships between different entities, manage data efficiently, and build scalable backend functionality that powers the entire application. You will also learn how to build robust forms with proper validation, display meaningful error messages, and follow reward best practice for form handling. From there, we will implement a complete authentication system, allowing users to sign up and sign in with email and password, as well as authenticate using their existing Google account, creating a seamless and secure user experience. Users will be able to create and manage property listings, upload images, browse and search properties, apply advanced filters, and view detailed property pages. We will also build a contact system that allows potential buyers or renters to reach out to property agents directly through a contact form, with inquiries delivered straight to the agent's email inbox. Along the way, we will leverage AI to help generate beautiful and professional React image templates, demonstrating how AI can accelerate modern development workflows. On the front end, we will build a modern and responsive mobile-friendly user interfaces. We will ensure the entire application is fully responsive across mobile devices, tablets, laptops, and large desktop screens, providing a seamless experience for every user. As we progress through the project, you will learn how different parts of a full-stack application connect together, from the database layer all the way to the user interface, giving you practical experience that translates directly to reward development. Ensure you actually stick around to the end of the video, because at the end of this video, we're going to deploy the completed project to production, connect all our services together, and walk through the final steps needed to launch a reward application. To build this project, we'll be making use of React. We'll use some of the best React features, like how to create reusable components, and alongside React, we'll make use of Next.js. For styling, we'll rely on Tailwind CSS, which is going to help us achieve a modern, clean, and responsive user interface. For global state management, we'll make use of Zustand, which is going to help us manage states globally in our application. For authentication, we're going to rely on Vercel to actually help us build a robust authentication system to actually secure our application from unauthorized users. We'll make use of Postgres database. We're going to actually explore the Neon serverless Postgres database architecture for actually hosting our Postgres database on the cloud. Now, to interact with our database, we'll make use of Prisma ORM. For uploading images to the cloud, we're going to make use of Cloudinary. And finally, for actually sending transactional emails in our application, we'll make use of Resend. To make it easier for you to follow along, you find a link to the live project preview as well as the complete source code in the video description. That said, this tutorial is designed to be highly detailed and beginner friendly, with every step explained clearly from start to finish, so you'll be able to build the entire project and understand how everything works even without referencing the source code. If you are excited about this project, make sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future full stack projects and tutorials. Let's dive into the video. So basically, to get started, I have an empty folder in my Visual Studio Code right here called Next.js. So all you just have to do is create a folder. You can call that folder whatever you want to call that folder. Open that folder with your Visual Studio Code. I'm going to be in the same point I am right now. You're going to have an empty folder inside your Visual Studio Code. So the very first step we have to take, we have to just spin up a new Next.js project. So I'm going to head over to Next.js.org, the official Next.js documentation. Just click on get started right here, and it's going to bring us right here to the documentation. I'll just head over to installation. I won't get to, you can actually see how we are going to actually install Next.js in this project. The package manager I'm going to be using is going to be PNPM. Now, if you want to make use of NPM, Yarn, or Bone, you can actually do that too. But if you want to make use of PNPM with me in this project and you don't have PNPM installed, you can head over to the PNPM website, pnpm.io, and click on get started. And now you just have to scroll to the point where you can actually use other package manager to actually install PNPM using other package manager, because obviously if you are building a Next.js application, you already have Node installed in your computer, and if you have Node installed, then you have Node package manager installed. So you just have to run this command npm install -global pnpm at latest, like that. Okay, and that's going to actually install PNPM on your machine. After doing that, you're going to copy this command right here. Now, if you decide to use npm, you're going to copy the npm command. If you're using yarn, you copy the yarn command. If you're using bone, you copy the bone command. So I'm using PNPM, so I just copy this right here. And I'll head back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just open up my terminal. Okay, now to actually open up this terminal, just do Ctrl J. Okay, it's going to actually open up this terminal if you are using Windows. So right here, we're going to paste this command, PNPM create next app at latest. Now, we want this to be created inside this next state folder. We don't want to create a new folder. So we're going to say // basically telling the command to create this Next.js project inside this next state folder. And now we just click on enter. Now it's going to ask us if we want to use the Next.js default when we are setting up our Next.js. No, I want to actually customize it. So I just go over to no, customize the settings. Okay. And now it's going to ask us, would you like to use TypeScript? Obviously, we want to make use of TypeScript in this project. We're writing type safe code. So I'll say yes. We want to make use of a linter. Which linter do we want to use? I'll make use of ESLint. Would you like to use React compiler? No. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes, we need Tailwind CSS to style our application. Would you like your code inside ASRC directory? Yes. Would you like to use app router? Yes. Would you like to customize import alias? No. And no. And it's going to actually start installing the dependency we need for this project. After the dependencies are installed, you're going to see all the dependencies that were installed. We have the dependencies right here. We have the dev dependencies. Now these dependencies are packages our application is going to need both on development and on production. While these dev dependencies are packages that are going to be used by our application during development. Okay, they are not going to be pushed to production. These packages are needed during the development process. So now let's actually get familiar with this file structure. Now this .NET file is basically a cache file for Next.js. This is how Next.js actually caches your file. These node modules is where all the packages. Now the package.json actually lists out the packages, but the packages are going to be live inside this node module. They're going to be installed and placed inside these node modules. Okay, so this package.json is like a menu to actually know the packages and the package version we actually have in these node modules. And then we have this public folder right here, and this is where you're going to place all the assets you need: images, audio files, video files, assets you actually need in your application. And then we have this src folder right here, and this src folder is where you're going to place all the files and components we're going to be creating in this project, any file that's associated with our application. And then we have this git ignore file right here. Now this git ignore file, this is where we are going to list out the files we want git to actually ignore. Okay, when we initialize a new git repository, which was actually done for us right here, you can see right here, say after we create a new Next.js project, a new git repo was actually initialized for us. So these files right here are files we want git to actually ignore. So any files you want git to ignore, like the .env file, you're going to place those files right here. Okay, files that actually are too large to be pushed to GitHub are files that contain sensitive credentials, like this .env file that's going to contain our database credentials. We'll start working on the back end. And then we obviously have this package.json, which you already know what this does. It actually lists out our packages. And then we have the nextconfig.ts file, our Next.js config file, and our TypeScript config file. Okay, so let's actually run this application. So to do that, we're just going to run pnpm run development. And to actually open up this project, you're just going to go to this localhost port 3000 right here to actually open up this project in a web browser. And when I open up this project in a web browser, this is what we actually see. This is the default Next.js project. Okay, so now we're going to get rid of what we do not need. So I just go over to the src file, go to this page.tss file, just get rid of all these files we don't need in the home page. Right here, I just say Next. I use a strong so I use on say Next estates, and then we just get rid of this image import right here. So now I'll go to the globals.css file and get rid of all the CSS we do not need, because we are going to be making use of only Tailwind CSS. So we're going to get rid of everything there except for this import Tailwind CSS. And now I'm going to go to this layout.tss file. Now this layout.tss file, this is going to be the root layout of our application. Now what this root layout means is that whenever we create a new page in this application, the page are going to be rendered right here where we have this children, which means it doesn't matter where we create the page is going to be wrapped by this layout right here. It's going to have this HTML opening and closing tag, and also this opening body and closing body HTML tag, and then the children, the content are going to be rendered right here, which means whatever style we apply here, whatever component we output here, they're going to be available globally in the application. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to make use of another font because I actually prefer the Poppins font from Google Fonts. So I'm just going to get rid of all these. Instead, I'll create a Poppins font, Poppins, which is going to be equal to Poppins, which I'm going to get from Next Fonts. Variable, I'm going to say --font Poppins. Subsets, I'm going to use Latin. And then for the weights, I'm making use of an array of weight from 300 all the way to 800. So now we can actually get rid of this import right here because we're making use of Poppins now. And now to actually apply the fonts, we just head over here. We're going to apply them dynamically. We're simply just going to do Poppins dot the class name. Okay, so now we've actually successfully applied the Poppins font to our project. So now I'll just change the title of the page. The title is going to be Next Estates. Then the description, just copy these and place that by Next Estate Egbon Tech tutorial. I'm going to save this. I head back to our project. I'll just refresh. I actually see the Next Estate right here. But we still have this dark background after getting rid of the styles in our globals.css. And the reason for that is because I said that, remember I said that Next.js actually catches the files right here. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to delete this file. First of all, I'm going to stop this server and then I'll just delete this cache right here. And then we want the server again, pm1 dev. Now you can actually see those styles are actually gone. So then we're going to actually output the colors we are actually going to use for this project, the custom colors. Now to do that in Tailwind CSS version 4, we're going to say add theme. And then between this opening and closing squiggly bracket, we're going to actually output the colors. We're going to make use of this color right here. We're going to have 5 colors: color primary with this hash color, color secondary with this hash color, color background, color card, and color text. And to actually apply them, we're going to make use of this color background. So just go to the layer.ts file. We want the background of our body, the application, to be different. We don't want it to be white. So what we're going to do, we're going to say bg, then we're going to say background. We're just going to get this bg background from this place right here, bg background. Now you're going to notice that when we called the background, we didn't actually add this color at the end. Okay, so we just need the suffix. We don't need this prefix. Okay, so bg background, save that, and you're going to notice that we have a new background. It's still a light color, but it's not a complete white. So next we're going to start creating the Navbar, but first of all we have to actually create some part of the home page. So I want to go to the page.tss file right here. First of all, for all the pages we're going to add, we are going to have a layout. Okay, so let's really create that layout. So I want to go over to the SRC folder. I'll create a folder inside this SRC folder called components. And then inside this components folder, I'll create another folder called layouts. Inside this layout folder, I'm going to create a font and layouts file.tsx rfc. I'll just get rid of this import up here. So basically what we want to do, we want to wrap any page we create with this front-end layout right here, which means this front-end layout is going to have a prop called children. It's going to be of type, the children is going to be of type React node. And then it's going to return an empty fragment. Inside this empty fragment, we're going to output the children. So now, anytime I want to output a navbar or a footer, this is where we're actually going to output them. And they're going to be shared by any page we wrap with this front-end layout. And now you're going to ask, why didn't we just do that inside this layout.css file? Why didn't we just output the navbar or the footer in here? Now, the reason for that is very simple. The reason we cannot do that is because, remember, this root layout is going to be the root layout for the entire application. Now, imagine a situation where we have a dashboard, we have an admin dashboard. In that case, we might not want to share this front-end layout with that admin dashboard. So that's why I'm now actually placing it here. Now, obviously, in this project, we're not actually building an admin dashboard, but just to understand why we're actually creating a front-end layout. So now to actually use this front-end layout, I'll go to this page.css right here. I'll just get rid of this and I'll just call the front-end layout, okay? And then the children are going to be inside this front-end layout. So in here, I'm going to create a section, which I'll give a Tailwind class, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class of relative, display of flex, a min h screen, items of center, overflow of hidden. And now we want to actually apply the background image for the home page. In the final project, you can actually see how the background image is going to look. We're going to have this background image and then we're going to have like a gradient on top of the image. Okay, so let's actually do that. So to add an image, we're going to say bg and then in here URL, which is going to be the path to the image, and the image is going to be, now the image we're going to use, we'll go to the public folder. We're going to have these images folder right here. We're going to make use of this hill.jpg right here. So if you want to make use of the exact images I'm using for this project, I'll leave a link to these images in the description below. And the path is going to be /images/hero.jpg. And now I want this to have a bg of cover. I want the background to actually cover the entire screen. So we'll give it a bg of cover, a bg of center, a padding top of 32. For large screens and above, give a padding top of 36 and a padding vertical of 2. I'll save that and we should be able to see this in the home page. And we actually see the image right here actually outputted in the home page. So now we have to add the gradient for this image. So what we have to do in here, we just create a div with a self-closing tag and give this div a Tailwind class. Give it an absolute property. Insert, I'm going to do 0. Then the bg black. And we do the transparency 255. Save that and we should actually see a dark overlay on the image. And after this dark overlay, we want to add the gradient. So after this div that's adding the overlay, so I just label this the overlay, we're going to create the gradient. So down here, we're going to create another div with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. It's also going to be absolute, an instance of 0. So I'll copy this and I'll paste that right here. It's going to have a bg linear to right. It's going to go from slate 950/80. I'm going to go via slate 900. We use the transparency by 50 to transparent. So the background of the gradient is going to be from left to right. It's going to go from slate 950 with the transparency of 80 via slate 900 with transparency of 50 to transparent. Okay, so now we'll save this. We should actually see that nice gradient on it. Great. So now we can actually create the navbar. So inside this front-end layout, but outside of the section, inside this front-end layout style, we're going to create a navbar component. Obviously, we do not have this navbar component here, so let's actually create this. So we're going to go over to our component folder. We're going to create a folder called Navbar. Inside this folder, we're going to create a Navbar component. So I'll say navbar.tsx rfc. Just get rid of this import up here. And now we can actually import the Navbar component right here. Okay, import Navbar for components Navbar. Now for the Navbar component, the first thing we're actually going to define is going to be the variance of the Navbar, because we're going to have two versions of the Navbar. When we go to the final project, you can see right here that the Navbar is transparent for the home page, but when we go to the properties page, you can actually see that the navbar is actually white and it actually sticks to the top of the web page. So we're going to have two variants of this navigation bar. So up here, I'm going to say interface navbar props. And this navbar prop is going to take a prop called variants, which is going to be type. It's either going to be transparent. The navbar can be transparent, or navbar is going to be solid. And then right here, we're going to specify that type as navbar props, and then the variant is going to default to transparent. Okay, which means when we call the navbar, the default variant is going to be transparent unless we specify that we want a solid navigation bar. Up here, we're going to create an array. Now, when we actually create the nav links, we're going to map through this array. Okay, the nav link is going to have 3 links in there. We're going to have home, we're going to have properties, and finally we're going to have marketplace. So now we have this down here. We're going to create a variable. I'll say const is transparent. We are checking if the navbar variant, we want to add both, if it's transparent, which is going to be equals to the variant, if the variant is equivalent to transparent. So the is transparent is going to be true when the variant we are passing is actually transparent. So we're going to be needing this variable to conditionally apply styles to the navbar based on the type of navbar we want, the transparent navbar or the solid navbar. So right here, we're going to return a section tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class. We're going to make use of backticks. We're going to give this a top of 0, a left of 0, a z of 50, that's the index of 50, and a width of full. And then after that, we're going to add conditional styles. So down here, we're going to say if it's transparent, if it's transparent is true, then we're going to apply these styles, else we're going to apply these styles. If it's transparent, we're going to give it a position of absolute. And then if it's not transparent, give it a position of sticky, a border of bottom, a border of black, transparency of 5, and a BG of card. And this BG card is coming from this global CSS right here. And now we're getting an error inside this page.tsx file. It says that we didn't actually pass the prop variant. That's because we are saying right here that the prop is not optional. Okay, so right here, I want to say the prop is optional, so we don't actually get that error. So if by default we didn't actually pass any variant, the variant by default, the navbar is going to be of variant transparent. So inside this section, we're going to create a div tag. I'm going to apply these classes to this div. We'll give it a margin horizontal of auto, a maximum width of 7xl, a padding horizontal of 6. For last screen and above, we're going to apply a padding horizontal of 12. And then inside this div, we're going to create a nav tag, which we're going to give a Tailwind class. It's going to be dynamic, so we're going to use backticks. The static style of the navbar is going to be a display of flex, a height of 20, items of center, a justify of between. For the dynamic styles, it's going to be if transparent is true. So right here, we're going to say if it's transparent. And if it's transparent, we're going to apply these styles, as we're going to apply these styles. If it's transparent, we're going to apply these styles to the navbar. We're going to give the navbar a margin top of 6, a rounded of 3xl, a border property, a border of white with a transparency of 10, a BG of white, a background of white with transparency of 5, a padding horizontal of 6, and then we're going to apply a backdrop blur of 2xl. Now, if it's not transparent, then we're going to apply a padding horizontal of 0. We do not want any horizontal padding. And then inside this nav tag, here we're going to actually have the logo. So for that, we're going to create a link tag, and we're going to get link up here from Nestlink. We're going to import this link from Nestlink. The href of the link is going to be /. So anytime a user clicks on the logo, it's going to take the user to the home page. I'll give this link a Tailwind class. We're going to apply these classes right here. We're going to give this a display of flex, items of center, a text of 2xl, and a font of semi-bold. And now inside this link, we're going to put a span tag, which is going to say nest. And then I'll give this span a Tailwind class. Now the classes are going to be based on the is transparent variable. Okay, we're going to check if it's transparent. We're going to apply this styles as we can apply this styles. If it's transparent, we're going to give it a text gray of 300. As we're going to give it a text color of text. Now where is this text coming from? It's coming from this color right here, color text. So we're going to apply a text color of text. After this span, we'll create another span down here. We'll give this span a Tailwind class. I'll give it these classes right here. We're going to apply a background of primary, a text of white, a padding horizontal of 2, a padding vertical of 1, a rounded top right of 2xl, and a rounded bottom left of 2xl. And then inside this span, we're simply going to say estates. So I'm going to save this, and then we can actually see the logo in our navigation bar. I'll just head over to our project, and we can actually see that Next Estate logo right here. And you can actually see that the nav bar actually has this kind of glass effect right now. That's because this is the transparent variant. So now to actually apply the solid variant, what we can do is when we call the nav bar, we can just simply do variant, and we can do solid. Okay, so when we save this, actually go back to our project, you can actually see the solid version of the navigation bar. Great. But for the home page, we just want the transparent, so we just leave it at the default, because by default inside this nav bar by default is going to be a transparent variant unless we specify otherwise. So after this logo right here, I'll just wrap this up. We're going to create the desktop links. So down here, I'm going to create a div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. We're going to apply these classes right here. We're going to give this a display of none, which is going to be hidden in Tailwind CSS, items of center, a gap of 8, last screen and above. We're going to apply a display of flex. And then inside this div, I'm simply just going to map through these nav links right here. So right here, we're going to say nav links dot map. Anytime map through a nav link, we call it an item, and then we're going to return a link tag. Now anytime we map through a list in React, we always have to specify a key, and this is how React keeps track of the item. Now for items being put from the database, you're going to make use of a unique key in that database, like the ID feed or the slug. But in this case, these items you are mapping through are actually unique. Each of them are different, home, properties, and marketplace. So you can actually use the item itself as the key. You can simply just say the key is going to become the item. And now the href of the link is going to be, first of all, we're going to check if the item is equivalent to home. If the item is equivalent to home, then the href is going to be / which is going to be the home page. S is going to be, I make use of backticks. It's going to be item dot to lowercase. Now why are we doing this? That's because right here when we actually call it a list, we are using uppercase H, uppercase P, and uppercase M. So actually output them as links, you have to actually convert them to lowercase. That's why we're actually doing that. So if the item is equivalent to the home, it's going to just be / S is going to be item dot lowercase. We're going to convert them to lowercase. And then in here, we're going to output the item. So now I'm going to add Tailwind classes to this. We're going to make use of backticks. We want to add dynamic styles. We'll add these static classes right here. It's going to be a text of XM, a font of medium, a transition, on hover, a text of primary. And for the dynamic styles, we're going to check if it's transparent. If the navbar is transparent, we're going to apply these styles. Else, we're going to apply these styles. If the navbar is transparent, we're going to apply a text of white. I'll use the transparency by 80. Else, we're going to apply a text of text, and we'll use the transparency by 70. I'll save that. I'll go back to our application. We should actually see that right here. We see the home, the properties, and the marketplace. So after the desktop links, I'll just close this up. Down here, we're going to create the desktop buttons. So down here, I'm going to create a div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class, give it a hidden property, which is basically a display of none. For last screens, I'll give it a display of flex, items of center, and a gap of 4. And now inside these desktop buttons, we're going to have 2 buttons. We'll go to the final project. We're going to have 2 buttons. We have the log out button and the add property button for when the user is authenticated. But when the user is not authenticated, I'll just log out the user. We're going to have the login button, which means we're going to have buttons right here. Now, we can actually just create the button here, but we're going to have so much buttons in this project, and it would not make sense for us to actually create button tags everywhere and be applying different Tailwind classes. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a reusable button component we can actually reuse in this application. So to do that, I'll just go to the SRC folder, go to components. Inside this components folder, I'm going to create a UI folder, and then inside this UI folder, I'm going to create a component called button.tsx rfc. Just get rid of this import right here. So up here, we're going to create the button type. So say type button props is going to be equals to. Now, the button prop is going to be equals to, first of all, it's going to be equals to the default button attributes. Okay, so we're going to say button HTML attributes. Okay, so it's going to have the normal button HTML attributes, which is going to be HTML button elements, and it's going to have these attributes we are going to specify. So what we are doing right here is that we're making use of TypeScript intersection property. So basically, we want to combine the button props tab. The type of the button is going to be a combination of the default HTML attribute, the default properties a button has in HTML, and the additional properties we want to add. So this is going to be a TypeScript intersection. That's why we're making use of type, because when you want to do an intersection or a union in TypeScript, you have to make use of type. You can no longer use interface. If we decide to use interface here, you're going to notice that we're going to get an error. We cannot use interface for intersections and for unions, but these are intersections, so we have to make use of type. So I'll just go back. And now the types we actually want to add to this button. First of all, the button is going to have a variant, which is going to be either primary or is going to be outline. And this is going to be optional. Also, we're going to have another property called icon, which is also going to be optional. The icon is going to be of React node, which you're going to get up here from React. And then we're going to have an icon position based on where we want to position the icon. If the button has an icon, where do we want to position the icon, left or right? So I'll say it's going to be either be left or it's going to be right. We're also going to have a prop called full width, which is based on if we want the button to have a width of 100%. Okay, this is going to be optional and it's going to be Boolean. This is also going to be optional. We're going to have a loading, which is going to be optional and it's going to be also be Boolean. And then right here you can specify that type. This is going to be of type button props. Now we can destructure the variant. The variant is going to default to primary. Okay, unless we specify otherwise, we're going to get the destructure of the children, the icon position, which is going to default to the left. The structure of the full width, which is going to be false by default. The structure of the loading, which is also going to be false by default. The structure of the disabled, the class name, and also we can actually add other props. So I just spread out the props like that. So basically what this pause means is that if we decide to actually add additional props that we didn't specify here, we can actually do that when we call this reusable button component. And now you're going to wonder, where are we getting these children, this disabled, and this class name from? That's because we are combining two types right here. These types we created plus the button HTML attribute, the HTML button type from HTML, okay, which is going to have access to this class name and this disabled right here. So right here, this JS is going to return a button tag. This button is going to be disabled. The disabled is going to be equals to, if the button is loading, the button is going to be disabled, or if the disabled is set to true. So if we set disabled to true or the button is loading, then the button is going to be disabled. Then after that, we're going to add a Tailwind class to this button. Now we're going to be making use of dynamic classes, and this is actually going to be more complex than the dynamic classes we've been adding. So we have to actually install a library called CLSX that's going to help us add dynamic styles easily. So I'll just quickly install that library. I'll just do pnpm install CLSX, and then I just run the terminal again, pnpm run dev. Then I'll just close this back up. So I'm going to apply the styles with CLSX. We're just going to call CLSX. We're going to import that in up here, CLSX from CLSX. And then here, we're going to make use of backticks. For the static styles of the button, we're going to place those static styles right here. Now, the static styles of the button is going to be inline of flex, items of center, justify of center, gap of 2. Now remember, we're going to be placing icons, so we have to specify the gap between the icon and the text. A height of 13, a padding horizontal of 6, a rounded of 2XL, a font of semi-bold, a transition of all, a duration of 300, and a cursor of pointer. We add a comma here and then a squiggly bracket. Now inside the squiggly bracket, we're going to apply these styles, and we're going to specify that we only want to apply these styles when the variant is equivalent to primary. Okay, so when the variant is equal to primary, that's only when we want these styles to be applied. And then after that, down here, we're going to apply another styles. We add a colon. Then we're going to say when the variant is equivalent to outline, that's only when we want these other styles to be applied. Now after that, down here, we're going to say we give this button a width of full. This is only going to be applied when the full width props is actually passed as true, which means if we call this button and pass this full width as true, that's only when this width of full is going to be applied. Finally, we're going to apply these styles right here. Now this is only going to be applied when the button is loading or when the button is disabled. And after this object right here, we're going to call the class name prop. Okay, so any other class name we add when we call the button are going to be outputted right here. And also any props we actually pass is going to be passed right here. Great. And now inside the button, we're going to say if it's loading, because if the button is loading, we want to output a spinner and a loading text, else we want to output the contents of the button. So if it's loading, we're going to output this, else we're going to output this. If it's loading, in here we're going to output an empty fragment. Inside the empty fragment, we'll create a div with a self-closing tag, which will give a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply these classes right here. This is basically going to be a spinner. And then after the spinner, we output a span that's going to say loading. ... Now, if it's not loading, then we're going to output the contents of the button. So in here, we'll create another empty fragment. So right here, we're going to check if there's an icon and the icon position is equivalent to left. Then we're going to render an icon right here. So I'll create a span tag and then I'll just render the icon in here. And then right here, we're going to render the children of the button. And after that, I'll just copy this and I'll paste that right here. We're going to say if the icon position is at the right hand side, then we're going to render it right here. So basically, we can place the icon on the left hand side or the right hand side of the button. I'm going to save this. So now with that, we basically have our reusable button component. With this button component, we can actually create any variant of button we want. A fill button, an outline button, or a button with icon. So to use this, I'll go to the navbar.tss file, the navbar we're creating. So right here, I'm going to output a button. I'm going to output a button component. I'll just import that in. And now the children of the button is going to be login. Okay, this was going to be the children. I'll save that. And now we'll go back to our project. We should actually see the button right here. But for the buttons I'm going to output on this navbar, I do not want them to have because the primary buttons have a background of blue, while the outlines are going to be white. Okay, and for white background, the outlines are going to be transparent, because when you place a white button on a white background, it's obviously going to be transparent. So for the navbar, we're going to say we want the variance to be outline. Okay, I want to save that. You can see right here the button is going to be white. And now when we decide to change the variance of the navbar to solid, you're going to notice that the button is going to be kind of transparent. Okay, it's going to have an outline feature. Great. So now after this button right here, I'll just copy this, I'll drag this down. This one is going to be add property. So now if we decide we want to pass an icon to this button, we can actually do that. We can simply just say icon, and then we can specify the icon. Now we don't have an icon library installed, so let's install an icon library. So I just do pnpm install React icons like that, and the React icon library is actually installed. So I just run the server here, pnpm run dev like that. So right here I can see the icon. I'll just use any icon I can get. I'll just use far home. Okay, basically I'm just using any icon to actually demonstrate. So now by default, the icon is going to be placed on the left hand side. You can actually see the icon is going to be placed on the left hand side of the button, but we can actually change that. We can simply just do the icon position. We want it to be on the right hand side. Save that, and you can see the icon is going to be at the right hand side of the button. And with this, we can create any kind of button we actually want. Great. So I'll just get rid of this icon. So now we have the buttons for the navigation bar. So I'm just going to close these desktop buttons right here, down here. First of all, we're going to create the mobile menu button. That's the button we're going to click on to actually open up the mobile menu. So down here, I'm going to create a button tag. We're going to give this button a Tailwind class. I'll make use of backticks. So I want to add dynamic styles. First of all, we're going to add the static classes right here. These are going to be the static classes: display of flex, height of 11, width of 11, items of center, justify of center, a rounded of 2x, transition. And for last screen, we're going to actually hide this, because for desktop, we don't want to actually see this button. This button is only going to be visible for small screen devices. And then for the dynamic styles, we're going to check if it's transparent. If it's transparent, we're going to apply these styles. Else, we're going to apply these styles. If it's transparent, we're going to apply these styles right here. As we're going to apply these styles right here. And then in here, we're going to check. Now, we actually need a state right here to actually output the content of the button, because we're going to have a state that we're going to use to monitor when the user clicks on the button. If a user clicks on the button, we want to open the menu. And if a user clicks on it again, we want to close the menu. We want to actually toggle it. So up here, I want to create a state. Since we want to make use of state, you have to convert this to a client component. So up here, I'll just say use client, and then in here we can create a state const is open, then set is open. It's going to be equals to use state. By default, this is going to be false. The state is going to be false by default. And I'm going to scroll down right here. I'm going to say if is open, then I'm going to render this icon IO close. Just get this from React icons, and we're not getting the auto completion. As I'm going to render IO outline, and I'm still not getting the auto completion. I'm just going to import this up here manually. So up here, I'm just going to import this from React icons /IO5, and then I'm going to import this other one manually too. Just copy that, up here, I'm going to say import from weird icons / shy. And now I won't click on the button, so I'm going to add an on-click handler to this button. We're going to fire an arrow function that is going to actually set is open. It's going to set it to the opposite value. So it's going to be set is open to the opposite value. So we're going to negate it. So basically what this is going to do is going to toggle the state. If we click on this when it's open, it's going to close it. And if we click on this when it's closed, it's going to open it. Just format this. Great. So now when we go back to our project, you can see we don't see that mobile menu button, but when we go to small screen device, we actually see it right here. And now we can actually see this particular icon because it's not actually open. But when we actually click on it, it's actually going to be open. Now this icon is too small. Just actually add a size property. I give it a size of 24. Also give this one a size of 24. Save that. And this is actually way better. Great. So when it's open, that's only when we're actually going to display the mobile menu. So after this, right here, we're going to create the mobile menu. So down here, I'm going to create the mobile menu. So we're going to check if it's open, because we only want this to be open when this is open is set to true. That's only when we're going to render this JSX right here. And then I'm going to create a div in there. I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I'm going to make use of backticks. This is going to be the static styles. And then for the dynamic styles, we're going to check if it's transparent, then we're going to render these styles. Else, we're going to render these styles. If it's transparent, we're going to render these styles. Else, we're going to render these styles right here. Now inside this div, I'll create another div, which I want to give a Tailwind class of flex, a flex of column, and a gap of 5. In here, we're going to actually output the links just the way we did when we were creating the desktop links. So I'll just copy what we did here. Just copy this right here. And then I'll just paste that in here. And for this one, I'll just get rid of this right here. When we go back to our project, we'll go to small screen device. We should actually see the menu, but it's actually very, very weird. I think the reason it's actually weird is because this is not supposed to be inside of the nav tag. So what we're going to do, we just cut what we have here and we're going to place it outside of this nav tag right here. Okay, because this button is going to be inside the nav tag. Okay, but these links, the mobile links are not going to be inside of the nav. So save that, and that should actually solve. Yeah, it should solve that. Great. So after these links right here, down here, I want to create a div which I'll give a Tailwind class of flex, a flex of column, a gap of 3, and a margin top of 4. Now inside this div, we're going to output 2 buttons, which is going to be similar with this button we have in this desktop buttons right here. So just copy these 2 buttons right here, and then we're just going to paste them in here. Save that, and now we'll go back there. We actually see the 2 buttons right here. Great. We see the login button and we see the add property button. And when we go to last screen device, we actually see this. So let's actually see how it looks for the solid version. So when we go to the Navbar, just do the variant to be solid. Save that, and now we'll go back to our project. You can actually see how it looks for the solid version. And now we'll go to small screen device. It actually looks really good too. So with that, we are basically done creating the navigation bar. So next, we're going to start adding the content of the hero section. So I'll go to Visual Studio Code. I'll just go to this page.tss file right here. After this gradient overlay, I'm going to create a div down here for the content. So say contents. Now here, I'll create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of relative. I'll give it a z of 10, a z index of 10, and a width of full. After that, I'm going to create another div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. I'll give it this Tailwind class right here. A margin horizontal of auto, a maximum width of 7xl, a padding horizontal of 6. For last screen and above, we're going to apply a padding horizontal of 12. And then inside this div, First of all, I'm going to create the badge. So now here, I create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class. I give it this class right here. Basically giving this div a margin bottom of 6, inline of flex, items of center, a gap of 2, a rounded of 4, a border color of white, with transparency reduced to 10, a background of 5 with transparency reduced to 5, a padding horizontal of 5, padding vertical of 2, then a background blur of XL. And then in here, I'm going to create a div with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class, width of 2, height of 2, rounded of full, and a BG of primary. Now after that div with a self-closing tag, I want to create a span. This span is going to output this text premium real estate marketplace, and then I'll give it a Tailwind class. I give it this class is right here, a text of XM, a font of medium, a tracking of white, and a text of white. I'll save that, and we should actually see those changes in the homepage. Actually see that dot right here. We see the premium real estate marketplace. Great. Now after this div for the badge, I just close this up. Down here, I want to create the heading. This is going to be a h2 tag. It's going to output find the perfect place to call home, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll give it this Tailwind class right here, a text of 4XL, a font of bold, a leading of tight, a text of white. For medium screens and above, we want this to have a text of 6XL, then for large screen, a text of 7XL. After this h2 tag, I'm going to create a paragraph tag. We're going to output this text right here: discover luxury apartment, modern homes, and premium properties in the best locations around the world. And then I give this paragraph tag a Tailwind class. I give it a margin top of 6, a maximum width of 2XL, a text of LG, a leading of React, and a text white. Reduce the transparency to 17. Save that, and we should actually see those content right here. We see the h2 tag and we see the paragraph tag. Okay, so now we have to create the search input for the home page. The user can actually use to search for properties from the home page, but we have to place that in his own component, but that's going to be a client component. So I'm going to go to my components folder. I'll go to SRC component. Inside this components folder, I'm going to create a folder called home. And then inside this home folder, I'm going to create the search box component.tsx rfc. Get rid of this. And now inside this page.tss file, after this paragraph tag, I'll just output the search box component down here. So save that. We should actually see that component right here. We actually see the search box component right here. Great. But the paragraph tag is extending to almost the end of this point. Now, when you see the final project, you'll notice that the paragraph tag and all the other content, they're going to actually stop around here. So we don't want them to stretch up to the right hand side. So what we're going to do, I'll just wrap everything here. Wrap this h2, the paragraph tag, and the search box, including this badge right here. I'll just cut everything up. I'll create a div and then I'll place them in here. I'll give this div that's wrapping around them a Tailwind class of maximum width of 3XL. So basically, we want the continent to have a maximum width of 768 pixels. Save that, and when we go back, you actually see that it actually wraps them up. Okay, ensures they don't stretch to the end. And for small screen device, they still look really, really good. So now let's actually create the search box. So I'll go to the search box component. In here, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I give it this class is right here. I'm going to give it a margin top of 10, a rounded of 30 pixels, a border property, border color of white, we give it transparency to 10, a BG of white, we use the transparency to 10, a padding of 4, a shadow of 2XL, and a backdrop blur of 2XL. And then in here, I'm going to create another div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. I'll apply these classes right here, a display of flex, a flex of column, a gap of 4. Then for large screens and above, we're going to apply a flex of row, which means for small screens, we want the item to have a flex direction of column, but for large screens, for screens that are 124 pixels above, we want a flex direction of row. And then in here, we're going to create an input tag. It's going to have a type of text. The placeholder is going to be search by city, neighborhood, or address. And then I'll give this input a Tailwind class. For the classes, I'm going to apply these classes right here. Basically, we are applying a padding horizontal of 5, a padding vertical of 4, a height of 14, a width of 4, a flex of 1, a rounded of 2xl, a border of white, transparency reduced to 10, a background of white with transparency reduced to 5, a text of white, a placeholder text of white with a transparency reduced to 50, outline none, transition property, and unfocused. We want this to have a border of primary with a transparency reduced to 30. Save that and we should actually be able to see that input right here. So now after the input, we're going to add the button. So down here, remember we already have a reusable button component, so I just call a button component. And then for the children, it's going to simply be search properties. I'll save that and we should actually see that button right here, search properties. I'll just align this center. So where we are applying this flex, I'll just do items center to ensure they are actually at the center. Okay, great. Yeah, so with that, we're actually done with the hero section and it actually looks really responsive. So next, we're going to start creating the new listing section. Okay, we're going to have this card right here. So inside this page.css file, just scroll all the way down. After this closing session tag, down here, we're going to create a component called recent properties. Obviously, we do not have this component here, so let's actually create that. So I just go to the components folder. Inside this home folder, I just create a component called recent properties, or you can call it new properties. Okay, .tsx rfc, and then we just get rid of this import up here. In here, first of all, I'm going to create a section tag, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class of padding vertical of 24. And then inside the section tag, I'll create a div tag, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class of this class is right here. MX of auto, maximum weight of 7xl, padding horizontal of 6, and for last squares and above, a padding horizontal of 12. And then in here, I'm going to create the header of this section. So now I create a div, which I'll give a Tailwind class, maximum width of 2xl. Inside this div, we're going to have a paragraph tag, which is going to output new listings, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class. I want to apply these classes right here: margin bottom of 3, text of XM, a font of semi-bold, an uppercase property to transform the text to uppercase, a tracking of 0.5 EM, and a text of primary. After that, create a h2 tag, which is going to output discover recently added properties, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply these classes right here: text of 3xl, a font of bold, a text color of text or medium screens and above. We apply text of 4xl. After that, create another paragraph tag. I'm going to output this text right here, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll give it this class right here: a margin top of 5, a text of MD, a leading of relax, and a text color of text with the transparency reduced to 60. And now inside this page.tsx file, I'm just going to import this listed properties component inside this page right here. Save that, and we should be able to see that in the home page. When we scroll down, we actually see that header right here. Great. So now go back to the recent properties component. Now after the header right here, I'll just wrap up the div for the header. I'm going to create the grid for the properties cards right here. So I'll say properties grid. So down here, I want to create a div, which I'll give a Tailwind class. Now, basically what we want to do here is that when we go to the final project, you're going to see that we have the cards arranged in a grid display, and they are going to be actually responsive. When we actually expand, you're going to see the cards are going to be responsive. So that's basically what we want to do. So we just use these styles right here. So basically what we are doing right here is that we are applying a display of grid. We're adding a gap of 8 between each of the card. Then for medium screens and above, for screens that are 768 pixels and above, we want 2 cards, okay, per row. Then for screens that are XL, that are 1280 pixels, we want 3 cards per row. And then we're going to add a margin vertical of 6 to them. So now we're going to actually need a dummy data to actually output, okay, to actually map through, because this is going to be a list. So what we're going to do, I'll just go to src, I'll create a folder called constants. Then in here, I want to create a dummy properties.ts file. And then I'll just paste an array of dummy properties right here. Now, this is going to be the static data we're going to use to create the UI, but later on, when we start working on the backend, we're going to be pulling the data from the database. Okay, so we actually have 6 content right here, 6 objects in here. Each of them have an ID value all the way to description. And also you can see right here that the image parts right here, images.jpg, image files.jpg, these images are going to be available in the description. So we'll go to our public folder, we actually see those images right here all the way to image 12. So I'll save that, and now I'll go back to the recent properties component. In here, we're actually going to map through that array. So I'll say dummy properties. We're not actually getting the auto completion, so I'll just go back there. Oh, we're just calling it dummy properties. Okay, dummy properties. So dummy properties, I just import that in up. You're going to import the dummy properties from constant dummy properties dot. I'm going to map through them. Every time I map through them, we'll call each a property, and then we're going to return. For now, we just return a paragraph tag, which we're going to output the property dot the title of the property. And then remember, every time we map through a list in React, we have to specify a key. The key is going to be the property dot the ID, because it has an ID property. Each of them has a unique ID property. So, and we can use the ID as a key, because when we go to the array, each of the object has a unique ID. Okay, so we can actually use that as the key for React to actually track the list. So I'm going to save that. So now when we go back to our project, we should actually see the item actually outputted here: modern luxury apartment, contemporary family villa, and we see the 6 objects actually outputted here with their title name. But we don't want to actually display the text. We want to actually display a card component. So what we're going to do, instead of outputting the paragraph tag, we're just going to output a property card component. Obviously, we've not created this property card component, so let's actually create that. So I'll go to the components folder. I'll just create a folder for the properties component. I'll say properties. In here, I want to create the property card component.tsx rfc. Just get rid of this import up here, and then right here we just want to import that property card component. And now we'll say the key is going to be equals to property dot id, and then we can say property. We're going to pass this property, because anytime we map through a property, we're going to pass the details of the property to this property card as a prop. So we're going to pass this property right here as a prop. Obviously, we're going to get an error because we are not specifying inside this property card that we expect a prop. So let's actually do that. So inside this property card component up here, we're going to create an interface property card props. Now it's going to be a property that is going to be of type property. Now, where is this type property coming from? We're actually going to create this type. So to create this type, I'll just create a folder. Inside my SRC folder, create a folder called types. And inside that types folder, I'm going to create a property.ts. And then we'll just output the type for our property right here. Now, this type we are using is a type that actually matches the dummy properties data. Okay, it actually matches the structure, but when we start pulling the data from the database, we're actually going to change it. So in here, we just import the type. Let's actually ensure we are exporting that export interface property. So right here, we just import that property type up here. Okay, and now right here, we can specify that this property card is going to expect a prop, which is going to be of type property card props, and then we just destructure out the property. Okay, as a property we are passing from this page right here, this component. Great. So now I can actually create the card. So basically, I'll create a link tag. I'll get this link tag from next link. The href of the link is going to be / I'm going to create a page. Now we do not have this page here. This is going to be the property view page. So it's going to be / property / dynamic property dot id. After that, I'll give this a Tailwind class. I want to make use of this classes right here: a group property, a position of relative, a height of 125, overflow of hidden, a rounded of 4xl. Now inside this link tag, we're going to create a div which I'm going to give a Tailwind class, width of full, a height of full, and a position of relative. And inside this div, we're going to call an image from next image. I call this image tag from next image. Then the src is going to be property dot the image of the property, which is going to be this image right here. This image part here is going to point to one of our image inside our public folder. The auth there is going to be property dot title. Pass in a fee property. This fee property is very important when you're working with the next image component. So it's either you pass a fixed width and height to the image component, or you tell the image to occupy the entire width of its parent div, which is this div right here, which has a width of and height of full. And also you have to specify that this is going to be relative, because this image is going to be positioned absolute to this, okay, this next image component. And then we're going to add a Tailwind class to this image tag. I'm going to apply these classes right here: inset of 0, object of cover, a transition, a duration of 700. On group hover, we're going to give it a scale of 110. After that, I'm going to create a dark overlay for the image. So now here, I'm going to create a div with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I use this class right here: a position of absolute, inset of 0, a BG linear to the top, from black with a transparency of 19 via black with a transparency of 22 transparent. I'll save that, and when we go back to our project, we should actually see that right here. Great. You see the images outputted, and we actually see that gradient. You can see right here at the bottom of the image is actually darker, while the top of the image is actually lighter. So when we take off that overlay and I get rid of this overlay, you're going to notice that the difference in the image, okay? But we don't want it to be like that. We want it to have that overlay on it. Great. So now after the overlay, then I'm going to create the top badge, which I'm going to use to specify if the listing is for sale or for rent. So down here, I'll create a div tag, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. I make use of these classes right here. We're going to give this a position of absolute, a left of 5, a top of 5, a z of 20, a rounded of full, a background of white, reduce the transparency to about 80, a px of 4, a py of 2, a text of xm, a font of semi-bold, and a text of primary. Now inside this div, we're going to check if the property dot the status is equivalent to rent. Then we're going to output for rent, as we're going to output for sale. Save that, and we should actually see that right here. Okay, we see for rent, for sale for rent. So based on the status of the property, we're actually going to see that. After this div, now here I'm going to create another div. This is going to be the content card. I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll make use of this Tailwind class right here. We're going to give this a position of absolute, a bottom of 5, a left of 5, a right of 5, a z of 20, a rounded of 28 pixels, a border color of white with the transparency reduced to 10, a background of white with the transparency also reduced to 10, padding of 5, a backdrop of 2xl. And then in here, we're going to create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I'll give it this class right here: display of flex, items of start, a justifier of between a gap of 4. Then in here, I'll create another div. Inside this div, we're going to check if the property dot status is equivalent to rent. Then we're going to render this JSX, as we're going to render this JSX. If it's equivalent to rent, then we're going to render a h3 tag, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. Of this class is right here: a text of 3x, a font of bold, a text of white, a display of flex, items of center. And then in here, we're going to output the property dot price dot to local string. Now the reason we have to do this is because we want to convert the price from something like this to something like this. Okay, we want to add this comma to format it as a string. That's why we actually have to do this to local string right here. And then since it's a rent, I'm going to add a span which is going to say per month. Then I give this span a Tailwind class, text of XM, a text of white with the transparency reduced to about 60. As if it's not a rent, then down here we're going to return similar HTTP tag. I just copy this and I'll paste that right here. But for this one, we do not need the span, and also we don't need this to be a flex display. I'll save that, and now we'll go back to our project. You can actually see we see the price right here. Now for the ones that are rent, it's going to be per month, while the ones that are for sale, we're just going to see the sale price. After that, down here I'm going to add a paragraph tag, and here we're going to output the property dot location, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll give it this class right here. Imagine top of white, text of XM, and text of white with the transparency reduced to 60, and we should actually see that right here. Now after this div right here, I'm going to create a div right here, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply these classes right here, and then this simply just going to output the property dot the type, and we should actually see the type right here. Okay, so we're going to say apartment, villa, duplex, studio, penthouse. Okay, the type of the property. Now after all these right here, I'll just close this up. After this div right here, now I'll create a h2 tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'll give you this Tailwind class right here, and this simply just going to output the property dot title. We actually see the property title outputted. Now after this property title, we're going to add the features of the listing. So down here I'm going to create a div tag. I give this div tag a Tailwind class. I use this class right here: a margin top of 5, a display of flex, a flex of wrap, a gap of 3, a border of top. The border color is going to be white with transparency reduced to 10, and a padding top of 5. And then in here we'll create another div. I want to give this div a Tailwind class. I give it a Tailwind class of rounded of full, a BG of white /10, reduce transparency to 10, a PX of 4, a padding vertical of 2, text of X and text of white. And in here we're just going to output the property dot bedrooms. Then we're going to call this beds, which is going to be the number, then beds. And I'll just copy this and drag this down multiple times. 1, 2. The next one is going to be bathrooms, and this is going to be bathrooms. The last one is going to be property dot area. This is going to be square feet. I'll save that, and we should actually see our card, and it looks really good. So we're actually done with the property card. So now we're just going to create that simple footer. So to do that, I just go to the components folder. I'll create a folder called general, and the footer is going to be used generally by the application. That's why I'm placing it inside this general folder. So in here I'll just call the footer, create a footer.dss file, RFC, and in here I'll just create a footer tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I want to apply this class right here: border of top, a border of black, and a BG of background. And then in here I'm going to create a div tag. I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I use this class right here, and then inside this div we're actually going to have to put the logo. So I just go to the Navbar component. I'll just copy what we did here. I'll just copy this link tag right here. I'll place that right here. And obviously we do not need this transparent, so I just get rid of this transparent right here. Also get rid of this right here. Okay, we just want the class name to be a text of text, and just import this link from next link. And now to actually see this footer, we're going to output this footer inside the front-end layout, because we want the footer to be accessible to all the pages. So I just go to the front-end layout we created. I'll go to SRC component layout. I'll go to this front-end layout right here. And then down here, after this children, where I was putting the children of the page, I just output the footer components. I'll save that, and now we should be able to see the footer down here. So now I'll go back to the footer. I'm going to actually add after this logo, I want to add the links. So it's going to be similar to what we have on the Navbar too. So I'll just copy these desktop links. I'll place them right here. So we obviously don't have these nav links. So let's actually export this in the Navbar so we can import it inside the footer. So right here, we just want to export the nav links. So inside the footer, we'll be able to actually import this nav links array in here. And we have to specify this going to be a client component because we are importing the nav links from a client component into a server component. So we just specify this is a client component too. And we're getting an error somewhere. Yeah, this is transparent. I'm going to get rid of this. I just want to apply the text of text. Okay. So basically, instead of add conditionally check, you're just going to apply this text color of text. Save that, and we should actually see that right here. After these links right here, I'll just wipe this off. Down here, I'm going to create a paragraph tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class of text of XM, text color of text with transparency reduced to 60. And then inside this paragraph tag, we're going to output ampersand COPY. And this is the copyright symbol. 2026 Next estates. Save that. Now we'll go back there. We actually see the footer. Great. And this should actually be responsive too. And for small screen, we don't see the links. So remember, we said that for the nav links for desktop is going to be only visible for large screen device. So we just have to remove that style. So just remove this hidden right here. Okay. Just give it a display of flex. Great. So we actually see this for small screens too. So now we are done with the home page. We can actually work on the UI for the marketplace, which we are going to have this header and also going to have the list of properties. So I want to head over to SRC app, and inside this app, I'm going to create a new page. So to create a new page, I create a folder which is going to be called marketplace. And then inside this folder, I'm going to create a page.tsx RFC. I'll just call this marketplace. Get rid of these imports. And this is going to return, I want to call the front-end layout. And in here, we're going to output the navbar. And now the reason why I'm not outputting the navbar inside this front-end layout, I'm only outputting the footer, is because remember the navbar is going to have different variants. So different pages are going to have different variants. For the home page, the variant was transparent, but for this page, the variant is going to be solid. Then after this navbar, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I'll give it this class is right here, mx of auth to a maximum width of 7xl, a padding of 6. For last screen, apply a padding horizontal of 12 and a width of full. And then inside this div, we're going to create another div, which I'll give a Tailwind class of flex justify of between. And then in here, I'll put a h2 tag that's going to simply say explore. And then I give this h2 tag a Tailwind class. I use this class right here. We apply a text of 2s, a font of bold, a text color of text, and for medium screens and above, we give it a text of 3xl. And after that, I'm going to output a button. So I'll make use of our button component we created. This is simply going to say filter. I'll save that. So to actually see this page, we just have to click on this marketplace right here. So I'll click on this. It's going to take us to the marketplace page, and we see the footer, we see the navbar, and we see the header. We just added explore, and we see the filter. But this button, I don't want this button to have a primary variance. I want this to be the outline variance. So what I'm going to do, I'll say the variance is going to be outline, and also I want to add an icon. So I'll say icon is going to be equals to, I'll make use of this icon right here. I'll just import this from React icons, and the size is going to be 20. I'll format this. So we should actually see a different variance of the button. Great. We actually see the outline button. We see the icon at the left hand side. And now after this div for the header, I'll just wrap this div up. After this div, now I'll create a div which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. And the Tailwind class we want to apply is going to be similar with the ones we use in the home page when we're creating our grid display. So we're going to head over to the home page. I'll just go to this page.tss file right here. I go to this Resend properties. It's going to be similar with what we have here. So I'll just copy these styles and then I'll paste that right here. And I want this one to be margin vertical of 4. And then in here, we're going to map through the list of dummy properties. So I'll say dummy properties dot map. Each time we map through, call each one a property, and then we'll return a property card component, which we're going to pass a prop to. The prop is going to be equals to this property right here, and also I'll pass a key, which is going to be the property dot the ID of the property. I'll save that, and we should actually see the items right here. Great, we actually see it actually listed out. So now we are done with the marketplace. So now we can work on this properties page. Now this properties page we're going to create is going to be different, because when a user is not authenticated, the user should not be able to view their properties page. So any user that is not logged in should not be able to actually access this page. So what we're going to do, we're going to make use of a group route. Now in Next.js, how do you do this? I'll just go over to this SRC folder. Now instead of creating this page just the way we created this marketplace, we're going to create a group route. I'll call this group route protected. Then inside this group route, I want to create a folder called properties. And then inside this properties folder, I'm going to create a page.tss RFC. I'll just call this properties page. Now, this right here is what we call a group route. Now, if we want to protect certain routes in Next.js, or want to apply certain styles to certain routes using the layers, we can actually do that using this right here. Okay, so basically the reason we are actually using this bracket is because we don't want this protected to show in the URL. Okay, so this route is still going to be /properties. Okay, it's not going to be /protected /properties. Okay, that's why we are using this bracket right here. This is going to be invincible. So basically in here, we're going to do similar thing of what we did in here. So I just copy the JXS here, copy everything here. I'll paste that right here. And then we have to import this front-end layout, import this navbar component. We do not need this button component here, so I'll get rid of that. We're going to import the dummy properties and also the project card component. Great. And we just have to change this from explore to properties. Save that. And now we should be able to visit the properties page. I click on properties, actually go to the properties page. So anytime a user creates property, they'll be able to actually view their property list right here. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on the UI for the property view page. Now, when users click on a particular property, you want to be able to actually see the property view page. So we're going to create the UI for this. So I want to go back to Visual Studio Code. I'll go to SRC app. I'm going to create a folder called property. Inside this property folder, I'm going to create a dynamic font. Now remember, when we actually created the property card right here, we said that when a user clicks on the properties card is going to go to the /property/the property ID. So now we already have this property folder right here, which is this property folder. So we have to create this dynamic route. So in here, I want to create a dynamic folder, which I'm going to call ID, or for specificity, we can call this property ID, like that. And then inside this property ID folder, I'm going to create a page.css. I'll see. I'll just call this property page. Get rid of this. First of all, we're going to make use of our front-end layout. So I'll call the front-end layout. And also we're going to call the Navbar component. I have to specify the variant we want, which is going to be solid. After this, I'm going to create a section tag. I give this section tag a Tailwind class, padding vertical of 15. In here, I'll create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class. I use this Tailwind class right here, and then inside this div, I'm going to create another div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. I use this class right here. I'm going to apply a display of flex, a flex of column, a gap of 8. For large screens, we want it to have a flex of row. Because if you check out the final project, when we actually reduce to small screen, you're going to notice that this top part is going to have a flex direction of column, but for large screen, it's going to have a flex direction of row. So that's what we're actually doing right here. We're going to apply a flex direction of column for small screen. Then for large screen, flex of row. Then for large screens and above, items of center. For large screen and above, justify of between. And then in here, we're going to create a div. Inside this div, we'll create a paragraph tag. For now, we're just going to hard code. It's going to output for sale. But when we work on the back end, it's going to be dynamic. It's going to be either for sale or for rent, depending on the distinct type of the property. So I'll give this a Tailwind class. I use these classes right here, and then after this paragraph tag, I create a h2 tag, which is going to output the title of the listing of the property, and then I'll give this h2 tag a Tailwind class. I'm going to make use of this class right here. Basically, we're applying a margin top of 3, text of 4 XL, font of bold, a text color of text, and for medium screens and above, we want the color to have a text of 5 XL. So I'll save this, and now when we click on any card, it's going to take us to the property view page. Okay, great. I'll actually see the text for sale and the title, modern luxury apartment. After this h2, I'm going to create a div down here. I give this div a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply this class right here. We're going to give this a display of flex, a flex of wrap, items of center, a gap of 3, a text of XM, a text neutral of 600, and a margin vertical of 6. And then in here, we'll create another div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. I'll apply these classes right here, and then in here I'll put an icon FA map marker Auth. Give it a size of 16 and a Tailwind class of text neutral of 400. After this icon, I'll create a span tag down here. I'll give that span a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply this class right here, a font of medium, a text neutral of 800, and then in here it's going to output this text Manhattan, New York. Okay, save that, and we should be able to see that right here, Manhattan, New York. And this is not the icon I actually want. I want FA marker Auth. FA marker Auth. Okay, just get rid of this other one. Yeah. And then after that, I'll just copy this div right here. I'm going to drag this div down twice. 1, 2. This one is going to be far ruler combined, and the text is going to output this right here. We are just hard coding this data for now, but later on when we work on the back end, this data is going to be put from the database. I'm going to actually update this static data. This next one is going to be Liu bed double. I just import that from React icons. It's going to say 7 rooms, and then we'll drag this down one last time. This one is going to be, I just hard code 2 baths and the icon is going to be the LU bath. Just import that in, save that, and we should actually see those items added. Great. After these divs right here, after this div that wraps around these items, we just attributed and just wrap it up. After the div down here, we're going to create another div which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply this Tailwind class right here. I'm going to give this a rounded of 28 pixels, a border color of black, transparency reduced to 5, a background of card, a padding of 6, and a shadow of XM. And then in here, I'm going to put a paragraph tag, which is going to say property price, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class of text XM, a text color of text, the transparency reduced to 60. And then after that, I create a h2 tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'll apply this Tailwind class as a margin top of 2, a text of forex, a font of bold, and a text of primary. And then in here, we'll just put this hard-coded data right here. I'll save that, and we should be able to actually see. And this is supposed to be outside of the div for this right here. It's going to be outside of this div. So what we'll do, I'll just cut this div right here. I want to place this div outside of this div right here. So I'll place it right here. That should actually ensure it's actually outside of this div, because we want this div, this container right here, I want this one on the right hand side. So basically we want this one at the right hand side. So I just label it out. We want this one at the right, and then we want this one up here by the left. Okay, so this is going to be on the left hand side, while this one is going to be at the right hand side. So now after this div right here, after this div, I'm giving a display of flex for these two items. I'll just wrap them up down here. I'm going to create another div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. We're going to apply a width of full. A height is going to be 60. For medium screens and above, a height of 100. For large screens and above, a height of 120. A position of relative, and a margin vertical of 6. And then in here, we're going to put an image tag. I import this image from Next image. The SRC is going to be, I'm going to make use of any image from the public folder. I'll say /image /image1.jpg, and then the auth is going to be property. I'll give it a fill property, and also give it a Tailwind class of rounded of 2xl and object of cover. I'll save that, and we should actually see the image right here. After this image, I'll create a div down here. I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I'll apply this class right here. We're going to apply a margin top of 16, display of grid, a gap of 10 for large screens and above. We're going to give it a grid cost of 3. And then inside this div, we're going to have two sections where we're going to have the left hand side, which is going to be the description, and the right hand side, which is going to be the contact form. So for the left hand side, down here, I'm going to create a div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. For large screens and above, I'll give it a call span of 2. Now, what does this mean? This means that I want this to occupy. Now, remember, this and this are going to be in the grid display. I want this to occupy twice as much volume as this. So I'm going to give this a call span of 2. And then inside this div, I'll create another div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply this class right here. A rounded of 4x, a border color of black with the transparency reduced to 5, a background of card, a padding of 8, a shadow of XM. And then in here, I'm going to create a h2 tag, which is going to export this about this property. And then I'll give this a Tailwind class, a text of 3x, a font of blue, and a text color of text. After the h2 tag, I'll put a paragraph tag. I'll put this hard-coded data for now. This way, we're going to actually expose the property description when we work on the back end. And then I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply these classes right here. Imagine top of 6, a leading of relax, a text color of text with transparency reduced to 70. I'll save that, and we should actually see that right here. We see the description right here. So now we can create the UI for the contact form that's going to be in the property view page. Now this is going to be a client component. So we have to actually place this in its own component. After this div right here, after this div for the left hand side, down here, I'll say this is going to be the right hand side. And right here, we're going to create a component called email form. So let's actually create this component. So I'll just go to my components folder. I'll go to this properties folder. In here, I'll create a component called email form.tsx. IFC. And now I can simply just import that email form component right here. Save that. And now I can go into this email form component and actually create that. First of all, I want to create some states to undo the form input. I want to create the form. So I'll say const values set values is going to be equals to use state, and this is going to be an object. And this object, we have to specify the type. So up here, I'm going to create a type for that. So I'll say interface input values. We're going to have an email value that's going to be of type string. We have a name value that's going to be of type string. We're going to have a phone that's going to be of type string. We're also going to have a message that's going to be of type string. And then right here, we can specify the type as input values. And then in here, specify the default value of the state. The email by default is going to be an empty string. The name is going to be an empty string. The phone is going to be an empty string. And lastly, the message is going to be an empty string. Now, after adding values to an input, you have to actually add a form handler for when the user types on an input. So let's actually create that function. Say const handle change is going to be equals to an arrow function. This arrow function is going to take an event that's going to be of type react.change event, which is going to be an HTML input element. In here, we're going to say const, will just show what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to the event.target. And from the event.target, we're going to get the value and also the name of the input, because we can't destructure the value and the name because the HTML input element has value and name attributes to them. Okay, so we can actually get that from the event. Then after that, I'm going to set the value states. Now, I'm going to be updating each state using their name, their unique name. You get the previous state. I'm going to spread up the previous states. And I'm going to update the name, update it to value. So basically, what this is going to do is that anytime we type on a specific input, say for example, now we type on the email input, it's going to update the image state, the particular image state. It's going to spread up this object, update the email, because in that situation, here is going to be email and the value is going to be the value we typed on. If it's the name field, here is going to be name, it's going to be the value we typed on, like that. So we can use handle change for all the input. So after all this, we're going to return this div tag right here. Inside this div tag, we're going to create another div tag, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply these styles right here. We'll give it a sticky, a position of sticky, a top of 28, a rounded of 4x, a border color of black with transparency reduced to 5, a background of color, a padding of it, and a shadow of XM. And then inside this div, we're going to create another div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class of flex items of center and a gap of 4. Then inside this div, we're going to create an image tag. Get this image from next image. The src is going to be /images/ for now we're going to make use of this image.png, but later on we'll pull the details from the database. This is going to be the user's profile. If the user doesn't have a profile, this is going to be the fallback value, this avatar.png, which is coming from this right here. Okay, avatar.png. And then the auth, I just call it user. And then we'll give this a width of 50 and a height of 50, and also a Tailwind class object cover rounded or full, like that. And we should be able to see something in the UI. I won't go back to our project. and say we are actually making use of state inside the server component. Remember I said we're going to make use of state in here, so we have to convert this to a client component. Use client like that. Yeah, and now we actually see that content from right here. We see the image right here. After this image right here, I'm going to create a div. Inside this div, I have a h3 tag. I just want to put this hard-coded data, and I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll give it this class right here, a text of X, a font of bold, and a text color of text. And also I'm going to output a paragraph tag. I'm going to output property agent, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class of text color of stairs with the transparency reduced to 60. Now after this right here, after this div right here, I just wrap the after this div, we are giving a display of flex. I just wrap this up. Down here, we're going to create another div, which will give a table class of margin top of 8 and a space y of 4. Now inside this div, we're going to actually output our input. Just the way we create reusable components for our button, we have to actually create reusable components for our input. So that's very simple. We're going to go to this UI folder and just create an input component, input.tsx rfc. I'll just get rid of this import up here. Now, just like we did with the button, we're going to be combining two types. So we're going to make use of an intersection. So first of all, we're going to create the base types. So up here, say interface, base, props. Now each input is going to have a label that's going to be of type string, a name that's going to be of type string, an error value that's going to be optional, that's going to be of type string, an as prop that's going to be optional, is going to be either input or it's going to be text area. And this is going to be if you want to render the component as an input or a text area. There's going to have a value that's going to be of type string, and lastly an unchange is going to be optional, and it's going to be a react.change event handler, and it's either going to be HTML input elements or it's going to be HTML text area elements. Down here, we're going to create the type. So first of all, we're going to create the type of the input. Type input props. If it's an input, this is the props. This is going to be the type. It's going to be a combination of the base props and the input HTML attributes. It's going to be HTML input elements. So basically, this is going to be the base props that's going to be shared by both the text area and the input. But this is going to be the specific type for the input, okay, which is going to be the base props intersecting with the HTML input HTML attributes. And then down here, we're going to say type text area props is going to be equals to the base props, which is going to intersect with the text area HTML attributes. Okay, I'm going to import both that and the input HTML attribute from React. This is going to be HTML text area elements. So now we can specify the type. The type of the input is going to be either input props or it's going to be text area props, depending on the button you want to add. But if it's a text area, the type is going to be text area props. But if it's an input, it's going to be input props. And now we can actually destructure the values. And destructure the label, the name, error, destructure ID, value, the as. Now the as is going to default to input. Okay, so by default, when we call these input component, is going to be an input unless we specify otherwise that we want a text area. Destructure the class name, the unchange, and also we just spread up whatever props we pass. In here, I'm going to create a variable called has value to know if any of the input has a value. So has value is going to be equals to, if it's going to be true if value is not equals to It's not equivalent to an empty string. And then after that, I'll say const the input ID. Now, anytime we call the input, we're going to specify an input ID to identify the input, to actually ensure each input is unique. So the input ID is going to be equals to the ID, and if there's no ID, if no ID was passed, it's going to default to the name. So basically, anytime we call an input, we're going to specify a unique ID to that input to actually track that input. But if no ID was passed, it's going to use the name. I'll use a semicolon here. So now, just like the input, I'm going to share some props. They're also going to share some styles. So up here, I'm going to create a variable called shared classes, which is going to be equals to, now we're going to make use of CLSS. We want to make use of dynamic styles right here. So I'll just import that in. We're going to import CLSS from CLSX, and then in here, first of all, we're going to add static styles. In here, I'll just paste these classes right here. So basically, we're applying a pair, a width of text gray of 600, a border color, a background of white, on focus, a border of 2, a px of 4, a text of xm, outline of null, a transition property, and an undisabled opacity of 70. And now these styles are self-explanatory, but this pair, what this pair is going to do is that I'm trying to create a pair between the input and the label. So anytime we maybe focus on the input, we want to actually apply styles to the label. Okay. And in finished project, when we go to the listing view page, you're going to notice that when we click on the input, you can see the label is going to animate up. It's going to actually animate up, reduce in size, and just animate up. So that's why we're actually adding that pair property, because when we focus on the input, we want the label to actually animate up. So we're going to add a pair between them. Now, after the static styles down here, we're going to say if there's an error, then we're going to apply these styles. Else, we're going to apply these styles. I have to add a comma here. And now, if there's an error, we're going to apply a border of red 500 and on focus a border of red 500. So basically, if the input has an error state set to true, if this error has a value for any of the input, then these styles are going to be applied. As these other styles are going to be applied, a border gray of 400 and on focus a border of black. And then after that, we're going to say if the as is equivalent to test area, then we'll apply these styles. As we're going to apply these styles. So basically, if you are putting the input component as a test area, then we're going to apply these styles: a minimum height of 120 pixels, a padding top of 6, a padding bottom of 3, a resize of none, and a rounded of XL. But if it's not the test area, we are putting it as an input, then we're going to apply the styles: a height of 14, a padding top of 6, and a rounded of XL. And then down here, we're just going to put whatever class name we decide to actually add to this input. After that, we're going to return a div tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class of width of full, and then in here we'll create another div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class of relative. And now we can actually render the tags based on the as condition. So I'll say if the as is equivalent to test area, then we're going to render a text area tag, else we're going to render an input. So in here, I'm going to output a test area tag. I want this to have a self-closing tag, so I just use this. The name is going to be equals to the name. The ID is going to be equals to the input ID we pass as a prop. Okay, that's this input ID we are passing as a prop. Yeah, this input ID is going to be equals to the ID. But if it's the ID, if there's no ID, it's going to make use of the name as the input ID. Okay, this input ID is going to be a unique way to identify each input. The value is going to be value. The placeholder is going to be equals to placeholder. Now there has to be a space between this placeholder. In this placeholder, you have to add a space between this opening and closing tag. So it's very important when you're making a floating label to actually keep the placeholder like this. The class name is going to be equals to the shared classes. On change, we're going to want the on change. We're passing as a prop. Is on change up here. Okay, so I just use capital C right here instead, and right here we just use capital C. Down here we have to correct that to capital C on change. And then finally, you have to specify that we can actually add other props to these inputs, and they have to be of type. Just copy this type up here. They have to be a test area type. So they have to be of type test area. And then in here, if it's not a test area, we're going to output an input. The ID is going to be equals to input ID. The name is going to be equals to name. Basically, we are doing the same thing here. So I just copy up to this value right here, and then I'll place that right here. And then we just have to change this to this right here. It's going to be HTML input element, not a test area elements. So now with this, anytime I want to create any input, we do not have to actually create different input with different styles. We just call our reusable input component. So now after that, we're going to add the label. Label is going to be for the input. So I use the input ID. It's going to be for the input. I give this label a Tailwind class. Make use of CLSX. First of all, add some static classes to this. Static classes are going to be a position of absolute. So by default, it's going to be position absolute, a left of 4, a top of 4, text grid of 500, a text of XM, a transition of or a duration of 200, a pointer event of 2, and the origin is going to be left. And then down here, we're going to say if it has a value, if has value is true, that's this has value variable we created up here. Okay, if it's not an empty string, then we're going to apply these styles, else we're going to apply these styles. Now if it has a value, we're going to apply these styles: a scale of 75, a negative translate y of 3, and a test grid of 700. But if it doesn't have any value, then we're going to apply these styles. Okay, it's going to be a pair focus of scale 75, a pair focus of negative translate y of 3, and a pair focus of test grid of 700. Basically, what we are doing is if the label has a value, it's going to animate up, and if it doesn't have a value, it's going to actually animate back down. And also, when we tap on it and click off the input, it's going to actually stay up if it has a value. Now, the reason it stays up when we click on it is because, remember I said that when we use this placeholder right here, we're going to add an empty string to it. Okay, so this is very important to ensure that even when there's no value, it's actually going to, the label is actually going to stay up. And then in here, we just output the label value. After all that, down here, just before this closing div tag, just before the closing div tag, down here, we're going to actually output the error. So we'll say if there's an error, then we're going to output a paragraph tag. I simply just going to output the error. And then I give this a Tailwind class. I use this Tailwind class right here. Imagine top of 1, a text of XS, and a text red of 500. I'll save that. So in that, we have the reusable input component. So let's actually use it. So I'll go back to the email form components. I'll just call an input. Just import this input in from our input component. First of all, we're going to say the onChange is going to be equals to the handle change we created. Remember, we created a handle change function to actually handle changes to the input. And then we'll say the ID is going to be equals to, now remember I said that the ID has to be unique, so I will say the contact. Since we're in the contact page, I'll say the contact page name, and then the label is going to be your name, and then the name of the input is going to be name, and then the value is going to be values dot name, like that. I just format this, save that, and now we should be able to see the input in the home page. You actually see the input. I want to click on the input, you see actually the label actually animates up. Okay, so now we've already created this reusable input. Now if we pass an error state to this, if there's an error, I'll pass an error, I'll say error. You're going to notice that the error is actually going to be displayed right here, and the input, the input border is going to actually be red because there's an error in this input. And also, you can also pass the as a test area. So I'll say as, pass it as a test area, and we're gonna get a test area. So now we have a reusable input we can use everywhere in our application. I'll just drag this input down. This is going to be the contact email. It's going to be the label is going to be your email, and the name of the input is going to be email, and the value is going to be values.email. I'll drag this down again. This one is going to be contact phone. It's going to be your phone. That's the phone number of the user that is trying to contact the agent. Then the name is going to be phone, and the value is going to be values.phone. And drag this down one last time. This one is going to be contact message. It's going to be your message. The name is going to be message. The value is going to be values.message. And then finally, this is going to be outputted as a test area. Save that, and we should actually see the input right here. Great. All we just have to do is output the send email button. Now that's actually going to be simple because we already have a reusable button component too. After this div apps and the inputs, I'll just wrap it up. After the div, I just output a button component. And this is simply going to say send email. And I want this to have an icon. So I'll say the icon is going to be LU send from React icons. I'll save that, and we should be able to see the button right here. And we actually see the button. Now the button is too close to the input, so I'm going to add a Tailwind class to it. Remember, we can add additional props to the button. So I'll add a Tailwind class. I'll give it a margin vertical of 2 to ensure there's a space between the button and this input. I'll just do a margin top instead. Margin top to 3. Perfect. And now I want the button to have a full width. Remember, we already passed a prop in this button called full width. That's going to be Boolean, true or false. So right here, we're simply just going to do full width. Okay, which is empty as doing full width is equals to true. Leave it as full width, and we should actually see the button has a full width. Great. And now we are basically done with the property page, and also this is going to be fully responsive. Let's start. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start creating the modals. First, we're going to have the authentication modals. It's going to have the login and the register modal. We're going to also have the filter modal. I'll click on this filter modal. You can actually see the filter modal. And also, we're going to have the create modal. So let's actually start creating these modals. So I want to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll go to SRC components. Inside this components folder, I want to create a folder called modals. And then inside this modals folder, I'm going to create a modal.tsx RFC. Now, this is the modal component that all the other modals are going to be built from: the register modal, the login modal, the create post modal. This is going to be the structure. So first of all, we're going to specify the types it's going to take. So interface modal props. It's going to take a value called is open, which is going to be Boolean. And on close, there's going to be an out function. It's going to return void. A title is going to be a string. And also we're going to have another value, which is going to be the children of the modal, which is going to be of type React node. And in here, we can pass that type right here as modal props, and then we can just structure the value is open, on, close, title, and also the structure of the children. In here, I'm going to make use of a use effect hook. I'm going to do some side effects. I'm going to get use effect from React, I want this to run when the component mounts. So I'll make use of an empty dependency right here. In here, I'm going to get the document dot body dot style dot overflow is going to be equals to, if is open, the overflow is going to be hidden, as is going to be also. Now, what are we actually doing here? When we go to the final project, you can see that we can actually scroll through the page, but when the modal is open, we cannot actually scroll through the page. So that's what we're actually doing. Okay, so it doesn't make sense for users to be able to scroll through the page when the modal is open. When the modal is not open, we can actually scroll through the application, but when the modal is open, we shouldn't be able to scroll unless we close the modal. And then we're going to return a cleanup for when the component on mount, return our function. And then we're going to copy this and place it right here. It's going to be equals to auth. And now, since we are making use of this is open state in here, we have to pass it as a dependency. We want the user first to run anytime this is open state changes. And down here, I'm going to create a div, which I'm going to give an area hidden. It's going to be equals to is open. Now, if it's open is true, this area hidden is going to be true. And also, we're going to pass a Tailwind class. And we're going to make use of dynamic styles in here. For the static styles, it's going to be this right here. We're going to give it a position of fixed instead of 0, a Z of 50, a display of flex, items of center, a justify of center, a padding horizontal for a transition of opacity, and a duration of 500. And then for the dynamic styles, we're going to check if it's open. If it's open state, we're going to be passing as prop to this component. If it's true, then we're going to apply these styles, else we'll apply these styles. If it's true, we'll give it opacity of 100. Else, if it's not true, we're going to hide it. So give it opacity of 0 with pointer events of none. Then you're going to create the backdrop of the backdrop, that is the backdrop of the modal. So I'll create a div with a self-closing tag. I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I'll just label this backdrop. And the classes are going to be dynamic, so I also use backticks. These are going to be the static classes. Position of absolute, insert 0, PG black with transparency which is to 30, a transition of or a duration of 300. And then for the dynamic styles, it's going to be if it's open, then we apply these styles, else we're going to apply these styles. If it's open, we'll give this opacity of 100, else we'll give this opacity of 0. And also, when we click on this backdrop, we want to actually close the modal. So we're going to call this on close up here. And after this backdrop, we can actually create the modal down here. So down here, I'll create a div, which I'm going to apply a Tailwind class. Now we're going to be using dynamic styles, so also use backticks. Now these are going to be the static styles. A position of relative, a Z index of 10, a width of full, maximum width of LG, which is going to be a maximum width of 512 pixels, a rounded of 2XL. The model is going to have a background of white, a shadow of 2XL, transform property, a transition of or a duration of 500. And then for the dynamic styles, it's going to be if it's open, then it's going to have these styles, else is going to have these styles. If it's open, we'll give it an opacity of 100 and a translate Y of 0. As if it's not open, we'll give it opacity of 0 and it translates Y of full. Now inside the modal, we're going to have the header part of the modal, so I'll just label that out. So I want to create a div, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I want to expose this class right here. I'm going to give this header div a Tailwind class of flex, items of center, justify of between, a padding horizontal of 6, a padding vertical of 4, a border of bottom, a border gray of 300, and then in here, I'm going to output a h2 tag, which is going to output the title, and then I'll give this h2 tag a Tailwind class. I make use of this class right here, a text of LG, a font of semi-bold, and a text gray of 900. After that h2 tag, we're going to create a button that's going to have an area label close Modal, and when a user clicks on this button, it's going to run the onClose function. Okay, just like the backdrop is going to do, it's going to run the onClose when it's clicked on. And then I give this a Tailwind class. I apply this Tailwind class as a padding of 2, a rounded of full. On hover, I'm going to apply a BGUA of 100, a transition point and the cursor of pointer. And then in here, we're simply just going to output an icon called LuX, which I'm going to get from graph icons, and the size is going to be 18. Now after the header, we're going to create another div for the content of the modal. So I'll say content. I'm going to create a div, and inside this div I'm going to output the children of the modal. So the contents of all the modal, both the register modal, the create property modal, are going to be rendered right here. I'll give this div a Tailwind class, px of 6 and lpy of 5, like that. Save that. So now we have the reusable modal component. So to use this modal, we have to create our first modal. So I want to create our first modal. I'll call this register modal.tsx. RFC. Just get rid of this right here. And now in here, I'll just call the modal component. I remember this modal expects 3 props: the is open, the unclosed, the title, and the children. And the children is very simple. The children is going to be something I just output a paragraph tag. I'm going to say register modal. So this could be the children. So anything that's in between the opening modal tag and the closing modal tag are the children of the modal. For the title, I'll just pass it as register. And now it expects 3 more props. It expects the is open and the unclosed, which means these are going to be states that's going to check if this is open or if it's closed. We could set the state in here. We can create the state in here, but they are going to be component-based states. Now, this is a situation where we need global state management. We need this state to be available globally. Why? Because when we go to the final project, you can see that we can actually open up the login modal and the register modal anywhere in the application. When we go to the home page, we can actually open up this modal. When we go to a property view page, we can still open this modal. Okay, so in that situation, we need a state that is going to be accessible globally in the application. So for global state management in this project, we're going to make use of Zustand. So I want to actually install that library. So I'll just stop the server, pnpm install Zustand. I just run the server, I can pnpm run dev. So now I'm going to create a store for the auth modals. So I'll just go to this SRC folder. I'll create a folder called store. Inside the store folder, I'll create a store called use auth modal store.ts. And then inside this use auth modal store, we're going to have this store right here. Okay, so let me actually go through what we're actually doing here. So first of all, we have to specify the type of the values that this store is going to hold. First of all, it's going to have a value. It's going to hold a value called is login open, which is going to be boolean, which could be true or false. Is register open, which is going to be boolean. It's going to have a function called open login to actually open up the login modal. It's going to have a function called close login. It's going to have another function, open register, and a function called close register, and the function to close all the modals. And then right here, this is where we're actually creating the store. We're going to say export const use auth modal, which is going to be able to create, which is going to get this create from Zustand. And then we're going to pass the auth modal store type we created. And then we're going to call set from Zustand. And then inside this object, we're going to create the state and also set their default values. This is login open. By default, it's going to be false. It's going to be set to false. This is register open. It's going to be set to false. And now the open login function, which we defined up here, the type up here is going to be a function that's going to be some void. It's going to set this is login open state to true and set the is register open to false. While the close login is going to set the is login open to false. And now the open register is going to set the is register open state to true and set the is login open to false, which means if we are in the login modal, if we click on the register modal, it's going to close the login modal and open the register modal. And then we have the close register that's going to set this register open to false, and then a function to close all of them to set both the is login open and the register open to false. Okay, great. Now to use this store, we're going to go to the register modal. Up here we're going to say cons with the structure. What we're going to get from the store is going to be equals to use auth modal. It's going to be equals to this use auth modal we are creating here in this store we are creating, and from this store we can destructure out the open login is register open and close register. All these states and function are coming from this store right here. Now the unclose prop is going to be equals to the close register state we are getting from this use auth modal, while the is open is going to be equals to is register open, like that. Okay, great. So now we're actually passing the state to this modal component. All we just have to do is to ensure we can actually see this modal in the UI. Now remember, these modals are going to be globally available in the application, so it doesn't matter which page we are in. Anytime we click on the button to open the register modal, we want to be able to see the modal regardless of the page we are in. So we're going to place the modal inside the root layout file. So we're going to go to app, I'll go to this layout.css file, this root layout file. This is where we're going to place the modal. So after this children right here, we're going to call the register modal. Great. And obviously when we go back to our project, we're not going to see the register modal, and we have an error. It says we are using a server component. We have to convert this because we are making use of state in here. We have to convert this register modal component to a client component, like that. That should get rid of the error we're getting. Great. So now we do not see the register modal. That's because it's actually set to false by default. So when we go to the state, it's actually set to false by default. Now when we set this to true, we should be able to actually see the register modal. We actually see the register modal. I won't click on this. It's going to actually close up the register modal. So now we're going to do the same thing for the login modal. So I'll just create a modal right here. I'll call this login modal.tsx RFC. Basically, everything we're going to have here is going to be similar with what we have here. So I'll just copy everything here and then I'll paste that in here. But the difference is that this is going to be, the title is going to be login. This is going to be the login modal, and we're going to get the close login from the use auth modal, and we're going to get the is login open, and also we're going to get the open register. Now these are coming from this use auth modal state, this global state we have inside this use auth modal state. Okay, and then right here we're going to pass the close login, and we'll pass the is login open, like that. So now when we click on this login, we want to be able to open the login modal. So let's do that. So we're going to go over to the Navbar component. I'll go to this Navbar component right here. This is already a client component, so we can actually get the state here. So I'll say cons out the structure. What we're going to get is going to be equals to use auth modal, and then we're going to destructure out the open login. And now when we click on the modal, if I want to apply on the mobile menu on this login button right here, I want to click on this, it's going to fire the open login. And for the desktop navbar, to go to the desktop navbar links, I want to click on this button, it's going to open the login modal. Save that. Let's actually test this out. So I won't go over there, click on login. It doesn't actually open it. That's because we do not have the login modal in our layout file. So we have to actually output the login modal component first. And we're not getting any export because remember we copied the login modal from this register modal. So we do not have a login modal. So I just rename this login modal. And now we should be able to import the login modal right here. Save that. And now we'll go back there. When we click on login, we actually open up the login modal. We'll click on it again. I won't click on the backdrop. We can actually close the modal, or we can close the modal too by clicking on this X right here to close the modal. Because remember, when we created this reusable modal component, we said that the backdrop, when we click on the backdrop, we can close the modal by clicking on the backdrop, or we can close the modal by clicking on this X right here, this icon right here, this button right here. Okay, login, and we just click on this to close it up. So now we can work on creating the UI for the login modal and register modal. So I want to go back to Visual Studio Code. I'll go to SRC components, modals. I'll go to this login modal right here. First of all, I'll create an interface up here. So the interface, I'll call this login values. It's going to be an object with email, because we're going to have an email input. There's going to have a value that's going to be of type string, and a password that's going to be of type string, like that. And also remember, we're going to actually handle errors. So we have to actually create type for the errors too. And we're going to infer that from this right here. So down here, I'm going to say type errors, or most especially I'll call it login errors. It's going to be equals to partial. In here, I'm going to say record, then key of login values string. So basically what we are doing here is that we are inferring these login errors is going to be inferred from this right here. Okay, so that's what we are doing. So when we move on this, you can see the login type of the login error is going to be similar with this right here. Instead of we creating another type for our login errors, it's going to infer this type right here. And then down here, we're going to create this state that's going to hold the values from the email input and the password input. So I'll say const. We are basically going to do the same thing we did in the contact, the email form. So I'll just go over to that component, so go to properties, go to email form. I'll just copy this state right here. Then I'll paste that state up here, and I'll just change this to login. The type is going to be login values, and then we have to import use state from React. And for this, we're going to have email, and then we're going to have password, which is going to be an empty string. We're going to have two more states, so I'll just take this up, place that up here. Then you'll create another state, const loading, a loading state for when we are submitting the form. Loading is going to be equals to use states. By default, it's going to be false. And then we're also going to create another state, const errors, set errors is going to be equals to use states. And the error is going to be an empty object, because if you don't have any error, this is going to be an empty object, and the type is going to be of type login errors. Great. And now we're also going to need a function to actually handle changes on our input, just like we did in this email form. So we just copy this function right here, copy this handle change right here, and I'll place that handle change right here. And also remember, inside this login modal, we're actually going to handle errors. So down here, we're also going to set errors. We get the previous error, spread up the previous dates, specify the name to be undefined. So this right here is basically to clear only any errors on the input when we start typing on the inputs. Okay, say for example, now we have errors on the email feed and the password feed. When we start typing on the email feed, the errors for the email feed is actually going to disappear. That's why we're actually adding this right here. So now, before we actually create the input, after this handle change function, we're actually going to create a validation function. So I'll say const validates. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. In here, I'll create a variable called new errors, which is going to be equals to, it's going to be of type login errors. Login errors, that's the type we created right here. We inferred from this type right here. And it's going to be equals to an empty object by default. And then after that, I'm going to actually validate the email. So down here, I'm going to check if the email doesn't have any value. So if no values dot email, and we have to trim for a blank space. So I'll say trim Now, if the email field is empty when we are trying to submit the form, then we're going to say new errors dot email is going to be equals to email is required. And also we have to check if it's a valid email. So then you have to say s if. Now we're going to make use of this regular expression, which is used for checking if an email is a valid email address. Now you can actually get this regular expression on the internet, or you can just type this right now on the screen. So the regular expression dot first, and then we'll pass the values dot email in there. And now this is important. This quotation at the end is not actually part of the regular expression. The regular expression starts here, but this extra quotation is to check, just where we are checking if there's no values dot email. Okay, so we are checking if it does not match. We are negating the check. So if it does not match, if the email we fill does not match the regular expression, then the new errors dot email is going to be equals to enter a valid email address. After we validate the email, just copy this down here. We're going to validate the password field. So down here, I just paste that right here. Right here, we're going to check if values dot password dot string. Okay, and also right here, if we submitted a form without filling the password field, it's simply going to say password is required, and this is going to be errors dot password. I get rid of these right here, and in here we're going to check if the values dot password dot the length of the password. We want to check if the length of the password is less than 6. If it's less than 6 characters, then the new errors dot password is going to be equals to password must be at least 6 characters. So now we've actually validated the email input and also the password input. So anytime we try to submit the form without actually passing this validation, it's actually going to throw an error. We're going to get an error in the input field. Down here, I'm going to set our error state, because remember, these errors we are updating here is this error object we created in here. Okay, so after we are done, we're going to update our error state, this error state we created, to the whatever errors we are getting. Okay, if we have error from the email and password, we're going to have errors from here and here. We're going to have 2 values in this object right here. But if you have only one, maybe the email or the password, we're going to have 1 value in the object. But if we do not have any error, it's going to be an empty object. So we're going to set our errors to the new errors variable. After that, down here, we're going to return object dot keys. Then we'll pass in the new errors in there dot length equivalent to 0. So basically, what we are doing right here is we are returning true or false depending on if we have an error or not. So if we have an error, then this value object keys dot new errors right here, that's the keys from here dot length is going to be equals to 1 or 2. Okay, because if we have one error, if we have one error object in here, then the dot length is going to be 1, which is not equals to 0. And if we have 2, it's going to be 2, which is not equals to 0. So it's going to return false. Okay, so the validation function is going to return false. But if we have no errors, then dot length is going to be 0, which is equivalent to 0, which means the validation is going to return true, which means it's actually validated successfully. Okay, there's no errors. That's why I added this return statement. So now I can scroll down in between this opening and closing modal tag. I want to create a div tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'll give this a margin bottom of 6 and a space y of 1. Now this right here is going to be the header of the login modal component. So in here, we have to put a h2 tag. I'm simply going to say welcome back, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll use this class right here. We're going to apply a text of 2x in front of semicolon and a text gray of 900. And then after this h2 tag, I'm going to output a paragraph tag. We're going to output this text, log into your account, and I'll give this a Tailwind class of text of xm and a text gray of 500. I'll save this, and we should be able to actually see this header on the actually see that welcome back, log into your account. So So now we're going to create the form. So now I'm going to create a form tag. Get rid of this action. We do not need this. I'll give this a Tailwind class of space y of 8, and then in here, and remember we already have our reusable input component, so we just have to call our input component. So I just call the input components from our UI folder, import that up here from our UI folder, and now we have to actually add the ID. Remember, each ID for each input is a unique identifier. So I'll say login email. Okay, this is going to be an input for the email field. Since we're in the login page, we're going to use the prefix login. Okay, login email. The name attribute is going to be email. The label is going to be email. The value is going to be values.email. The onChange is going to be the handle change function we created. That's this handle change function up here to actually handle changes in the input. Next, the error is going to be equals to errors.email. And then finally, disabled is going to be equals to loading state. So if the loading state is set to true, the input is going to be disabled. So I just format this. And now we just have to drag this down. Now you have to update. This is going to be the login password. Then the name is going to be password. Label is going to be password. The value is going to be values dot password. We're going to run the handle change function. Then the errors is going to be errors dot password. And then on disabled is going to be unloading is going to be disabled. Click on login. We actually see the inputs. Great. So now we just add the button. After the input right here, we just call our reusable button components. The button is going to output continue. It's going to have a loading state that's going to be equals to loading. Remember, we have a loading prop in this button, okay, for when the button is loading. So if the button is loading, we're going to output this loading spinner for the button, which means if I set the loading to true, you're going to notice what we're actually going to get. You can actually see we're going to get this loading indicator right here. Now, so when the button is loading, we're going to have this state right here. But the loading is going to be equal to the loading state. Anytime the loading state is set to true, when we are sending a request, a login request, then we're going to see that state. The button is going to be type submit. Okay, we're going to use the button to submit the form. And then finally, we want the button to be full width. Save that, and we should actually see that right here. Great, continue. Now, after this form down here, I'll create a divider. Now I'm going to create a div, which I'll give a Tailwind class, a position of relative, margin vertical of 6. Inside this div, I'll create another div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class, a position of absolute, inset of 0, a display of flex, items of center. And then in here I want to create a div with a self-closing tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll give it a width of full, a border of top, and the border color is going to be grid 300, and that should actually give us this line right here. And then after that, I'll create a div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. I'll make use of these classes right here: a position of relative, a display of flex, justify of center, and text of excess and uppercase property. And then in here, I'll create a span. In here, I'll just output or. Then I'll give this span a Tailwind class. I use these classes right here. I'll give it a background of white, a padding horizontal of 4, and text weight of 500. And we should actually have that demarcation right here. Okay, great. It's going to be positioned at the center on top of this line. Then after this divider, I'll just wrap this up. Down here, we're going to have another button. And this one is going to simply say continue with Google, and then you have to pass some props to it. First of all, I'll pass an icon. The icon is going to be FC Google. Then I'll pass a size prop to it. I want a size of 22. save that, and we should actually see that continue with Google button right here. But we don't want this variant right here. We want a different variant. So I'm going to say the variant I want is going to be outline, and also I want a full width. And lastly, I want to say disabled. I want the button to be disabled when loading is set to true, because when we are making a request, when we are making a credential request to sign in with email and password, we want this button to be disabled. Okay, so we don't want users, after sending a request with the credentials with email and password, a request to log in with email and password, and also clicking on this button to send a request with this continue with Google button. Okay, so we're actually going to disable this when the loading state is set to true. Just rearrange this a bit. Okay, and we should actually see the continue with Google button right here. After that, after this button, we're going to create a paragraph tag, which I want to give a Tailwind class. I'll make use of this class right here, and then inside this paragraph tag, we're going to output this right here. It's going to be don't have an account. Then we're going to output a span, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply these Tailwind classes to a text of primary, font of semi-bold, a cursor of pointer, and an hover. I'll give it an underline property. And then in here, I output register. So basically, if the user does not have an account, the user can click on the register, this register button to actually open up the register modal. So right here, I'm going to say on click. I'm going to want the open register function. Okay, that's this open register function we are getting from our global state, from our use auth modal, open register, which is going to actually open up the register modal and close the login modal. And now we should be able to actually click on this register to actually open up the register modal. So now we are done with the login modal. Let's actually work on the register modal. So I'll go to the register modal. Basically, I'm going to copy most of what we did in this login modal. I'll start with the states. Start with these types right here. First of all, I'll just copy this. I'll paste that up here. And this is not going to be login values. This is going to be register values, and this one is going to have an extra field called name, which is going to be of type string. Also, you're going to have register values, and right here it's not going to be login errors, it's going to be register errors, like that. I head back to the login modal. I'll just copy this right here, also copy the loading state and these error states. Then I'll paste that down here. Now change this to register values, and then we have to import this use states. And now this is going to be the register errors, and now we have to add the name field, which is going to be an empty string by default too. After that, we have to copy the handle change and also the validation. So I just copy this validation and this handle change function. Then I'll paste that down here, and this is going to be register errors, type of register errors. And for the validation, we have to add one more validation. Okay, we have to add validate the name field. So for that, I'll copy this right here. I'll paste that down here. I want to check if the values dot name dot stream. If no values dot name dot stream, then we're going to say new errors dot name is going to be equals to name is required. As if values dot name dot length is less than 2. Okay, if the name of the user is less than 2 characters, I'll say new errors dot name is going to be equals to, they must be at least 2 characters. Great. So now we have the validation, and now we just have to update this right here. So I just go over to the login modal. I'll copy this header right here, place that header right here, and this one is going to be welcome to Next.js. Is going to be create an account. I'll save that, and we should actually see those changes. Go to the register modal, see register, welcome to Next.js, create an account. Great. After this div, I'm going to output the form input. So I just go back, copy the form, just copy this form. Also just copy this form right here. I'll place that form right here. And now we have to import the input component and also the button component. And now we have to add one more feed for the name. So I just drag this down. This one is going to be a login name. Then the name is going to be name. Then the label is going to be name. There's going to be values dot name. Then the error is going to be errors dot name. Then unloading is going to be disabled. Okay. And now also we have to add the divider and the continue with Google button. So I just go back, copy the divider and the continue with Google button, place that down here. Okay. And now we have to just import this from React icons, and we should actually have that right here. The name input, the email input, and the password input. And then we have the continue and also the continue with the Google button. Now after this button, we're going to output this right here. So just go back, copy this paragraph tag after the button down here. I just output this, rearrange this a bit. Then this one is going to be open login function to open the login modal. And this one is going to be already have an account. Already have an account. Then we're gonna open the login modal. Now we can click on login, open the login modal, or we can click on register to open the register modal. Great. So now we're going to work on creating the create property modal. Now for the create property modal, we're going to click on add property. It's going to pop up this modal right here. Okay. And this is going to be a modal with 6 steps. The first step to select the property type. Then we'll have the next step to specify where the property is located, the location and the address. We have the third step to specify the number of bedrooms, the bathrooms, the parking spaces, the property area. Then we have the fourth step to specify the property title and the description. Then we have the fifth step to select an image for the property. And then lastly, we're going to have the sixth step to select the property, the listing type, if it's for sale or for rent, and also the price. So let's work on creating this modal. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I want to create a modal. I'll go to components. I'll go to modals. I'll create a modal called create property modal.tsx. Alright, see. Now this is going to return a modal component. In here, I'll just call this create property modal, and then just import this in. And remember, this expects at least 4 props. So we already added the children. We still need the is open, on close, and the title. So I'm going to add a title, which is going to be create new listing. And now for the states, they are going to be global, like what we did in the login and the register modal. Okay, they are going to be global state, Zustand state. So let's just create a Zustand state for this create property modal. So I'm going to go to the store folder. In here, I'm going to create a store. Say use create property modal store.ts. And then I just output this block of code right here. So basically what we are doing, we are creating a global state for our create property modal. First of all, we're going to import create from Zustand. Then we're going to set up an interface of the state we want and the function we want. So we're going to have a state called is open that is going to be true or false. It's going to be true or false. It's true for when the modal is open and false for when it's closed. And then we have a function to open the modal, which is going to return void, and a close function is going to return voids too. And then down here, we're actually creating the store. We're going to call the store use create property modal store. I'm going to export that, and then we're going to make use of the create from Zustand, and then specify this type we created up here as the type of the store. And then we'll get set, and then set the default state of this. We're going to set the default state is open by default. It's going to set to false. The open is going to be a function that's going to set is open to true, while the close is going to be a function that's going to set is open to false. Okay, great. So now inside this create property modal up here, we're going to say const with this. What we're going to get is going to be equals to use create property modal store. That's this module store we just created. Use create property module store, which is going to have this state in there. So from that, you can actually destructure add the is open state and the close state. And now we can pass the prop. The unclose is going to be equals to close, while the open, the is open, is going to be equals to this is open state up here. Okay, great. So now we have to actually output this model in our layers.css file. So I'll go to the src app, I'll go to this layout file right here. I'm going to output the create property model down here. And now to actually open up this model, we're going to go over to the Navbar component. Go to components, navbar.css up here. I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure what we're going to get. It's going to be equal to use create property model store. And right here, we're going to destructure as the open. And now when we click on the add property button, first of all, I'm going to add this to this. When we click on this add property button, on click, it's going to want the open. I'll just rename this so it's actually better. I'll say this is going to be open create model. So down here we just call the open create model. And then also for the desktop button, I'm going to add it here too. On click, I'm going to say open create model like that. So now we'll go back to our project, and obviously we're going to get an error because this create model.ts is supposed to be a client component. So let's actually do that. So this is going to be client component because we are using state in here. Save that. Great. So now when we click on add property, it's going to actually open up the create listing model, and we see that there's create property model right here. So the next step up here, we're going to create steps. So I'll say const steps, create a steps variable. It's going to be equals to an object. We're going to have a type. We'll start the count from 0. The type is going to be 0. So when it's equals to 0, this is the first step. Or we can start from 1, but I prefer to start from 0 because I'm actually used to start counting from 0 when programming, because computer starts from 0. And then I'll say the location is going to be 1, details is going to be 2, features is going to be 3, image is going to be 4, and then lastly we're going to have price, which is going to be, or just say pricing, which is going to be step 5. And then now you can create a state. Const steps set steps is going to be equals to use state, which we're going to get from React. And by default, the default value is going to be steps dot type. So by default, this is going to be the first step. After that, I'm going to create a function down here, and this function we're going to be using this to actually dynamically output the title of each step. So I'll say const step title is going to be equals to an Auth function, and the function is going to make use of a switch statement. Now the key for the step title is going to be our step. Now this is going to be singular. It's going to be a state to actually monitor each step. So it's going to be a step. So the switch key is going to be the step state. And then for the case 1, we're going to say where steps dot type. Okay, so in first case, where the step is equals to steps dot type, then the property type is going to return select property type. For the next step, I'll just copy this and I'll drag this down. It's going to be if the step is equals to step, what's the next step? Step dot location. Then we're going to output where is your property located. Then the next step is going to be step dot details. Okay, if the step is equals to step dot details. For the details, it's going to output share some basics about your place, and then we're going to drag this down again. We're going to say if the step is equals to steps dot future, not step dot future, step dot futures. Okay, I want this to be plural. If the step is equals to step dot futures, then it's going to output property description, Then we'll drag this down again. Next one is going to be if the step is equal to step.image. Then we're going to output, the title is going to output upload property image. And then lastly, if the step is equal to steps.pricing, then we're going to output set property price. And then for the default, we just return an empty string. So basically, if the step is equal to step.price, we return this just like that for every of the step. So now here, I'll just get rid of this. I'll create a div tag. I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I want to output this class is right here. We'll give this a margin bottom of 6, a display of flex, items of center, justifiable between text of XM, and a text gray of 500. And you're going to output to span. You're going to output the step, which is going to be step plus 1 of 6 steps. So basically, since we are starting the first step from 0, it's going to be the index plus 1. So if we're in the first step, it's going to be 0 plus 1, which is 1. If you're in this second step, it's going to be 1 plus 1, which is 2 of 6, like that. And then after that, we're going to output another span, which is going to actually output the step title. So we just call the step title function. So anytime we call the step title function, what's going to happen is that it's going to run this block of code right here. It's going to display the return the title based on the step you are in. If you're in the second step, it's going to be steps.location. It's going to return where is the property located. So right here, we'll give this a Tailwind class of font medium and a text gray of 700. I'll save that and we should be able to see this title. We'll go back to our project. I just click on add property. We see we're on step 1 of 1, select property type. Now, if we go up and actually change the step, I just use step 2, which is going to be step 3. And I go back, we're going to be on step 3 of 6, share some basics about your place. I'm going to create a div, which I'll give a Tailwind class. Imagine top of 8, a display of flex, and a gap of 3. So right here, we're going to output to button. So we're going to use conditions because we don't want to see the back button if we're in the first step. So we're going to say if the step is greater than steps dot type, then we're going to render this JSX, okay, this button component. So basically what we are doing right here is that we want to check if we're in the first step. So if you're in the first step, we don't want to actually output this previous but this back button to go to the previous step. So we're going to check if the step is greater than the step.price. So unless the step is greater than steps.price, we're not going to output this button. So this is going to be back. The variant is going to be outline. I'll apply a full width to it. I'll give it a full width. And when the user clicks on this button, it's going to fire an arrow function that is going to set step, get the previous state of the step, and then it's going to set the step to previous state minus 1. Then after that, we're going to output another button down here. We'll output another button. We're also going to give this a full width. On click, we're going to fire an arrow function. Now this arrow function is going to check if the step is less than steps.pricing. If it's less than steps.pricing, then it's going to set the step, get the previous step. It's going to set the previous step plus 1. Okay, so we're going to go to the next step. If the step is less than steps.pricing, but if it's not less than steps.pricing, which means we're on the last step, then we just want the function called create listing. And obviously we do not have this function, so let's actually create this. This is going to be the function to actually submit the form. So up here we just create the function const, paste that right here. It's going to be equal to async function. Okay, for now we just leave the function empty so we don't get any errors. We'll actually call the function down here. The button loading is going to be equals to the loading state, and we do not have a loading state. Let's create one. So up here I'm going to say const loading set loading is going to be equals to use state, which we're going to get from React by default is going to be false. So down here we're going to see the loading is going to be equals to the loading state, and then the button is going to output. We're going to check if the step is equivalent to steps dot pricing. Then we're going to output this, as we're going to output this. If the step is equivalent to steps dot pricing, which means we're in the final step, so we're going to see create listing, as we're going to see next. Like that. I'll save that. So now when we go back to our model, we're going to see that since we are not on the last step, we're going to see next right here. We're only going to see next. We're not going to see this back button because we are on the first step. So now when we click on next, we're going to see the next button right here. Then we're going to see the back button. We're only going to see the back button. We are on 2 steps and above. Okay, next, property description, next, upload property image, next, and then when we're in the last step, we're going to see the create listing. So for the function, it's going to be if the step is less than steps dot pricing, then we're going to go to the next step, set steps to the previous step plus 1, else we're going to run this create listing function. So just rearrange this. So between these header parts and this div right here, okay, that's between these header parts and the buttons, we're going to create a div. Give this div a Tailwind class. I'll give this div a Tailwind class, a minimum height of 55, a rounded of XL, a text gray of 400, a padding of 6, a border color. The border is going to be dashed, and then the border gray of 300. In here, we're going to output the first step if step is equivalent to steps dot type. That's only when we want to render this JSS right here. Okay. In here, we're going to create a div which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply these classes to it: a display of grid, a grid cost of 2, a gap of 4, width of 4, a maximum height of 50 VH, a overflow while of scroll, and a style and a class of no scroll bar. Now this class of no scroll bar, we're actually going to create this manually. I'll head to the globals.css. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll say : WebKit scroll bar. I want it to have a display of none. Also down here, I'll paste that class again, and then apply these styles: ms overflow style of none, and then a scroll bar width of none. And these are for specific browsers. So basically what I'm doing right here is applying a class that's going to ensure that when we apply this overflow while of scroll, we're not going to see any scroll bar. So when we go to the final project, you can see that we can actually scroll through the cards right here. We don't actually see any ugly scroll bar. That's why we're actually applying that style. So now we're going to create an array that we're going to actually map through, because this right here is going to be a list of items we're going to map through. Okay, so we're going to create an array. So I'm going to go to our SRC folder. Inside this constant folder, I'm going to create another array. I'll create an array called property types.ts, and then I'll just paste the property types in here. Okay, so basically we're going to have an array called property types. It's going to have an object in there. Each object is going to have a label, an icon, and a slug. So we're going to have all the objects in here. So these are the objects we're actually going to map through, and basically just importing these icons from React icons up here, and we're actually exporting this, so we can actually import this here. So right here you can simply say property types. We're going to import that up here from the property types constant dot. We're going to map through the array, and then for each time we map through these property types, because it's an item, and then right here we'll just output a paragraph tag that's going to output item dot. For now, just output the label. Okay, save that, and we should be able to see that. So we'll click on add property, and we're getting that error because we need to add a key, so can ignore that for now. When we click on that, you can actually see, we see the house, the villa, the townhouse, actually see the labels. But we are not going to be displaying it this way. We're going to use a component. So let's actually create a component for that. So right here, we're going to create a component. I'm going to call that component property type card. Let's actually create this component. We'll go to the components folder. I'll go to SRC components. I'll go to this properties folder. In here, I'm going to create a component called property card.tsx rfc. I just get rid of this import right here. And then in here, we can just import the property type card right here. And now say the key is going to be equals to the item.slug. Okay, make use of the slug because each of the slug in these tabs are going to be unique. Okay, house, apartment. So make use of the slug as the key. I'll save that. And now inside this property card right here, up here, we're going to create an interface. We have to specify the type of props this component is going to accept. So I'll say property type. Just copy this right here. Property type card props. So I'm going to take a label that's going to be of type string. An icon that's going to be of type icon type. We're going to get this icon type from React Icons. A selected value that's going to be optional and is going to be boolean, and finally on click is going to be a function, and our function is going to return void. It's not going to return anything. And then right here we can specify that type, pass it as the property type card props, and then we can just structure the label, the icon. I want to use this icon as a component, so I'll use uppercase. We name it with an uppercase I. The structure is selected and the onClick function. And then down here, we're going to return a JSX, which is going to be a button. I'll give this button tag a Tailwind class. Now we're going to be making use of dynamic style, so I'm going to make use of CLXX. Get that, import that up here. Then in here, I'm going to actually output the static styles we are going to apply to the button: a margin vertical of 6, a display of flex, a flex of column, a gap of 3, a padding of 4, a border, a rounded of XL, a text aligned to the left, text left, a transition, a text weight of 700, and on hover, I'm going to ensure the border is actually black when we hover on it. And then for the dynamic styles, we're going to say if selected is true, then we apply these styles. We're going to apply these styles. If selected is true, we're going to apply these styles, a border of black and a BG gray of 50. I'm going to apply these styles, a border gray of 400. And then we have to specify the type of the button. The button is going to be of type button. It's not going to be a submit button, it's going to be of type button. And on click, we're going to fire the onClick function passed as a prop to this component. And then in here, the button is going to first of all output the icon as a component, which will give you a size of 28. And then after the icon, you output a span, which I'll give a Tailwind class of font medium, and it's just going to output the label. So now we have the property type card. Okay, so let's actually use it. So I just go over here. Instead of outputting that paragraph tag, we're going to output this property type card, and then we're going to pass the props that are actually required. First of all, we're going to create a state to actually hold when we select a property type, to a state to actually hold it. So up here, I'll create a state const property type set property type is going to be equals to use state. By default, it's going to be an empty string. And then down here, we're going to pass the props. First of all, the label is going to be item.label. The icon is going to be item.icon. And the selected is going to be a boolean. It's going to be equals to if the property type state is equivalent to item.slug. So basically, you want to output something like an active state to know which current property type we clicked on. So if the property type is equivalent to the item.slug we are mapping through, outputting right here. And then finally, the onClick is going to be equal to an arrow function that is going to fire the set property function, which is going to set the property to item.slug. So anytime we click on this card, it's going to set the property type state to the item we actually clicked on. Okay, great, format that. So now I'm going to save this and just go to our project, and now click on add property. We actually see that right here. Okay, great. And now I won't select anyone. So it's got an apartment. You can actually see we have that that's applied, because in the property card component. In this property type card, we said that if it's selected, we're going to apply these styles right here, a border of black and a BGP of 50. So anytime we click on any one, we can actually see the one we clicked on, the current state of this right here. Great. So now that we have the UI for the first step, we'll work on the UI for the second step, which is going to be, after we have this first step right here, we're going to have the second step is going to have these two inputs right here for location and address. Now after this check right here, we are checking if the step is equivalent to steps.type. Down here we're going to say if the step is equivalent to steps.location, then we're going to render this JSX right here. Create a div in here. I give this div a Tailwind class. I give it a space y of 6 and a width of full. So now we're going to create two states to host the location and the address. So up here, just create those states. Up here, create a state, comes location, set location is going to be equals to use state from React. By default, is going to be an empty string, and then const address set address is going to be equals to use state, and by default state is going to be an empty string. And then down here, we don't actually call an input component. Just call an input component. We're just going to import that in up here. The name is going to be location. The label is going to be location. The value is going to be the location state we created. Then I'm going to say on change. If there is a change to this input, I'll find an allow function. We'll find an allow function to take an event, and then we're going to set the location to event.target. I'm not actually specifying the type. This is going to be of type React.change event HTML input element. Okay, so we're going to set location to event.target dot value. Just rearrange this a bit, and now we're going to do the same thing for the other inputs. I just drag this down. Then it's going to be address. This is going to be address, and this is going to be the address state. And then on change, we're going to set address to event target dot value. And then I'll save that. Go back to our project. Just click on add prop there. See the first step, and then we'll see the, and we do not see the second step. We don't see those inputs. I think I'm making a mistake. This is going to be the first step. Oh, we are placing that inside the first step. Oh, my bad. We're going to place this outside of this step right here. Okay, outside of this step right here. So outside of this step. Okay, because this is on step. Save that, and we should be able to see that step. Yeah, this is the first step. This is going to be the second step. So now let's actually create this third step. So down here, after this step right here, down here, I want to say if the step is equivalent to, let me actually check the next step, equivalent to step.details, steps.details, then we're going to render this right here. And for this third step is going to be the counter component to select the bedroom, the bathroom, the parking space, and also the property area. Okay, so we have to create reusable components for this. First of all, I want to create a div down here, which I'll give a Tailwind class, space y of 4. So first of all, we're going to create a counter component. So inside this properties folder, I'll create a component called counter.tsx rc. So now we have to specify the props we can pass to this counter component. So interface counter props. We're going to pass a title that is going to be of type string. You can pass a subtitle that is going to be optional. It's going to be of type string. A value that's going to be of type number, and our change function is going to be a function that's going to take a value that's going to be of type number, and it's going to return void. Okay, this unchange function is going to take one argument called value. It's going to be of type number, it's going to return void, and then We have a minimum that's going to be optional. It's going to be of type number. Then a maximum is going to be optional. It's going to be of type number. Then right here, we can actually just pass the type as counter props, and we can destructure out the title, the subtitle, the value, the unchanged. Rearrange this a bit, and also we destructure out the minimum value, which I'm going to set the minimum as 1, and the maximum value, which I'm going to set the maximum value as 20. After that, then you're going to create two functions to increase and decrease the counter. So I'll create a function const increase. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. In here, we're going to check if the value is actually less than the maximum, okay, which is 20. So as long as the value is less than maximum, then we can actually increase the value. If that's true, then we can say unchange, call the unchange function. Then we're going to do value plus 1. Let's spell this unchange properly, okay, capital C. And then we'll create another function const decrease. It's going to be equal to an arrow function. If the value is greater than the minimum value, which means as long as the value is greater than this minimum value 1, we can actually decrease. But if it's equivalent to this, we can no longer decrease. So we're going to say unchange. We're going to do value minus 1. Okay, spell this unchange again properly. Which means as long as this value is greater than the minimum value, then we can actually decrease. The moment it becomes equivalent to 1, we can no longer actually decrease. So I want to say unchange. I want to say value minus 1. Then after all that, I'm going to return a JSS. So I'm going to pass a div in there, which is going to have a Tailwind class. We're going to pass this class right here. It's going to have a display of flex, items of center, a justifier of between, a party vertical of 8, a border of bottom. We want the last item to have a border bottom of 0 and a gap of 8. Okay, so we want to apply a border of bottom to all the components except the last one. And then in here, I'll create another div. It's going to have a paragraph tag. It's going to output the title, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class, a font of medium, a text gray of 900. After that, we're going to output the subtitle. So we're going to check if there's a subtitle. That's only we want to render this paragraph tag. In here, we'll just render out the subtitle. Give this a Tailwind class of text of XM and text gray of 500. After this div, I'll create another div down here. I'll give this a display of flex, items of center, and a gap of 4. Now here I want to create a button tag. Now I want this button to be different, so I'm going to actually style this button different from our reusable component. When someone clicks on this button, I'm going to run the decrease function. Then the button is going to be disabled when the minimum value is equivalent to the value, which means if the value is 1, which is equivalent to this minimum value, then the button is going to be disabled. And I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll apply these classes to the button. I'm going to give it a width and height of 8, a bandwidth of 4, a border of grid 300, a display of flex, items of center, a justifier of center. When the button is disabled, give it opacity of 30. Then when it's disabled, we're going to give it a cursor of not allowed. And then on hover, we're going to add a border of black and then a transition. We're going to put an icon from React icon called blue minus. I'll give this a size of 16. And then after that, I'll just copy this. I'll drag this down. This one is going to be the plus button. So the function is going to be increase. And this is going to be disabled when the maximum value is equivalent to the value. And then for the icon, this is going to be blue plus. Great. And then in between these two buttons, this is where we're going to actually expose the value. In between these two buttons, we'll create a span. I give this span a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply this class right here, a width of 6, a text of center, a font of medium, a text grid of 300. And then in here, we just output the value. Now we have the reusable counter components. Just rearrange this. Now we can head back to the create property mode to actually call that component right here. Just call a counter component. So now you have to create state to hold each of the value, because for the counters, you're going to have 3 values. We have the bedroom count, the bathroom count, and the parking spaces. So we are going to use states to actually hold all these values. So I'm going to scroll up and create those 3 states. Up here, I'll create a state called bedrooms. Set bedrooms is going to be equal to use states. The default value is going to be 1. Then after that, I'll create another state const bathrooms. Set bathroom is going to be equal to use state. The default value is going to be 1, 2. After that, I'll create another state const parking spaces. Set parking spaces is going to be equal to use states. Default value is going to be 0. And then finally, I just create one last state for the property area. So as a const area, set area is going to be equal to use states, which by default is going to be an empty string, because we're going to be typing the values. So I'm just going to scroll down where we have this counter component right here. The title of this is going to be bedrooms, and then we can add a subtitle and say how many bedrooms. The value is going to be our bedroom states. The unchanged is going to be our setter function, our set bedrooms function. And finally, the minimum value, we can set it as 1, or we can decide to actually ignore this, because by default inside this counter component we already set the minimum value by default to 1. Just rearrange this. So now we should actually see this counter component. We'll go back to our project. I'll just go to add property, go to the next step, and we actually see that right here. How many bedrooms? We can actually increase this, but when we get to 20, we can no longer increase more than 20, because we'll set the maximum value to 20, and we can decrease. When we get to 0, we can no longer decrease, because we'll set the minimum value to 1. So we can create another counter component. After this, we'll create another counter component. This one is going to be bathrooms. And this is going to say how many bathrooms. And then the value is going to be bathrooms, our bathroom states. Thought we created the bathroom states up here. I didn't spell this properly. Bathrooms. Okay. So down here, we're going to call the bathroom states. And then the setter function is going to be set bathrooms. Then for the last counter component, I'll just drag this down, spell this bathrooms correctly. This is going to be parking spaces. For this one, I can actually ignore the subtitle. You can decide to actually add a subtitle if you want, but I'll just ignore the subtitle for this. Then the state is going to be parking spaces. Then the setter function, the unchanged, is going to be setter function. It's going to be set parking spaces like that. And we should actually see the component. Next step, we see that right here. How many bedrooms, and then we see the parking spaces right here. Okay. You can actually add the subtitle too, just to how many parking spaces. And then we'll just add the input for the property area. And that's simple. We'll just call an input component. The name is going to be area. The label is going to be property area, then square feet. And then the input type is going to be number. The value is going to be the area state, and then unchanged. We're going to do something similar to what we did here. Okay, so I just copy this unchanged right here. I'll place that right here, and then we're going to set the area to event.target.value. And now we actually have this element. We have the input to actually select the property area, and also the input to actually select actually pick a number for the parking spaces, the number of bathrooms, and also the number of bedrooms. So now let's work on the next step. After these steps.dts, the next step is going to be the futures. So down here, I'm going to say if the step is equivalent to steps.futures, then we're going to render this JSX. So you're going to create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class of space y of 6. In here, I want to output an input component. Now the name of this is going to be title. The label is going to be property title, and the value is going to be equal to the title state, which we do not have. Let's actually create that state up here. So up here, create a state const title. Set title is going to be equal to use state. By default is going to be an empty string, and also create another state const description set description is going to be equal to use state, which is going to be an empty string by default. And then down here, we can simply use the value of this is going to be title, and then on change, we're going to use the same on change right here, and then set the title to event on target dot value. Just drag this input down. This one is going to be description. The label is going to say property description. We can just say description. Then the state is going to be the description state. Then on change, we're going to set the description to event on target dot value, and then I just rearrange this. Great. And the next step is going to be the step for actually selecting the image. So say if step is equivalent to steps dot image, then we're going to render this right here. Now we're going to have an image component for actually selecting an image. Let's actually create a component. Go to this properties folder right here. I'll create a component called image upload.tsx. RFC. Just get rid of this import. Then here we just call the image upload component like that. And now inside this image upload component, I'm going to specify the props we're going to be passing to this component. So up here say interface image upload props. We're going to have a preview value passed to it that is going to be of type string, or it could be null. Then we're going to pass an onChange function that's going to take an argument called file, which is going to be of type file, and it's going to return void. Now we're going to create a function in here. I call this function handle upload. It's going to be equal to a function that will take an event. That event is going to be of type react.change events, which is going to be HTML input element. Inside this function, we'll create a variable called file, which is going to be equals to event.target.files. I want the file at the index of 0. Okay, because anytime we upload the file is going to be coming as an array, even if we upload just one file. So we want the one at the index of 0. Then we're going to check if no file. If no file, then we just return. And then we're going to call the change function. So just destructure that out here. It's going to be of type image upload props, and then the structure add the preview and the onChange. Down here, we'll call the onChange function. Then we'll pass the file in there. After that, I'm going to return a div, which I'll give a Tailwind class relative, a width of full. Inside this div, I'm going to create a label tag. It's going to be for image upload. I'm going to give this label a Tailwind class. I apply these Tailwind classes to the label, a position of relative, a display of flex, a flex direction of column, items of center, justify of center, a gap of 2, a cursor of pointer, a 100 of 2xl, a border of 2, a border of dashed, a border grid of 300, a padding of 10, a text grid of 600, and hover, I'll give it a BG grid of 400, transition props and a minimum height of 80. And then inside this label, we're going to check if we do not have a preview. Okay, which means if you're not previewing any image, then we're going to render this right here. I'm using an empty fragment in here. We'll call an icon TB photo plus. Get that from React icon. Specify the size as 36, and after that, I'll put a paragraph tag, which is going to say click to upload. I'll give this a Tailwind class. I give it a font of medium. And after this paragraph tag, I'll put another paragraph tag, upload one image. Then I'll give this a Tailwind class, text of XM. Okay, so if we have not actually uploaded an image, we're actually going to see this GSX. But if upload an image, then down here I'm going to say if preview, if we have an image to preview, then we're going to render this GSX right here. We'll make use of an image component which we're going to get from next image. The SRC is going to be equals to the preview. The auth is going to be preview. I'll pass in the fill attribute. I'll give it a Tailwind class, object of cover, rounded off to XL. And after this label, we're going to create an input tag. This is going to be of type phi. The ID has to match the ID we are passing to this label right here. So just copy the ID of the input has to match the HTML4 we passed there. Okay, so place that right here to actually connect the input and the label. I want this to accept only images extension. On change, it's going to run the handle upload. Okay, so anytime this input changes, we're going to run this handle upload and run this block of code right here. And then finally, we'll give it a Tailwind class because we do not want this input to be visible. Okay, we want to use this label to actually select the image. So the input by default is going to be hidden. I'll save that, format this. So now we can actually make use of that component in here. First of all, you have to create the two states to actually hold the image file, so the image preview state. So up here, I'm going to create a state const image set image is going to be equals to use state is going to be null by default, and it's going to be of type. Is it going to be null or it's going to be of type phi? After that, we'll create another state. Now here const preview, that's the state to hold the preview. Set preview is going to be equals to use state. By default, this is going to be null and it's going to be of type null, or is going to be of type string. Now after that, I'm going to create the handle change function. So down here, I'm going to say const handle change is going to be equals to an our function. This our function is going to take a phi argument that's going to be of type phi. Now inside this handle change, I'm going to set the image state to the phi, and I'll set the preview to URL dot create object URL, and then we'll pass the phi in there. Okay, so basically when we run this handle change, we're going to actually get the phi, and then we're going to set the image state to our phi, and also set the preview state to the, we're going to create an object URL which is going to be a string, and we'll set our preview to that string. So down here, where we have this image upload right here, the preview is going to be equals to our preview state. Then on change, it's going to be equals to handle change. Okay, which is this handle change up here. I just call this handle image change. Image change like that. So I'll save this and we should actually see the components. So click on add property, go to the next step. I'll actually see that. Now to select an image, you just click on this right here to actually select an image. I'll just select this image right here, open this up. It's going to see we actually select the image. So select another image. I'll click on this. I'll select another image. It's going to actually change. Great. So we're actually done with this component. So we're going to work on the last step. For the last step, we're going to have this select right here to actually pick if the property is going to be for sale or for rent. And then we're going to have this input right here to specify the price. So after this right here, after this step right here, now I'm going to say if the step is equivalent to steps dot pricing, then we're going to render this right here. And I'm going to create a div which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'll give it a space y of 6. Inside this div, create a select tag. I'll get rid of this. I'm going to create a state to hold the listing type and the price. So I'll just scroll up. I'm going to create 2 states. The first one is going to be const listing type set listing type is going to be equals to use states. By default, this is going to be sale, and it's going to be of type. It's going to be of 2 types. It's going to be either rent or it's going to be sale. And then after that, I'll create a state to actually hold the price. Const price set price is going to be equals to use state. By default is going to be an empty string. Then I'll scroll back down where we have this select right here. The value is going to be the listing type state. And on change, when this is actually selected, we'll fire an arrow function that will take an event, and it's going to set the listing type to event.target.value, and we have to specify the type. It's going to be either a sale or it's going to be of type rent. After that, I'm going to add a class name to this. Make use of these classes right here: a height of 13, a width of full, a rounded of 2xl, a border of black with transparency reduced to 10, a px of 4. And then inside this select, you have to specify the options. The first option is going to have value of rent, and it's going to be for rent. Then the second option is going to have value sale, and it's going to be for sale. And after this select, we're going to create an input for the price. So we'll call an input component. The name is going to be price, and then we'll pass the label. Now, and the label is going to depend on this. We're going to say if the listing type is equivalent to sale, then we're going to output this as a label. Else we're going to output this. And then in here, we're going to say sale price. Else we're going to output monthly rent. Passing a type of number. We want this to be a number input. The value is going to be the price state. And then finally, we're going to add an unchanged. So we just copy the one of these ones here. Copy these ones right here, unchanged. And then I'll paste that right here. And it's going to be set price. Just rearrange this. Okay, great. So let's also check this out. So go to add prop theme model, next. I actually see that right here. Now it's going to be say price because the listing type is set to say. When we select a listing of rent, it's going to be monthly rent. So with that, we are done with the create listing model UI. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on creating the UI for the filter model. And the filter model is going to be very simple. When we head over to the marketplace, we'll click on filter, we'll be able to pop up this model right here, where we can filter based on the property type, location, and also we can select based on the price range. Let's actually create this model. So I want to go over to SRC components, models. I want to create a model called filter model.tsx RFC. And this filter model is going to make use of our model components. So I just call that model components. Then in here we just output a paragraph that is going to say filter modal. We just import this in, and then we'll pass a title to this. The title is going to be filter properties. So first of all, remember we have to pass the state. Okay, so we have to pass the state to actually open and close the filter modal. So we have to create a Zustand store for global state. So I'm going to go to this src store folder. I create a store. I'll call this use filter modal store.ts, and then I just paste the store right here. Basically, we have three values. We have an is open state, which is going to be boolean, true or false. We have a open function to open the filter modal, and then we have a close function. I'm actually going to call the store, call it use filter modal store, get create from Zustand, and pass this filter modal store right here. And then we're going to set the state. The is open by default is going to be set to false. The open is going to be a function to set is open to true, while the close function is going to be a function to set is open to false. I'll save that. And now inside this filter modal, I can actually get that state. Since we're going to make use of state, we're going to specify that it's going to be client component. So I'll say use client. And then up here, we can see this is a constant registration. What we're going to get is going to be equals to, we'll call the use filter modal store. Then the structure have the close and the is open. Right here, we can say on close is going to be equals to this close function right here, while the is open state is going to be equals to is open, like that. And now we have to output this modal component. So go to our root layout file, go to src app, go to this layout.ts file, just call the filter modal. I'll just import that in like that. So now to actually click this, we're going to be able to click this in the marketplace. We'll go to the marketplace. We're going to have this filter button right here. We'll click on this button. It's going to open up the modal. So I'll go over to the marketplace page. I'll go to src app. I'll go to this marketplace page right here. Inside this page.tss file, just open this up. Now we're going to be making use of state here, but we want to preserve this page as a server component. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a filter button component for this button. So we can make that filter button component a client component. So I'll just go to src components. I'll create a folder called marketplace. And inside this marketplace folder, I'll create a component called filter button.tsx. RFC. And now this filter button component is simply just going to return this filter button component right here. Okay, so place that in here, and then we'll just import this button, this reusable button component, and we'll import this icon in. Okay, and then right here in this page.tss file, we'll just call the filter button component, and we can get rid of this unused import up here. So now when we go back to the marketplace, we still see the filter button component, but now the difference is that we now have this button in its own component, and we can convert this to a client component using this use client directive, thereby preserving this page.tss as a server component. Great. And now in here we can actually get the state. So it comes with the structure we're going to get with the use filter modal store, and then we're going to destructure out the open. Okay, so to open it, we'll say on click, add an on click handler to this, and we'll just call the open function. Great. And now when we go back there, when we click on this filter, we should be able to try to open up the modal. So let's already create the UI. Now the UI is going to be similar with what we have in the create property listing. It's going to be similar, so we'll just copy these steps right here. We'll place that inside the filter modal up here. Just place that up here, but we're going to be featuring using the type, location, and the pricing, so we can get rid of these three right here, and then we'll change this to 2. So we're going to have type, location, and pricing. Go back to the create property modal. What next? We're going to copy this step dates, copy that, I'll paste that up here. We're also going to copy the property type state, the location, and the address state. We'll place that Just place the state underneath this right here. And then we just import this use state from React. And now we have to select the price state. So I just copy the price state, place that right here. Now this is going to be different. We're going to have two. We're going to have minimum price, then set minimum price, and then we're going to have the maximum price, and then the state maximum price. And also we're going to have the step function to actually output the title. So I just copy this right here. I'll place that after this state down here. I'll place that right here, and we're going to get rid of these other steps. We only need 3 steps. We need the step for the type, the location, and the pricing. It's going to be select a property type. It's going to be select a location when we are featuring. Select a location or filling a location. Then this one is going to be select a price range, like that. And then in here, get rid of this paragraph tag. We're going to output the header. So I'll just go over there, copy this header right here. I'll place that right here. And it's going to be step of 3 steps. I'll save that, and we should actually see that. I'll click on the filter modal. I actually see step 1 of 3. The first step, select property type. Then after this, copy the div tag that's going to wrap around the items. I'll just copy this div tag right here. I'll place that right here. And then in here, we're going to output the first step. So say if the step is equivalent to steps dot type, then we're going to render this right here. So copy this right here, then we'll place that in here. Then we just have to import the property types constant and also the component, the property type card component. Okay, so for the first step, we're actually going to see the first step is selecting the property type. So let's actually add the buttons to go to the next step. So after this, before the closing modal tag, I'm going to output the buttons. So I'll just go over to this create property modal. I'll copy the buttons we used here. I'll just copy this div. I'll place that down here. Okay, and then we just import this button component here. And we do not need a loading state, so I'll get rid of this loading state. This one is going to be, if the step is steps.pricing, then it's going to be apply the filter. And finally, instead of this create listing function, when we are in the final step, it's going to be a function called apply filter. Just copy this and actually create that function so we don't get any error up here. I'll just create a function const, place that right here. It's going to be equals to an auth function. For now, it's not going to do anything, so we don't get any error calling the function down here. So now I'll just go back there, I'll go to next step. We see the select location, I'll go to next step, and then for the last step, it's going to be apply filter. So for the next step, when the step is equivalent to steps dot location, then we're going to render this right here. For these steps of location, it's going to be exactly what we have in this create property modal. So I just scroll up. I'll just copy this right here, and then I'll place that right here. And then we just import this input component. We should actually have the second step. Click on next, we have the second step. So now for the last step, we're going to add the input, the price range input. For the last step down here, I'm going to say if the step is equivalent to steps dot pricing, or for this one, call it price. Okay, instead of pricing, I'll just call this one price. I'll change this to price. Then down here, say step dot price feature with the price. Alright, here, say if steps is equivalent to steps dot price, then we're going to render this right here. And I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of grid cos of 2 and a gap of 4. In here, we're going to output the input price. So I'll create a div. Inside that div, I'll call an input component. The label is going to be It's going to be minimum price. The name is going to be minimum price. It's going to be of type number. The value is going to be equal to the minimum price state we created, and on change, just copy this right here, place that right here, but it's going to be set minimum price. I copy this div and just drag this down once. Then this one is going to be the maximum price input. So this is going to be of title is going to be maximum price, name is going to be maximum price, the state is going to be maximum price, and on change we're going to actually update the maximum price to event.target.value format. Now save this. I just go back to our project. I go to next, and we should have that price range right here. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to commence the backend of this project. So first of all, we have to actually set up our database. For our database, we're going to be making use of a Postgres database hosted on Neon Cloud Server. So we're going to be making use of Neon hosted Postgres database. So I'm simply just going to go over to login right here. Now, if you don't have an account, you have to sign up a new account. I'll just log in with my existing account. And it's going to bring me right here to my dashboard where I already have a project. So to get started, you just have to click on new project to create a new project. Now you have to specify the project name. I'll call this Next Estate. We leave the progress version like this, and then for the region. Now, when selecting a region, the region is simply just selecting a region where your server is going to be. Okay, so now you have to pick a server that is actually closest to your location. Now going through all these, I think the closest region to me is this AWS Europe West 2 server right here in London. So I just click on that. So that's the closest region to me. And then all you just have to do next is click on create. So actually create the new project. I've actually created a new project. So after creating a new project, we have to actually set this up in our Visual Studio Code, actually connect our project to this project right here. So I head back to Neon. I'm going to go over to docs right here, to the documentation. Then I'll go over to develop. Then I'll go over to ORMs. I have to actually set this up because we're going to be making use of Prisma ORM. There are other ORMs you can use, Drizzle. You can use Neon with Live and so many other ways you can actually use Neon. But we're going to be making use of the Prisma ORM to actually interact with our Postgres database. So I just click on Neon right here. So for the prerequisite to connect Prisma to Neon, you have to first of all have a Neon account. We have a Neon account and we've set up a new Neon project, and you have to have Node.js version 18 and above installed, and you have to have a Node.js or TypeScript project, or you create a new one. We already have a Next.js project, so which is basically a Node.js TypeScript project. So the very first thing you have to install this right here. So I'm going to copy this, but I'm not going to copy the npm path because remember, I'm making use of pnpm package manager in this project. So I head back to Visual Studio Code. Let's open up my terminal. I'll do pnpm, and I'll paste that right here. Pnpm install add Prisma client, Prisma adapter, and add Prisma adapter neon and .env. I just click on enter. After that is installed, we'll go back to the documentation. We'll just copy all these. Obviously, we're not going to copy the npm. Then you'll say pnpm, then we'll paste that right here. And we're going to get rid of this TSS. We don't need this, okay? Because this TSS is to actually run and watch your Node.js server. Since we are using Next.js, that's already done for us. So I just get rid of that TSS. Then pnpm install prisma -save dev. I just click on enter. And that's going to install that package. I head back to the Neon documentation and say, after that, we have to get our connection strings. To actually get the .env file, you have to actually run npx prisma init to actually initialize a new Prisma project, actually generate a schema.prisma file. Okay. So what we're going to do, just go back to our project, we'll just do pnpm dlx. Now if you are using npm, you're going to do npx prisma init. Okay, now I'm using pnpm, so I'm going to do pnpm dlx prisma init like that to actually initialize a new Prisma project. Now what this is going to do is going to create a Prisma folder for us with a schema.prisma file. It's going to create the prisma.config.ts file. Also it's going to generate a .env file for us. And also it's going to add a git ignore. Since we already have a git ignore, it's not going to actually add that. The important thing here is you have to ensure that this .env file are actually ignored by the git. Okay, so we don't push sensitive credentials to production. After that, you have to get our connection string. Now you're going to have to connection string. Now this put connection right here, this is how your application is going to actually interact with the database. Maybe we are making queries, querying the database, fetching data from the database. Now this database URL is what's going to be used. Okay, this one that has pooling. Why this other connection that has no pooling, that is direct URL, direct connection. And this is what you're going to use for Prisma CLI. Okay, when you're actually doing migrations, pushing your schema to your database, that's what you're going to actually use. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy these two right here. We're going to head over to our .env file. I'll just reduce these. I'll get rid of these long strings right here, and I'll place that right here. I can get rid of these comments. Now, to actually get these two URLs, we're going to go over to our dashboard, our project dashboard right here. We just click on connect right here. Now, by default, this connection right here is a pooling connection. So we're just going to copy snippet right here, and then we'll head over to our .env file. And this is a pooling connection. So we just place that right here. Okay, pooled connection for your application. We're actually querying the database. And now for the Prisma CLI, for pushing data to Prisma, we're just going to go back there, and then we'll just off the connection pooling, and then we'll copy the snippet, and then we'll place that right here. And now we are using this direct URL inside this prisma.config.ts file. This is where we're going to use the direct URL, okay, for our Prisma CLI. So I'll say direct URL. It has to match with this right here. Why this one is going to be used when we actually create our Prisma instance. So we'll go back to the documentation. After we run Prisma init, we're going to get a schema.prisma file. When we go over to this Prisma folder, we have a schema.prisma file. Now this is where we're going to create our models, okay? Because that's what Prisma allows us to do. We can actually write our models on Visual Studio Code and push those models to our database as a schema. So we don't have to manually go over to our Postgres database to actually set up a table. So now what I'm going to do, I'll just use this example right here, model user. I'll place that right here. And when we scroll down, you can actually see when we create our prisma.config.ts, you're going to see that the URL, we're going to be making use of the direct URL here. So you have to make use of the direct URL here for your CLI, for your Prisma CLI. Now, this is a structure the schemas are going to be. If you want to create a model, you're going to be model, then the name of the model, you specify the columns you actually want, ID, email, name, and create that. But we're not going to be creating the user model manually. Better Auth is going to actually generate that for us when we actually set up Better Auth with our Prisma. Okay, when we set up Better Auth with Prisma, Better is going to generate the schema we need for authentication. So we just have to create the property model. So to create a model, we always see the structure right here. We're going to do model property. And for the model of the property, I just paste the values here, actually explain what each values mean. Now, first of all, this property is going to have an ID field that's going to be of type string. It's going to be at ID, and the default value is going to be CUID. And then we're going to have a value of title which is going to be string, a description which is going to be string, a property type that's going to be string, a listing type that's going to be string, a price that's going to be integer, which means the price is going to be numbers, bedroom, bathroom, parking spaces that are also going to be integers, which means they are going to be numbers. And also we're going to have an area field that's going to be integer, and it's going to be optional. This mark right here means it's going to be optional. And then we have a location field that's going to be string, an address that's going to be string, an image field, that's the path to the image we uploaded to the cloud, which is going to be string. It created that field that's going to be date time, and the default is going to be the current time. Then updated that, which is going to be date time, and it's going to be at updated at. And then right here we're going to have because I will later create the user model. The user model is going to be connected to this. The relationship is going to be actually a one-to-many relationship where every user is going to have many properties. The owner ID is going to be the foreign key that we're going to use to actually connect to the user model. Then right here we're actually specifying the connection. Okay, so we're going to say the owner is going to be the user. We're going to make use of the user model, which we do not have yet. Then the relationship is going to be at relation. The owner ID is going to be the foreign key. It's going to reference the ID in the user model, and on delete we're going to actually cascade, which means when the user that has the property that was created is deleted, the property is going to be deleted. So for now, I'm just going to comment this since we do not have a user model. So now we can actually push this to our Postgres database. So I just expand this. I do pnpm dlx prisma db push like that. I'm going to get your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. So now we'll go back to our Prisma project. I'll just go over to tables right here. We should actually see a new property table right here because we actually sync our, we actually see a properties table with ID test and all the feeds we actually pushed to this properties table. Excellent. So now after running this, we have to actually run Prisma generate, okay? Because after pushing the schema to your database, you have to generate the Prisma schema. Okay, that's how the Prisma client is going to interact with your schemas, your models. So you have to run this. So I just copy this right here, and then I'll just do pnpm dlx, and I'll paste that right here. Pnpm dlx prisma generate. Click on enter. And that's going to actually generate the Prisma clients. Now, this is very important. Every time you add a new model or update your models, you always have to rerun your Prisma generate, okay, to actually generate a new client. So where to actually find this client file, you're going to go to src generated Prisma, go to this src folder, go to generated. You can actually see those files right here. And this file right here is going to be ignored by Git. When we go to Git ignore, you can see right here this src generated Prisma is going to be actually be ignored by Git. So when we actually want to build your production, we have to generate this on production because this is not going to be pushed to production. So for the next step, after generating the Prisma client, we're going to go to the next step. We can actually create our Prisma instance. The Prisma instance we're going to actually use to actually query our database. So now to actually set up the Prisma instance that we're going to be using, we have to actually create a db.ts file. So inside this src folder, I'm going to create this db.ts. So I just go to that src folder, src. Yeah, I'm going to create a folder called database. And inside this database folder, I'm going to create the db.ts. And then we just copy this right here. Then we'll place that right here. And now where are we getting this Prisma client from? It's coming from this generated folder right here. So I'm just going to import that. I just import this Prisma client from @generated Prisma. Great. So now we have the Prisma instance. I have basically done setting up Prisma. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually set up Better Auth. So I'm going to head over to the Better Auth documentation. I'll just head over to docs right here. You can actually read through what Better Auth is, but I'm more interested in installation. So I'll go over to installation. Okay, so first of all, we have to actually run this command pnpm add better auth. If you're using npm, you're going to run this command npm install better auth. So I just copy this command right here. I head back to my Visual Studio Code. I just paste that command here, pnpm add better auth. And that command is going to actually install the better auth dependency. Then we go to the next step in the documentation, which is actually setting up environment variables. So we have to create a .env file in the root of our project and add the following environment variables. We already have a .env file, so just copy this. Now, this better auth secret, better auth needs this for authentication. So we just generate a secret and then we just copy this. Head to the .env file, go to .env, and then I just place that right here. Head back to the documentation. Now, after setting up this, we have to set up a base URL. So better I'll need a base URL. So I just copy this. For now, since we are working on local development, the base URL is going to be localhost 3000. But when we actually deploy this to production, we are going to actually update this better auth URL to our domain. And then for the next step, say we have to create a better auth instance. So inside the lib folder or utils folder, you have to create the better auth instance. So to actually configure the better auth instance, you can configure with a database SQL like Postgres MySQL, or you can configure with Prisma, Drizzle, or MongoDB if you are using an ORM. Since we are using Prisma, I'll just go to Prisma. I'll just copy this auth.ts config right here, and we have to create this inside a lib or utils folder. I'll create a lib folder. Inside this lib folder, I'm going to create an auth.ts file. Now inside this auth.ts file, I'll just paste this right here. I'll just change this to Postgres since we're using a Postgres database. And we don't actually have to create a new Prisma client or a new instance, because inside this database folder, we already have a Prisma instance right here we are exporting. So this is the one we are going to use. So I'll just head back there. I'll get rid of these, and then I'll just import the Prisma instance from database db. Then we can get rid of this. Save these two. So now I'll go to the next step for better auth. It says that we have to actually create the database table, because better auth requires us to create some certain tables to be able to implement authentication. So to actually generate those tables, we just have to run this command right here, pnpm_dlx @auth_latest generate. So I'll copy these. Remember I said that the user models and all the other models we need for authentication, better is going to actually generate that for us. So I'll just go back there. I'll just paste this line of code right here. Expand this pnpm_dlx auth@latest generate. I'll just click on enter. It's going to ask us if we want to overwrite our schema. I'll just click on Y. Yes, I want to overwrite it. So now we'll go over to schema.prisma. We should actually see we have new models. Okay, we have a user model, we have a session model, we have an account model, we have a verification model. So now we can now specify the relationship between this property model and the user model, because every time a user creates a new property, the user is going to be related to that property. There's going to be a relation and has many relationships. So I just uncomment this. So down here we can specify a reverse relationship for this. So I just go to the user model. I'm going to say there's going to be an as many relationship where each user is going to have many properties. So I'll say properties is going to be an array of the property model. So that error is actually gone. I'll save that. And now we just have to do this right here, just where we are doing at map user, because we want the name of the database to be lowercase, not uppercase. Okay, because if we don't specify the name here, then it's going to assume this name as the name of the table. So that's what we're going to do here. Down here we're going to say at map, we're going to say this is going to be property. Save that. So now all we just have to do is push these changes to the database. To do that, down here we'll say pnpm_dlx prisma db, push these changes to our db, our database, enter, and we get your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. So now we'll go back to our database, go to our console. I'll just refresh this database. You should see that we have new tables. We have the accounts table, the property table, the session table, the user table, and the verification table. And the property table has been renamed to lowercase. Remember I said that anytime you update your database tables, or you create a new table, or you update anyone, you have to actually rerun your Prisma generate. So now here we'll say pnpm_dls prisma generate. And that command is going to generate our Prisma client again. So for the next step, I'll go back to the better auth documentation. After we generate it, we're going to migrate it or push it to database and generate our Prisma client. We now have to actually set up our authentication method. Okay, so inside the auth.ts file, you can configure the credentials method. So if you want to use email and password for authentication, we have to set that as true. And also if you want to actually do social login with GitHub or Google, we have to specify that. But for now, I'll just set this email and passwords to true. So I'll go over to the auth.ts file. Down here, I just say email and password authentication. I'll set that to true. Now this is going to allow us to actually authenticate users using email and password credentials. And after that, we can go over to the VAT handler. Now this VAT handler is also going to handle all our API auth requests. Anytime we make an auth request to an API auth, whether it's sign in, sign up, log out, any auth request, better auth is going to handle it for us. So we just have to specify the auth request. Okay, there are different versions for different frameworks, but since we are using Next.js app router, this is what we're going to use. So we'll just copy this. It says that we have to create an API folder, an API route, and in there we'll create an auth folder. So I'll go to my app folder, and here I'll create an API folder. And inside this API folder, I want to create an auth folder. And then inside the auth folder, we have to create a catch-all route called all. Okay, so in here, we're going to create a catch-all folder. It's going to be bracket all and close bracket. And then in here, we have to create a route.ts. and then we'll place this route handler right here. Okay, so with this route handler, Better Auth is going to handle all our API auth requests. So go back to Better Auth, and finally we just have to create the client instance, because now this auth instance, we want to use Better Auth on the server. That's when we can use this auth, but we want to use this on the client. Maybe we are using for a React application or for a Next.js client component. We have to create a client instance that we can actually use for that. So I'll just copy these right here. Then inside this lib folder, I'll create another file called auth client.ts, and then we'll just paste that code right here. And it says that the base URL of the server optional if you are using the same domain. What this means is that if we have a separate backend and server project, maybe we are using a React frontend and an Express backend, then we have to specify the Express backend right here, the URL to the Express server. But since we are using Next.js, which has the same domain for the frontend and the backend, and Next.js is going to handle the frontend and the backend of our application, we don't need this. So we just create the client without passing any domain. So with that, we are basically done setting up Better Auth. So we can actually start using Better Auth. In this chapter of the tutorial, we are going to actually work on authentication. So we're going to start actually registering a new user. So I'm going to go over to SRC components, modals, I'll go to this register modal right here. So here we're going to create a function to actually register a user, to actually submit the form. So up here, I'm going to say const on submit is going to be equal to an async function. And this is going to take an event that's going to be of type React.submit event. And then in here, we're going to say event.prevent the default behavior. Now, remember, we already have a validation right here that's going to return true or false. Remember, we created a validation when we were actually creating the UI in previous chapters. And this is going to return true or false. So we're going to say if not validate. If this is not true, then we're going to return right here. So basically, if this validate function right here returns false, then we're going to return, which means there's an error. But if it returns true, if the errors.length is 0 and it's equivalent to 0, it returns true, then we're going to actually continue running this block of code. And then down here, since we're making a network request, we're going to make use of a try catch block. And then I'm going to say finally, I'll set the loading state to false. Regardless of if we get success or error, we're going to set the loading to false. And now we need a toaster component to toast the errors or the sources to the user. So I'm going to install a library called React Hot Toast. Say pnpm install React Hot Toast like that. And that's going to actually install the React Hot Toast library. And now to actually set up that toaster component, we want the toaster component to be available globally. And where do we go if we want a component to be available globally? We're going to go to the root layout file. Okay, here we are putting the modals. We just put the toaster component. I'll just import that in. Okay, import the toaster up here from React Hot Toast. And then inside this register modal, if there's an error, we can check. If there's an error, we can actually toast. We're going to get this toast from React Hot Toast, toast.error. We're going to check if the error is an instance of error. Then we're going to render error.message as we're going to render this right here. We render something went wrong. So if the error is an instance of error, if we're getting the error from the server, it's an instance of an error, we're going to actually output that error. Else we're going to output something went wrong. Please try again. And then inside the try block, first of all, I'm going to set the loading to true. Then after that, I'm going to say const, or the structure what we're going to get is going to be equal to, I'm going to await. Now, this is a client component. Okay, so we're going to make use of the client version of our auth instance. So I'll say auth client. I'm going to import that in. We're going to import that auth client in up here from our lib folder. .sign up. We're going to make use of the email method, signup.email. Now in here, we have to specify the name of the user. The name is going to be values dot name. The email is going to be values.email, and then the password is going to be values.password. And where are these values coming from? They are coming from these values object state we created up here that's holding these three values right here. And then right here, we can just structure out the error to check if we get an error. So down here, I want to check if there's an error. If we get an error from the server, then we're going to toast .error, the error dot message. I want to output this as a string, and then we'll just return down here. Now, if there's no error, which means we were actually successful in actually registering the user, then we're going to do toast.success registration successful. Use a capital R here. And then I want to actually refresh. So I'll just go up here and create a router instance. Up here, when you say const router, it's going to be equal to use router, which you're going to get from Nest Navigation. Okay, very important. When you're using the app router, you have to get use router from Nest Navigation, not Nest router. And then down here, you can just do, after we successfully register the user, router.refresh. That's it. And the beauty about this is that we don't have to worry about the API endpoint. Better Auth is going to actually handle everything. When we make the auth request, it's going to go over to this endpoint right here we created and actually handle the request. We don't have to actually do that anymore. And now this on submit, we're going to hook this up to this form right here. We want to say when the form is submitted on submit, we're going to run the on submit function. And then this button is going to be loading. Okay, great. Now we already have the code set up to register a user. Let's actually test this out. So I just run the server pnpm run dev. So let's test this out. I'll click on login to open the login modal, and then I'll go to register. So now we're going to first of all test the validation. I'll click on continue, and we get that validation. Name is required, email is required, and password is required. Okay, remember we already implemented the validation. Okay, when we're creating the UI, so that validation is actually working. And when we input a name that is on 2 characters, we're going to get name must be at least 2 characters. And anytime we type, it's going to actually stop displaying that error. Okay, that's why we actually implemented this right here. Scroll up, this right here. Okay, so anytime we type on the input, it's going to actually set the errors to undefined. So now for the name, I'll say Jane Doe. And for the mail, I'll say Jane at gmail.com. Then password, I just use 08 times 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. And now I'll click on continue. We get loading and we get registration successful. Now after registration, I want to actually set the inputs back to null and just close the modals. Let's do that. We'll go back to our code. After this website.refresh right here, where's that? Down here, I'm going to set the value state. I'm going to set the value state. We'll set the name to an empty string, the email to an empty string, and also set the password to an empty string. And then after that, we just call the close register function to close the register modal. As a close register function we are getting from this auth modal right here, okay, from Zustand. Great. So let's actually register a user again. So I'll just go back, I'll just refresh, click on login, then go to register. This time I'm going to register Egbon Emmanuel, then email egbon@gmail.com, then password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Then I just click on continue. I'm going to get registration successful and the module is going to close up. So I'm going to head over to Neon, go to our project, and then I'll go to this user model right here. We should see 2 new users, and we see 2 new users, Egbon Emmanuel and Jane Doe. Great. Now, the way our beta out is configured, anytime we register a user and the user is automatically logged in. Okay, when we go over to application, I'll go to cookie right here. You can see right here we have a beta out cookie right here. So anytime we register a user, the user is logged in automatically. Now you can turn this off if you want to in your beta out auth.ts file, but I'm going to leave it like this. because when the user registers, I want their session to actually start immediately. But I'm going to delete this now so we can actually work on the login functionality. So I'll just delete this. So now let's actually work on the login functionality. It's going to be similar with the register functionality. So I just go to the login module right here. I'll copy this on submit function over here. I'll just copy this. Then I'll paste that down here. But this is going to actually be different. First of all, we'll just import this auth client in. We get the auth client. This is going to be sign up. This is going to be sign in. Okay. And for the sign in, we don't need the name. Get rid of that. And this is going to be toast. Get toast from React hot toast. And then router we don't have a router instance. So just copy that from here. Copy this, paste that up here. Just get this use router from Next navigation, and then just need the email and the password field. Then this one is going to be close login, and then this is going to be login successful. That's basically it. So when we submit the form, we're going to say on submit. We're just going to run the on submit function, which is going to actually log in the user. So now I'll just check if the button is, the button is handled. When it's loading, the button is going to be loading. Great. So let's actually try to sign in a user. Go back to our project, I'll click on login right here. I'll test for the validation, click on continue. Email is required, password is required. Now I'm going to try to sign in a user that doesn't exist. I just do test at gmail.com. Then I'll just use a random password. Click on continue. And we get an error, invalid email password. And this error is coming from the server, and Vercel is actually handling that for us. So now when we use the correct credential, I'm going to log in one of the users we created, igbo@gmail.com. Then password is going to be 0s12345678. I click on continue. We get a login successful. So now when we go over to the application, we actually see a better out cookie right here, which means we're actually logged in. Great. So yes, I just delete this again because I want to work on the social sign-in using Google. So I just delete this again. And now when we log in, we want to be able to actually sign in using Google. So if user wants to actually log in with their existing Google account, you can actually continue using this Google account. So let's actually do that. So first of all, you need to create a new Google client ID. And actually go to Google console, just do console.clouds.google.com. Okay, console.clouds.google.com. It's going to bring you right here to the Google Cloud console. Now, just like when we're creating a project on Neon, you can actually create a new project right here. So I'm just going to go to this project right here, my first project. And then after creating a project, you're just going to go to API and services right here. And then you go to credentials. So up here, just click on create credentials, create OAuth client ID right here. And now specify the application is going to be a web application, and the name is going to be, I'll call this Next Estate. And then I'll just click on, now we have to specify a JavaScript origin. When we head over to the Vercel documentation, I'll just go to authentication. I'll go to authentication using Google, click on that. First of all, you have to get the Google credentials. This is what we are trying to do. And now it says that the authorized redirect URL, make sure to set the redirect URL to this right here. So we have to copy this as our redirect URL. For the authorized URL, it's going to be right here. Click on this. I'll place that right here. It's going to be the authorized URL. While the origin is where we are making the request from. For now, it's going to be localhost port 3000 because right now we are on development. So this is going to be localhost port 3000. But when we deploy, we are going to actually update this to our production domain. And also we're going to update this localhost port 3000 right here to our production domain for production. And then we can just create this OAuth client ID. And then it's going to give us a client ID and a client secret. Now we need this client ID and this client secret. So we're going to go back to Better Auth. We just copy how to configure the provider. Just copy this. Also copy the base URL. And then we're going to head over to our auth.ts file, our Better Auth configuration, src lib auth.ts. Okay. And we'll just paste that up here. I remember I already have this beta out URL in our .env file. It's basically the domain. And now we have to create this. Okay, so I just copy this right here. Google client ID. I place that right here. And then I copy this right here, which is going to be Google client secret. I place that right here. And then for the values, I'll go over to the Google Cloud Console. This is going to be the client ID. I copy that. I place that right here. And then for the client secrets, I'm going to copy this right here. It's going to be the client secret. I place that right here. Okay, I'll save that. So now we have the Google client ID and the Google client secret. I've actually configured the social providers for Google right here. Just rearrange this. Then I'll click on OK. So now we have the next estate Auth created here. So now we actually configure the Google sign-in. So users can actually sign in using Google in this application. So let's actually write the code for that. So I'll just go to SRC. I'll create a folder called services. Inside the services folder, I'm going to create a sign in with google.ds. And here I'm going to create a function export const sign in with Google equals to an async function. Make use of a try catch block in here. And inside the catch, we're just going to log the error, console.log the error, and then we're going to actually toast get hot toast from your toast.error Google sign in failed. And then inside the try, we're going to await auth client dot sign in dot show provider is going to be Google. I'm going to make use of the Google provider, so I'll just rearrange this. So inside our login model, we can actually use that. So down here where we have this button right here, we're going to say on click. We're going to call the sign in with Google function. We are exporting right here. And also in the register model, just scroll down, the continue with Google button. We're going to say on click. We're going to call the sign in with Google function. So now we can actually use Google to sign in. So let's test this out. So to test this, I'm going to go back to our project. I'll just click on login right here and I'll click on continue with Google. And I can actually select a Google account you want to use. I'll just select this Google account right here. I'll click on that. I'll just click on continue. I actually signed in. So now what we want to work on is that we want to expose these buttons based on if the user is authenticated or not, work on the logins functionality, and also protect this properties page because we want only authenticated users to be able to visit this properties page. So let's do that. So first of all, let's conditionally render this button based on if the user is authenticated. So we're going to go to the Navbar components. I'll go to SRC components. I'll go to this Navbar folder. Go to this Navbar.css file. So now since we're in the client component up here, we're going to say cons. We're going to show what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to, we're going to make use of the auth client, which we're going to import .use session. And from these, we can just structure out the data. I'm going to call this, I'll rename it session. And then we can just structure out the is pending. And this is pending state is a loading state for when the session of the user has been put from the database, okay, to check if the user is authenticated or not. And then down here, I'll just scroll down to where we have the desktop button. You can simply see if there's a session. If the user has a session, render this JSX, else will render this JSS. So if the user has a session, then we're going to render this button right here. I'll place that right here. But this is going to be logouts. But if the user is not authenticated, the user has no session, then we'll render this button right here. So now we can get rid of this login. We should actually see the logouts because we actually authenticated. Okay, we're going to see logouts. And also down here, I want to say if it's not pending and the user, which means if we are If we are done fetching the user session, that's what we are doing if it's not pending, and the user has a session, that's only when we want to render this add property button right here. Place that in here. And now you have to create a function to actually handle the logout. So I just scroll up here. I want to create a function. Create a function const handle log add. It's going to be equal to an async function. In here, we're going to await. We're going to get the auth client dot sign out, and then we're just going to refresh the router. So create a router instance up here. Const router is going to be equal to use router, which we're going to get from Next navigation. And then down here we just do router dot refresh like that. And then I copy this handle logout right here. I just scroll all the way down. Now click here. We just on the handle logout function. Great. So now what we have here, we're going to have the same thing in our mobile button. So I just copy this right here. I'll scroll all the way down. Where we have this right here, I'll just get rid of this login button. I'll put this right here. And then for the add property button, it's going to be based on if the user is logged in or not. So copy this and then we output that right here. Great. So now we'll go back to our project. We see logout, we see add property, we can add property. And now when we log out this user, logouts, we're going to see only the login button. Great. And finally, to actually round up authentication, we're actually going to protect this properties page. So when the user is not authenticated, the user should not be able to actually see this page, because this page are for logged in users that want to actually view the properties they've actually created on the platform. So the way we're going to do this is that I can easily just go over to that app, I'll go to that protected, I'll go to this page of TSS file and just write a server action to protect this page. But I want to teach you a way to do it if you have multiple pages, because you could have multiple pages you could have multiple pages that you want users to be logged in first before they can actually access. Okay, you don't want unauthorized users to visit that page. So the way you're going to do this, the easiest way to do this, instead of creating the server action and placing the server action on all the pages, you're going to create a layout file for this group route. Inside this protected folder, I'm going to create a file called layouts.tsx rfc. I'm going to call this protected layout. And this is going to be similar with the root layout. So I just copy the props we used here. That was used here. I'll just copy that and then I'll place that right here. And then we just output the children right here. And now any page we create inside this protected folder right here are going to be rendered right here. Okay, so we can actually write the server action to protect this route here. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a server action that we're going to output here. Now this server action is going to be the server action we're going to call whenever we want to check if a user is authenticated on the server. So we're going to go over to our SRC folder. I'll create a folder called server actions, and inside the server action folder I'll create a server action called get current user.ts. In here we're going to export async function get current user. I'll create a variable called session, which is going to be equals to, we're going to await. Now since we're in a server environment, we can make use of the auth instance. We're going to import that in await auth.api.get session. Then in here we're going to specify the headers. We're going to await headers, which we're going to get from Next headers. So now that we have the session, we can check if the user is not authenticated. So we're going to check if no session.user.id. So if the logged in user does not have any session ID, which means if the session ID is undefined, and the session ID is going to be undefined if the user session is actually none. Now if no session, then we just return none. Okay, this server action is going to return none. Then down here If the user is logged in, then we can get the ID of the user, because we are going to be using this ID whenever I want to. Maybe for example, the user wants to create a property, I want to fetch the user's property, and this is the server action we're going to be using to get the session user ID, the logged in user ID. So create a variable called user, which is going to be equals to, I'm going to await. We're going to make use of our Prisma instance for the first time. We're connecting this Prisma. Remember, we have a Prisma instance inside this database folder, database DB. Dot, we make use of the user model. And this is why we have to run Prisma generate so we can have access to the models on the client. Dot, find a unique user where the ID of the user matches the session dot user dot ID. Then we're going to specify the field we want to select from the database, set the ID to true. We only want to select the ID. And then down here, we're just going to return the user. So if the user is authenticated, we're going to return the user. But if right here the user is not authenticated, this server action would return null. Okay, so I know you're going to ask, why, since we are just returning the ID, why don't we just return the ID here? Now the reason I'm actually adding this extra code is because just in case, maybe when you're building another application where you need the username or the image of the user from the server action, then in that case you can actually select that. So I'm basically also writing the code in a way that can easily be scalable if maybe you want to select other fields when you are checking the user session. So now inside this layout.ts file, inside this protected layout, you can simply just await get current user. Okay, get current user server action. Now since we're making use of await, we have to convert this to an async function. And then we just set this to a variable const user is going to be equals to whatever we get here. And now we're going to check if no user, if it returns none. So if we didn't get a user, we just redirect. We're going to get redirect from next navigation, we direct the user to the home page. Okay, so I'll save that. So when a user is authenticated, then the user can be able to actually visit the properties page or any page we have inside this protected layout. But when the user is not authenticated, we don't get any user, any session. We're going to redirect the user to /. So now when a user is not authenticated, when the user tries to visit the properties page, it's going to redirect the user back to the home page. So I'm going to log in with the user, log in with igbo@gmail.com, then password 1234567 click on continue. I'm actually logged in. So when I'm logged in, when I go to the properties page, I'm able to actually visit the properties page because I'm actually logged in and I see the add property button. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on creating post. So first of all, we have to create an API endpoint for that. So I want to go to SRC app. Inside this API folder, I'll create a folder called properties. And then inside this properties folder, I'll create a file called route.ts. Now, this is how you create a route to handle your API request in Next.js. Okay, so inside I want to create a new property. We're going to be making API requests to this endpoint right here. Okay, API/properties. In here, we're going to export async function post. Whenever I send a request, it's going to receive a request that's going to be of type Next request, which I'm going to import up here from Nest server. And then in here, I'm going to make use of a try catch block. Now, if there's an error, we're going to log the error to the console and they're going to return a Nest response with an error. Something went on and a status of 500. And then I just import this Nest response from Nest server up here. Now, inside the try block, we're first of all going to check if the user that is trying to create a new property is actually authenticated. Okay, because obviously, if the user is not authenticated, the user is not going to actually see the add property modal on the client, but we also have to validate on the server. So I'll say const, I'll create a variable called current user, which is going to be equal to, I'm going to await the get current user server action. Okay, and if you wonder where you're getting this, the get current user server action we created when we're actually working on authentication to check if a user is authenticated on the server. And now down here, I'm going to check if no current user, if this returns null. So if this returns null, the user is not authenticated, then we're going to return a next response with an error unauthorized and a status of 401. After that, down here, create a variable called form data, which is going to be equal to await request as the request you are passing as an argument dot form data. And then down here, you can actually guess the values we are sending through the request, because we are going to be sending the values from the client. Okay, so the values that we're going to be sending, first of all, we're going to send a title, create a variable for the title, which is going to be form data dot get title. We're going to get this as a string. After that, it's going to be price. We're going to get the price. After this price, we're going to get the description, which we're also going to get as a string. Get the property type. The listing type. Get the bedrooms. Bathrooms. Parking spaces. Location. Address. Area. Finally, we're going to get the image. And we're going to be getting the image not as a string, as a file. And now we also have to add a validation on the server to check if all these fields are actually sent through the request. So I want to check if no title was passed through the request, or if no description, or if no property type, or if no listing type, or if no price, or if no bedrooms, or if no bathrooms, if no location, if no area, and also if no image. Okay, so if any of these returns true, then we're going to return a next response. All fields must be provided. Let's format this. After that, down here, we're actually going to upload the image to the cloud using Cloudinary. So basically, after we check if the inputs are valid, all the inputs were sent. So first step we're going to take, we're going to actually upload the file, because we're not going to be storing the file in the database. We're going to be storing the paths to the file. So we have to upload the file to the cloud and generate a path to that file. So for now, we're going to make use of Cloudinary. So I want to head over to Cloudinary. Now, Cloudinary is a platform that actually allows us to actually upload images to the cloud. So if you don't have any account, you can actually sign up a free account. It's actually free to get started. So I already have an account. I just click on login. Now, after signing, it's going to bring you to your dashboard. You can see your assets, your folders. Any folders you create are going to be created right here. But I want to actually connect Cloudinary to my project. So I'm going to go over to the settings, and then I'll go over to API keys right here. And you can actually see the API keys. You need the cloud name, the API key, and also the API secret. So I want to head back to Visual Studio. I'm going to really install that package. Down here, I'll say pnpm install Cloudinary. And that command is going to actually install Cloudinary for us, version 2.10.0. So I'm going to go to this lib folder right here. Inside this lib folder, I'll create a file called Cloudinary.ts. And then inside this Cloudinary.ts file, I'll just place this block of code right here. So basically, we are just configuring Cloudinary. Since we already installed the library, we're going to import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary. And why are we importing v2? Because Cloudinary has two versions, version 1 and version 2. So we want to import version 1, name it Cloudinary from Cloudinary. And then we're going to say Cloudinary.config. We're going to configure it. We're going to specify the cloud name. We're going to process the environment variable from our .env file, the API key, the API secret. Okay, and then you'll just export default the Cloudinary instance. Great. So now we have to actually set this environment variable. So I'm going to go to my .env file. Just copy this. I'll head to .env. I'll place that down here. I'll copy this API key right here. I'll place that right here. And lastly, I'm going to copy the Cloudinary API secret, and I'll just place that right here. And now we're going to be getting this from our Cloudinary dashboard. So I'm going to head back there. Now this is going to be the Cloudinary cloud name. So I'll copy the cloud name. I'll place that cloud name variable right here. And then I'll copy the API key. I'll place that right here. And now for the API secret, you can actually get the API secret by clicking on this eye icon right here. After clicking on that eye icon, it's going to ask you for a verification code, which is going to be sent to the email address you use for registering in Cloudinary. After you get the verification code, you fill in, then you approve, and then it's going to actually allow you to copy the API secret. After you copy the API secret, you just place that API secret right here. After that, you just save this file. Okay, great. So we actually set up the configuration for Cloudinary. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a service file for actually uploading to Cloudinary, because I don't want to write the upload logic right here. I just want to call the function here. So I'm going to go to the services folder, create a service function. I'll go to services, I'll create a function. I'll create a file called Cloudinary.ts. In here, I'll just paste this block of code right here. Now, this is the function we need. This upload to Cloudinary. This is the function we need to actually upload a file to Cloudinary. Now, you don't have to worry about this code, because I'm going to actually leave a link to this particular code, this upload to Cloudinary code, in the description below, so you don't have to worry about this. So basically, this function is very simple. It's specifying a type right here. Now, and this is the type in which data is going to be returned from this function: secure URL and public ID. And the secure URL is going to be the public URL generated after we upload the image, and then the public ID is the unique ID to actually delete the image if you want to delete the image. So anytime we call the upload to Cloudinary, you have to pass an argument called file. I call that argument file, which is going to be of type file. And then the function is going to return a promise, which is going to be in this format right here, this Cloudinary upload result. And then we're going to get the bias, the buffer, the basis for the data URL, and then we're going to actually try to upload it to Cloudinary. Now, any folder you specify here, the folder does not exist. It's going to be created anytime you upload a file. Okay, so when you upload a file for the first time, any folder you call right here are going to be uploaded. And then we're going to transform the formats to WebP. Any image you upload, we're going to transform the format to WebP. And then we're going to return the secure URL and the public ID. And if there's an error, we're going to catch that error, log the error, and throw a new error fit to upload image. So I want to go back to the route.ts file. After we check the validation down here, we'll create a variable called image data, which is going to be of type Cloudinary upload result. Okay, now the type is coming from this function right here. Remember, we're actually exporting the type right here, export type Cloudinary upload result. So this is going to be the type we are passing to this image data. Image data is going to be of type Cloudinary upload result, and it's going to be equals to, we're going to await the upload to Cloudinary function. And remember, we have to pass a file argument, so we'll just pass the image, which is a file, in there. And now after that, we can actually save the data to our database. So I want to await Prisma. We're going to import Prisma in. Up here, we're going to import Prisma from our database folder db Prisma dot. We're going to make use of the property model dot. We're going to create a new resource. Then I have to specify the data I want to actually create. The data is going to have a title. Now, since the title name in the database matches the title variable, we can just use the shorthand method. It's simply saying title is equals to title. Okay, so since they are the same, we just use the shorthand method. Pass the description, we'll pass the property type, the listing type, the price. Now, this is going to be different because remember, the price is going to be of type number. The price is of type number in our database. We'll go to our schema.prisma. The price is a number, the bedroom is a number, bathroom is a number, because these are going to be numbers. Okay, so since we are getting them as string from the front end, we have to convert them back to number. So I'm going to say number, and then I'll pass in the price in there. Same thing with the bedrooms. It's going to be number, and then we're going to pass the bedrooms in there. For the bathrooms, it's going to be number, and then we're going to pass the bathrooms in there. And then lastly, for the parking spaces, it's going to be number, and then we'll have to pass the parking spaces in there. And then the area. Now for this, we're going to check. Remember that the area field is optional. Okay, so if a user is not actually filling any area, you can actually submit the form without actually filling any area. So we already have to remove this from the validation. So yeah, you just have to get rid of this from the validation, because the area field is going to be optional. Just in case the user doesn't want to fill any square feet, the area of the property. So the area is going to be, we're going to check if there's an area passed through the request. In that case, we're going to save that. So we'll convert it to a number, passing the area in there, or is going to be null if an area was not sent. The location, the address, the image, and the image is going to be the image data dot secure URL, because remember right here we are actually uploading the image, and whatever results we get, that's the path to the image, we're going to set it to this variable image data, and now we can actually access it using the image data dot secure URL, because this image data is going to store whatever we return from this function actually after uploading. Okay, and this function is going to return the secure URL of the image, as the path to the image, and the public ID of the image in Cloudinary. And then finally, we have to specify the owner ID. That's the ID of the creator that actually created this property. It's going to be current user dot ID, like that. And after that, down here, we're going to return the next response dot JSON with a status of 201. 200 for sources and 201 for a new resource was created. So I just format this. So now we have an API endpoint to actually create new properties in the database. And let's actually write the logic to send a request to this endpoint. So to do that, we're going to go to the create properties models, go to this create property model right here. Inside this function, we created this empty function. This is where we're actually going to make that request. So here we're going to create a try catch block too, because we are making a network request. If there's an error, we're going to check if the error is an as used error. Now to actually make requests, we're going to make use of as used. I don't think we've actually installed as used. So let me actually check that. I'll go to package.json, and we don't have as used installed. Let's actually install as used. So now here I just do pm install Axios. I actually have that package added, Axios version 1.17.0. So we're going to check if the error, since we are using Axios, we're going to check if it's an Axios error. Axios, I just import Axios in Axios.is Axios error, and then we'll pass in the error in there. So if it's an Axios error, we're going to get tools from React tools, tools.error, error.response.data.error. Or if it's not an Axios error, if it's an Axios error, we're going to choose the error as we're just going to choose something went wrong. And then down here, just return. And then finally, regardless of if we get an error, if it's successful, we're going to set the loading state to false, like that. And then inside the try block, the first thing we have to do, we have to set the loading state to true, because we're going to make a network request. After that, I'm going to create a form data variable. Transform data is going to be equals to new form data. I'm making use of form data because we are sending a file through the request. Okay, down here we're going to do form data.append title, or pass the title state right here. Just drag this down. Then we're going to add the description. After that, the price, drag this down. Location, address, area, property, type, listing type. And now down here, we're going to get the bedroom. So I just say bedrooms. Now you're going to get an error, obviously, because the bedrooms by default, the state of the bedrooms is set to number. Okay, so we have to convert it to a string, because remember we can only send strings through the request, through API request, and in here we're actually receiving it as receiving the bathrooms and the bedroom numbers as string. Okay, so what we're going to do right here, after we call the bedroom, we'll say dot to string. Okay, to convert them to string. Same thing with the bathroom. We're going to say bathrooms does to string, and also the parking spaces to string, and then also the price to string, because we're going to convert them back to number before actually saving them to the database. And now this is very important. The names we are calling this right here, the title description, has to match exactly the names we are calling them right here. They have to match. After that, now I'm going to check if an image was actually selected. If an image, then we're going to say from data.append, call that image, and then we'll pass the image file like that. After that, down here we're going to await Azure's dot. We're going to make a post request to the endpoint we created with /API/properties. Okay, that's this API endpoint we created, src app API/properties. We're going to pass the form data. Then, since we are sending images, we're going to specify the headers. Inside the headers, we're going to say content type multipath form data. After that, down here we're going to toast dot sources property created successfully. Now, after the user create the property, we want to add the user to the properties page. So I just create a router instance up here. I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router, which we're going to get from Next Navigation. And then down here, we're just going to say, after creating the property, we'll say router dot replace, send the user to /properties. After the user creates a new property, we're going to redirect the user to the properties page. And then after that, we're going to run a function called handle close. Obviously, we do not have this function. Let's actually create this function. We'll create this function outside of this create listing function to submit the request. So down here, we're going to create a function const, just copy the handle close. Const handle close is going to be equals to an Auth function. Now, what's this function going to do? This function is going to set all our state back to their default state, the price back to an empty string, the bathrooms back to 1, parking space back to 0. It's going to set everything, even the steps, to steps.type to their default value. And then it's just going to call the close function to actually close the create property modal like that. So now we have the function to actually create a new property. Now when we submit this form, it's going to actually run this function and send the data to our API endpoint. Let's actually test this out. So I just run the server pnpm run dev. I'm going to log in a user, log in. I'm going to click on continue with Google, and I'm actually logged in. Okay, so I just click on add property right here, and now this is going to be a house. I click on next. Then for the location, I'll say London, United Kingdom. Then for the address, I just do 11 Yorkshire Street. Let's click on next. Then for how many bedrooms, I'll say 3 bedrooms, bathrooms, 3 bathrooms. Then parking spaces, 2 parking spaces. And for the property area, I just do 7,400 square feet. Click on next. And then for the property title, I'll say a nice home by the beach. Then description, just copy this, place that right here. I think this description should be a test area, so I'll just change that to a test area. Just go to the description features. This is going to be, I'll build this as a test area. put it as a test area. And then we can click on next and then select an image. I'm going to make use of this image right here, open. And to choose another image, just click on the image again. So just select another image. I'll choose, let's go with this one. Okay. And the image is actually going to change. And now we can click on next. Now, is this property for sale or for rent? Then we'll just choose for sale. Then the sale price, I'll say 50,000. I'll just click on create listing. And we get a success, property created successfully, and it's going to route us to the properties page. Now, since we are not fetching the data yet, to actually check if this was created, we have to actually head over to our Neon database. So I head back to my Neon console, just go over to tables right here. And you can see right here that we actually have a third user, because remember, we actually sent in with Google using another account. Okay, you can see the mail of the user, and you can actually see the Google image of the user. But now I'm more interested on the property table. So I just go to the property table and we actually have one resource right here. Okay, a nice home by the beach. So we actually inserted a new resource to our properties table. So next, what we're going to work on is that I want to actually fetch the data on this properties page. Okay, fetch the logged in users list of properties as the properties the logged in users actually created on this platform. So let's do that. So I'm going to create a server action for that. I'm going to go to SRC server actions. I'll create a server action called get user properties .dx export async function get user properties. I make use of a try catch block where I'm making a network request. And if there's an error, we're going to console.error fail to fetch properties, pass the error, and then return empty array. And then inside the try block, we first of all have to check if the user is logged in, if the user is authenticated. So create a variable current user is going to be equals to await the get current user server action. We're going to check if the user is not authenticated. So I'll say if no current user.id, then we just return an empty array. Down here, if the user is logged in, then we're going to create a variable called properties, which is going to be equals to, I'm going to await, make use of Prisma. I'm going to import Prisma in up here. Our Prisma instance from database DB dots. We make use of the property model dots. We want to find many properties where the owner ID matches with current user ID, where the owner ID of the property matches the logged in user ID. And then we're going to order by created that in a descending order. After that, just return the properties like that. So now, if the user is not logged in, we just return empty array. But if the user is logged in, we're going to actually get the properties that the user has actually created using their current user ID, and then we just return the properties. So now let's actually use this server action. So I'm going to go over to the properties page. I'll go to SRC app protected. I'll go to this properties page right here. Now, the way we want to do this is that we want to actually wrap the part of the application, the part of this properties page where data is going to be fetched, with a suspense. Now, the reason we have to do that in Next.js is that when we open this page, now this part, this navbar and this footer are static content, okay? But this part right here, where we have these properties right here, these are dynamic content that are going to be fetched from the database before the page is built. So anytime we open this page and we are fetching data, Next.js is going to wait for this data to be fetched and resolved before it actually builds this page. And this can cause 2-3 seconds delay in Next.js. It can lead to a situation where you click the properties page, it's going to take about 2-3-4 seconds before the page loads, because Next.js has to build the entire page before opening the page. And there's actually a way to resolve this in Next.js. And this will bring in the topic of streaming in Next.js. Now, streaming in Next.js using the suspense boundary in React allows us to stream data in. Now, what we are going to do is that we're going to wrap this part of the application where data is being fetched like this, as this where we have this count right here, where this data are being fetched from the database before the page can be built, we wrap it with a suspense. Now, in that case, when we click on the properties page, it's going to be open immediately. And we can see the nav bar, the footer, all the static content of the web page. But we're going to see a loading indicator for this right here. So let's actually do that. So what I'm going to do down here, I'm going to create a function, async function properties content. So right here, I'm just going to cut this off from underneath this div right here, and then this is just going to return this JSS, okay? And then right here, underneath this div, we'll cut this JSS from, we'll just call the properties content component like that. So now I can actually use the server action here. Now here, I'm going to say const, I'm going to create a variable called properties, which is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get user properties like that. We're going to check if the properties dot length is equivalent to 0. Now, if that's equivalent to 0, we're going to return a paragraph tag for now. I'm going to say no properties found. And then after that, we're going to change this dummy properties to properties. And then we can get rid of this import right here. Get rid of that import. And we're going to get an error. Why? Because remember I said that when we actually start mapping through the data from the database, we have to update our property types because we are using the dummy data. Now this dummy data right here, this right here matches the dummy data we are using inside this constant, okay? These dummy properties right here. Since now we are now pulling our actual data from the database, we have to actually update this type right here, this property type. So instead of this property type, we're going to make use of this property type right here, okay, which matches the one from our database. It matches exactly our property schema. Okay, great. So make use of this type, and that error is actually gone. Now we should actually see that we have the property right here, and we have to actually configure the image because we are pulling the image of the property from Cloudinary, and we have to register that domain with Next.js, and that's very simple. We just go to nextconfig.ts, go to nextconfig.ts right here. Down here, I'm going to say images, remote patterns. I'm going to say the protocol is going to be HTTPS and then the host name. Now, where are you going to get the host name for? Just go back to the error. It says that invalid src prop. So just copy the domain name. See, domain is not configured under images in your next.config.ts. So just copy the domain. And you're going to place that domain. So I'll say the host name is going to be this right here. Now, this is for the image you are pulling from Cloudinary. Don't forget that we also have an image from Google. Because when we head over to our database, we'll go to the user model. When I register this user using the email account, the user's image was actually saved, okay, which is the Google domain. So we have to actually register this so we don't get any error when we fetch the profile of the user. So right here, I just place this right here. The protocol is going to be HTTPS, and the host name is going to be lh3 google.usercontents.com, which is the domain where the image is going to be put from Google. Then I'll just refresh, and we actually see the property we created actually displayed in the properties page. Great. We see the square feet, the bedrooms, the title, the location, and also the price. And we're actually missing one. We're missing I think we're missing the property type. So I just go to the property card, go to page.tss file, go to the property card, and we are getting an error, property status. Oh, now this is not going to be property status, so we have to update this. This is going to be property dot the listing type. And also for this right here, we'll say property dot listing type. And this is not going to be property dot type, it's going to be property dot property type. So now we should actually see that updated right here. Yeah, see the house. Because remember, the property type we selected was house. But I want to go to the home page and come back to the properties page. You can see that there's this delay before the page is actually rendered. Okay, now that's what we actually want to fix using streaming. So how do we fix this to prevent that 2-3 seconds delay? Because Next.js is obviously going to wait for this data to be fetched before building the entire page. So to fix this, what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the page.tss file. We're going to wrap this component right here with a suspense. So I want to make use of a suspense. Then we're going to place this properties content right here where data has been fetched. We'll place it inside this suspense boundary, and then we're going to specify the fallback. The fallback is going to be, for now, use a paragraph tag that's going to say loading ... I'll save that. And now we'll go back to our project. When I go back to the home page, and now when I come back to the properties page, it opens immediately. Then you can see the loading text. When you refresh, you can actually see that loading text before the data is put in. And now when the loading is being displayed, you'll be able to see the navbar and the static content. It's actually fast. So now I want to create a component for this, because obviously I do not want to output this loading for production. So I'm going to create a component, a skeleton component, and also we're going to create a component for when there's no data. So let's first of all create a loading component. So I want to go over to the SRC folder. Inside components, I'm going to create a folder called skeletons. Inside this skeletons folder, I'm going to create a file called card skeleton.tsx rfc, and this is going to return a div tag. I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I'm going to apply this class right here. Imagine vertical says a display of grid, a gap of 8 for medium screens and above. We want a grid cost of 2, and for large screens a grid cost of 3. Basically the same way our cards are styled. And then in here, I'm going to map through an array. I'm going to say array dot form, specify the length as 6 dot map, get the index, and then we're going to return a JSX. Inside this JSX, we're going to have a div tag. Since we're mapping through an array, the key is going to be index. Okay, that's why I actually got the index. And then I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I'll give it this Tailwind class right here, a height of 105, an limit of pause, a rounded of 3xl, and a bg black of 5. Now we're not going to be placing any content inside this div, so I'll just use a self-closing tag instead. Then I'll format this. So basically, this is going to actually create like 6. That's why we're using the length of this is going to be 6. It's going to create 6 cards that's going to actually be in the UI when that's going to act as placeholders when data has been fetched. So now, instead of actually calling a paragraph tag in here, we're just going to call the card skeleton like that. Save that. Go back to our project. I'll just refresh. I'll get that card skeleton. Okay. Great, that's actually more better. And also now we're going to create a component to actually output the empty state if there's no properties. So we're going to create a component for that. So I'll go to src component. Inside this UI folder, I'll create a component called empty state.tsx rfc. Now up here, I'm going to specify the props we're going to pass to this component interface. Empty state props. I'm going to take a title that's going to be of type string. We can pass a subtitle that's going to be optional. It's going to be of type string. And lastly, we can pass a filter variable that's going to be optional. It's going to be Boolean. And later on, I'm going to explain the reason why I'm actually passing this filter boolean to this empty state. Okay, so right here we can specify the type of this as empty state props, and then we can destructure out the title, the subtitle, and the filter state. In here, I'm going to say create a variable called router, which is going to be equals to use router, and I'm going to get that from Next navigation. And then we're going to return a div tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'll apply this class right here. We're going to give this a display of flex, a flex of column, items of center, justify of center, a padding vertical of 24, and a text of center. After that, I'll create another div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class. I'll give you this class right here, a display of flex, a height of 20, width of 20, items of center, justifier of center, a rounded of full, and a BG of primer with the transparency reduced to 5. And then in here, I'm going to output an icon, HI outline home modal. Just import that icon in. Give the icon a size of 40 and a Tailwind class of text primary. After that, now I'm going to create a h2 tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'll give you this Tailwind class right here. Imagine top of this, a text of TXL, font of bold, and a text color of text. And then here, we just output the title. After the h2 tag, then I'm going to check if there's a subtitle. Now, if there's a subtitle, then I'm going to output a paragraph tag that's going to have the subtitle text. Okay, so now I'll put the subtitle text. I'll give this a Tailwind class. Give it this Tailwind class right here. Margin top of 2, maximum width of MD, text color of text, transparency reduced to 60, and the leading of relax. After this right here, we're going to check if this filter is set to true. Then we're going to render this GSS. I'll create a div in here, which I'll give a Tailwind class. Margin top of 8. Then inside this div, I'm going to call our reusable button components. You're simply going to output clear filters. The variant is going to be outline. And now when the user clicks on this button, I'll say on click, I'm going to fire an arrow function which is going to route user router dot replace route user to /marketplace. I'm going to explain more on this button. We'll start working on the filter functionality, okay, to filter properties. So for now, let's actually go back to the page of TSS file, actually use that. So instead of this no properties listing, I'll just call the empty state component. The title is going to be no properties found. Then the subtitle is going to be you currently have no properties available. Check back later after creating new listings. I'll save that. And don't forget this empty state right here. We are making use of a hook in here, a use water hook. So up here, I'm going to say use client like that. So now I want to come back to the properties page. We actually see a listing because this logged in user obviously have created a listing. So what we're going to do, we're going to log out the user and log in another user that's not actually created any property listing. So I'll just log out this user. Then I'm going to log in another user. I'll log in jane@gmail.com, then fill in their password. And then we'll head over to the properties page. Get no properties found. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on actually fetching the recently added properties. So basically, we want to fetch properties that are just newly listed and list them out in the home page. So I'm going to go to SRC server actions and create a server action for that. I'll create a server action called get recent properties .ds. In here, I'm going to export async function get recent properties. We're going to make use of a try catch block here. If there's an error, we're going to console.error fail to fetch latest properties, then pass in the error, and then return an empty array. And then in here, create a variable called properties, which is going to be equals to, I'm going to await. We'll make use of our Prisma instance. I'm going to import that in. Does the property model dot find many properties. We're only going to take 6, and then we're going to order by created as in a descending order, and then down here we just return the properties. So anytime we call these get recent properties, we're going to actually return the recent properties. Okay, great, because we are going to fetch the first 6 newest properties. Save that. So now we can actually make use of this in the home page. So I'm going to go to SRC app, I'll go to this page.css file right here, and then I'm going to this recent properties component right here. So you can actually make use of that server action in here. So up here, I'm going to say const query variable called properties is going to be equals to, I'm going to await. Now, since we are going to make use of await here, you have to convert this to an async function. Okay, so you can easily await the get recent property server action, and instead of mapping through the dummy properties, we're going to map through the properties right here. So now head over to the home page. We should actually see we have that one property that was created right here. Okay, so the latest properties are going to be shown on the home page. And now we have to wrap this with a suspense, because of course we have static data. If this page loads up, if this home page loads up, all this content right here are static data, while this one is going to actually be put from the database. So as usual, Next.js is going to wait for this to be put from the database before it builds this entire page, but we don't want to wait. We want this page, this other section, to load while this one is going to actually stream in. Because right now, when we refresh, it's going to wait for this to be built before the entire page can be displayed. So we want to actually stream this in. So let's actually use suspense. So I'm going to go over here, down here. I create a function, async function, recent properties content. And right here, where we have data that's been put from the database, I'll just cut this off, and then I'll just return this right here. I have to get this network request. I'll place that right here, and then up here, where we're going to call this recent properties content, we're going to wrap a suspense around it. I'm going to get that suspense from React component, and then in here we just output the recent properties content, and then suspense is going to have a fallback. That's going to be the cat skeleton component. Okay, I'll save that. I'll just get rid of this dummy properties import. So now I won't go back to our project. I'll just refresh. You can actually see that when we refresh, it actually streams in. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on fetching the properties in the marketplace page. Now in the marketplace page, we're going to fetch all the properties and also be able to apply filters. So let's actually work on this. First of all, we're going to create the endpoint for this. I'm going to go to src app API. Inside this properties folder, this route.ts in here, we're going to create a get request, because remember I already have a post request to create a new property. I'm going to create a get request. Now here I'm going to say export async function get. I'm going to make use of a try catch block. Inside this catch block, if we get an error, then we're going to console.log the error. They're going to return a next response with an error, something went wrong, and a status of 500. And then inside the try, we're going to create a variable which is going to be called search params, and it's going to be equals to request. I've now actually gotten the request. Anytime we send a request from the client, we're going to actually get that request here. Requests, which is going to be of type next request. So the search param is going to be equals to request dot next url dot search params, because from the client, when we make the get request from the marketplace page, we could be sending params, okay, like params like the query to actually filter through the search through the properties, the price range, and all those other parameters. Okay, so we have to actually pass that as search params. Then down here, the first params is going to be the search. So consent is going to be equals to search params dot get search. Now drag this down. Then the next one is going to be property, also filter by the property type. We filter properties by their location. We filter by their minimum price and also by their maximum price. And after that, down here, we're going to create a variable called properties, which is going to be equal to, we're going to await our Prisma instance dot the property model dot find many properties where dot property type, then where the property type matches the property type sent through the request. So basically, let me explain what I'm doing right here. Now, I want to actually select properties where the property type matches the property type that was sent through the request as a search param. But remember, there could be a situation where we are not actually applying the property type filter, or we're not applying any filter at all. So we have to actually check if the property type was passed through the request, because if it was not sent through the request, then this property type variable right here is going to be null. When we actually over on this, you can actually see that this is actually of type string and null by default, because there could be a situation where the search params is not actually sent, but the user is not actually applying any filter. So we have to check if the property type was sent. That's only when we're going to query. That's why we're saying ampersand ampersand. That's only when we're going to check if the property type matches the property type. Now, so you don't get confused here, this is simply and say if property type matches property type. Just that the name of the field in the database is same as the name of the variable, so you can use the shorthand method. After that, we're going to do the same thing for the location dot. We're going to say if the location. So we're going to check if there is a location, then we're going to query where location contains location, and the mode, I'll say insensitive. And the reason I'm adding the location like this is because the users could actually spell the location with lowercase or uppercase, or could never spell the location correctly. Something like Germany could not be spelled well, so we have to use contains. Okay, so even if the location is not spelled well, the server is going to be smart enough to actually return a location that's very closer to that. Say for example, now the user wants to spell Germany, the user spell Germany without passing in the E, so the GRMANY can still fetch the Germany location. That's why we are doing it contains location, then the mode insensitive. So even if the case is different, it's actually going to get the result. Then after that, down here, we're going to say if the search was passed, then we're going to run this right here. If the search was passed, we're going to say or, make use of the or in Prisma. It's going to be an array of objects, because right now, this is not a filter method. This search method is going to be what the user is going to search from the home page. Because remember, in our project, from the home page, user can actually make a search request, search by city, neighborhood, or address. You can actually type any search right here. So you actually have to query the search and check if the search query matches any of the fields. So you're going to say, oh, where the title contains the search and the mode is going to be insensitive, or where the description contains search, the mode insensitive. We also check the address, because the user could be searching based on address. You can actually type an address of a specific location, actually expect properties or houses for rent or for sale in that location. So I'll say where the address contains search, the mode is going to be insensitive. And lastly, where location contains the search, the mode insensitive. So basically, when we search, we're going to check if the title matches what we search for, the description of the property matches what we search for, the address and also the location matches what we search for. So I'll just add a comma here. So after that, down here, we're also going to search based on price. So I'll say dot. If the minimum price or the maximum price is passed, if any of them are passed, then we're going to run these conditions right here. Else we're going to run these conditions. So if the minimum price or the maximum price is passed, so which means any of them could be passed. The only way this does not run if both of them are not passed. So in here, we're going to filter based on the price dot. If it's the minimum price that was passed, if the minimum price was passed, then we're going to get the properties where it's greater than or equal to, convert this to a number, they'll pass the minimum price passed through the search params. So basically, if the minimum price is passed, we want to get the properties that are in the minimum price range and above. That's why we're using greater than or equal to. And also for the maximum price, then we're going to get the properties that are less than or equal to the maximum price. We'll convert it to a number, then we'll pass the maximum price in there. And this is going to actually give us a nice price range. After all that, after this where right here, just wrap this up. Down here, we're going to order by, created that in a descending order like that. Then after these properties right here, we're just going to return a next response.json and then pass in the properties in there. So now we have the endpoints to actually fetch the properties in the marketplace. And also when we try to filter from the front end, we have the endpoints to actually handle those filter and also the search functionality. So now that we have these endpoints, we have to create a server action to make a network request to this endpoint. So I'm going to go over to the server actions folder. In here, I'll create a server action called get properties.ts. I'm going to export async function get properties. Up here, we're going to specify the props this server action is going to take. So I'm going to say export interface get properties params. It's going to have a key called search, which is going to be optional. It's going to be of type string. A property type, which is also going to be optional, is going to be of type string. A location, which is going to be of type optional type string. Address, which is going to be optional and is going to be of type string. A minimum price, which is going to be optional and is going to be of type number. And the maximum price, which is going to be optional and is going to be of type number. So anytime we'll call this get property server action, we're going to pass a params that's going to be optional, it's going to be of type get properties params. So which means we can actually call this get properties without actually passing this argument. This argument is going to be optional. And now inside this get properties function, this server action right here, we make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we're actually going to throw new error, fail to fetch properties, and then inside the try, I'm going to make a network request. I'm going to structure what I'm going to get. It's going to be because I'm going to await Azios. I'm just import Azios in dot make a get request to the endpoint we just created. Now we can't use relative path. Remember when we were making a post request, we use relative path. That was because we are inside a client environment. Since we are in a server environment, this is a server action. We're in a server environment. We can't use that relative path. So we just do /API /properties. Okay, so we have to specify the entire domain name. So inside my .env file, .env, remember we already have the domain name right here, better auth URL. So down here, I'll create an environment variable called next public base URL. So basically, this is the base URL of the application. I'll save this. And now inside this get properties, we're going to make use of that. I'll make use of backtick here, and then I'm going to add the environment variable, say process.env copy the environment variable right here. And the reason I'm placing this in an environment variable so that when we change this to our domain for production, it's actually going to work. We don't have to actually manually change the name here. We just have to place the environment variable here. Then after that, after adding the domain, we can now add the path /API /properties. So basically, we are still heading to /API/properties, but we have to use the domain name because we are in a server environment. When we make a request from the client, go to our modals, go to create property modal, we didn't need to actually do that because we are inside a client environment. Okay, so we just have to use the relative path. But since we're inside a server environment, we have to actually specify the entire domain name. Then after that, we have to actually pass the params. Search is going to be params.search. The property type is going to be params.property type. The address is going to be params.address. The minimum price is going to be params.minimum price, and then lastly the maximum price is going to be params.maximum price. Now this is very important. These names right here, search property type, has to match the names we are calling these search params here. Search property type, location, maximum and minimum price. Then after that, down here we just return. We have to actually destructure the data that we're going to get from the request, so we just return that data down here. So now we have the server action to actually make a request to that endpoint and actually get the properties. So let's actually use this get properties server action. We're going to be using this inside the marketplace page. So go to SRC app marketplace. I'll go to this page of TSS file. And now we have to actually wrap this with a suspense tool, just where we're implementing the previous page when we're actually fetching the data. But I want to do this different because we're going to be using search params. So if we actually place a suspense inside this page, it's going to get messy. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a component. I'll create a component. I'll go to the SRC components folder. Inside this marketplace, I'm going to create a component called marketplace.tsx RFC. And then this component is simply just going to return this right here. So I'll just cut this and then I'll place that right here. And then right here, we're just going to call the marketplace component like that. I'll change this one to, this is going to be market page. And then I have to import this component in. And now I can get rid of this import. We no longer need to say import. So now inside this marketplace, this is where we're actually going to make the request to actually fetch the data, the properties data from this server action right here. So up here, first of all, I'm going to specify the type. I'll say type marketplace props. It's going to have an object called search params. Inside this search params, we're going to have all these values right here. So I'll just copy this and then I'll just place them in here. And then right here, we can actually specify the type as marketplace props, and then we can just structure out the search params, which means when we call the search params component right here, we have to pass a prop to it called search params. So now we can get this search params from the URL. Now, what do I mean? Now, when we go to the marketplace and we make a search query and we're getting an error, we fix this. But I just want to explain something. Now, when we go to the marketplace and we make a search query or we make a filter query to filter based on minimum and maximum price, using the filter modal, we're going to do something like this, where the search is going to be equals to family, or where the search is going to be equals to London. Okay, so basically we're going to be getting these params from the URL. So inside this page.tss file, we're actually going to do that. So up here, first of all, I want to specify the type. I'll say type market page props. It's going to be equals to an object. We're going to have a search params object in here, but this is going to be different because we're going to place it the properties inside a promise because we're going to be waiting for, we're going to await the params from the URL. And then in here, I'm just going to copy all these. I'll place them in here. And now down here, you can pass the type as market page props, and then we can just structure how to search params. Then down here, I create a variable called params, which is going to be because I'm going to await. Now, since we are making use of await, we have to convert this function to an async function. We're going to await the search params. Okay, we have to await the search params because the search param is being put from the URL. As we are wrapping these values with a promise. And then this right here, when we call this marketplace, because this one now expects an argument called search params, because in here we specify that this is going to receive an argument called search params. We're going to say the params or the search params is going to be equals to the params. Okay, great. That's going to get rid of the error we are getting here. And now inside this marketplace component, we're going to create a variable const properties. It's going to be because I'm going to await the, I have to convert this to async since I'm making use of network requests here. I'm going to await the get properties server action. That's this get properties server action we have right here. And we have to pass an object. So in here, I'm going to say the search is going to be search params dot search. The address is going to be search params dot address. The location is going to be search params dot location. Property type is going to be search params dot property type. The minimum price is going to be search params dot minimum price, and then lastly the maximum price search params dot maximum price. And now this is going to be of type property. Okay, we're going to import that from our types up here from types property, and it's going to be an array of the properties. So right here we're going to check if properties dot length is equivalent to 0. Now if it's equivalent to 0, then we're going to return our empty state component. Empty state component. The title is going to be no matching properties. Then the subtitle is going to be this right here. Try adjusting your search criteria or claiming some filters to see more results. And now this is the reason why we created that filter. I want to go to the empty state. This is actually why we created this filter boolean. Okay, so this filter boolean, if we set this to true, it's going to actually display this right here to actually clear the filters for the marketplace page. So now right here we can say the filter is going to be true, which is the same thing as saying filter is equals to true. Okay, so we just pass in the filter like that. That way we're going to actually see the filter button. And after that, if there's actually a properties, we're going to actually map through the properties, and I'll just import the property card components in up here. Great. Format this, and we're getting an error. Oh, we're saying, okay, just call this interface instead. Okay, I was actually using the tab without adding an equal to the object. Now I'll just save all these and I'll head back to the marketplace page, refresh, and we already see the data right here. Okay, great. So now we just have to implement the suspense boundary. So we're going to go over to the page of TSS file where we have this marketplace right here. I'll just cut this and then I'll place this in a suspense. And then the fallback is going to be card skeleton component, like that. Save that, and now when we refresh this, we should actually see the skeleton for when the data has been fetched. Great. Now I don't have to worry about the filters we added. We're going to actually work on applying the filters when we work on the filter functionality. So I just create another property. Click on add property right here, and this is going to be an apartment. I'll click on next. For the location, I'll do Aspen, Colorado, USA. For the address, I'll also just do that. Aspen, Colorado, USA. Then I'll click on Next. Then for the property area, I'll just do 1,200 square feet. Parking spaces, I use 2 bathrooms. I use 4 bedrooms. I use about 6. Click on Next, and then property title, I use luxury mountain retreat. And then for the description, just use this. Click on Next, then I'll select an image. I just choose something simple. Choose this right here, open. Then click on Next, and then this is going to be for rent, and the monthly rent is going to be 4,500. Then I'll just click on create listing. Property created successfully, and it's going to actually take us to the properties page, and you actually see that property created right here. Okay, so now we'll go back to the marketplace page. We actually have 2 properties listed right here, for sale and for rent. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on the property view page. So basically, when users click on any property, they should be able to view the details of the property, okay, in the property view page. So let's actually work on that. So first of all, we're going to create a server action. So I'm going to go to src server actions. I'll create an action called get property.ts. And I want to export async function get property. And I will call this get property, it's going to take an argument. I'm going to call the argument property ID, and it's going to be of type string. And then in here, I'm going to make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we're going to console.error, and then we're going to return null. And then inside the try, we create a variable called property, which is going to be equals to, we're going to await, we'll make use of our Prisma install, import that in Prisma.theProperty model dot find a unique property where the ID matches the property ID passed as an argument. And now, after fetching the data, we want to actually include the details of the creator, of the owner of the property. So we're going to include the owner. What field do we want to select? Select the ID, set that to true. We'll select the name, set that to true. Select the email, set that to true. And lastly, select the image, set that to true. And then down here, if no property, then we're going to return null. But if there's a property down here, we just return the property. Okay, great. So now we have the server action to fetch individual property. So now we have the server action, we're going to go over to the property page. I go to src app property and go to this property page right here. So first of all, we're going to wrap everything with a suspense. So basically, I just cut everything we have inside this section. I cut them off. Then I create the function async function property content, and then right here we just return this GXS right here. So up here we'll call that from, we're just going to call the property content component, and we have to wrap it with a suspense, obviously. So we just use a suspense tag, and then we'll place that in here. And now the fallback is going to be, for now, just use a paragraph tag that's going to say loading dot. Okay, because we don't have a loading skeleton for this page yet. So now I'm going to fetch the data in here. I'll say const, I'll call this variable property, which is going to be equal, so I'm going to await the get property server action. And remember, this get property server action expects one argument that expects the property ID. So how do we get the property ID? Now this is a dynamic route, so we can actually get the dynamic ID from the URL. Because when we go to the final project, when we click on a property and click on this right here, you can actually see the URL right here, the unique ID for each property. So when I go to another property and click on this property, you can actually see the the ID right here. So we're going to be pulling this dynamic ID right here. I'm using that ID to fetch each property. Now, the dynamic page has access to that. Now, I won't open this up. You're going to notice that, remember, when we created this dynamic page, we specified the property ID, the dynamic folder as property ID. Now, this is how we are going to get it. Dynamic parameter, that is that ID, is going to be called the property ID. So whatever we call it here has to match this. That's how we're going to get the parameter. So right here, we'll say this is going to take a prop because every dynamic page has access to a prop called params. Now we have to specify the type. The params is going to be a promise because we're going to be pulling this from the URL. So we have to await it. There's going to be a property. Remember, I said the ID has to match whatever we are calling the dynamic folder, the property ID, which is going to be of type string. Okay. And then down here, we create a variable called property ID, which is going to be equal to the params dot d, and this has to be an async function. It was default async. Okay, because we have to await the params here. So we await the params dot the property ID, and now we're going to pass the property ID as a prop to this component because inside this property content is where we're actually fetching the data, get property. So I just copy this right here. I'm going to say this is going to take a prop called property ID that is going to be equal to property ID. So right here, we have to specify that this expects a prop. So we're going to say this expects a prop. This expects a prop that's going to be property ID and it's going to be of type string. And then we just destructure out the property ID. And right here, we just pass the property ID as an argument. Great. So now we're actually getting the data. So right here, I'm just going to output the property dot title. Save that. I head back to our project. I'll click on this a nice home by the beach and we get an error. The export get property was not found. I think that's because we are not exporting we didn't actually save this. We didn't actually save that. Sorry for that. Just refresh and we get the loading and a nice home by the beach. So I'll go back to the marketplace. Now every time I try to go back to the marketplace page, it always brings me back to the home page. I think that's because we made a mistake when we were actually outputting the URL. So I'm just going to go over to the Navbar component. I'll go to src component. I'll go to navbar.css file. Now right here, we're actually outputting the URL. We didn't actually add a / here. Now you actually have to output a link. When you have to output a link, you just use a /. Okay, we'll do that for the mobile links too. Add a / here. Okay. S is going to take you to the same page you are in. So I just go back there. Then I click on marketplace. It's going to take me to the marketplace page. Great. Click on a luxury mountain retreat. Great. So we're actually getting the post. So now we just have to output the other details. So I'll go back to the page.css. First of all, we're going to output this for sale. I'm going to say if property dot listing type is equivalent to sale, then I'm going to output for sale as output for rent. Then right here, we're going to output the property location. So I'll say property dot location. Yeah, we're going to actually output the area. So this is going to be property dot area. Then it's going to be property dot bedrooms. This is going to be property dot bathrooms. Scroll down, and this is going to be the price. So we have to create a function to actually format the price to this format. So I just go up here and create a function because I'm going to reuse this function. Up here, I want to create a function export function format price. This is going to take an argument. I call the argument price, which is going to be of type number, or it could be a string depending on the format the price is. And then it's going to return number, passing the price in the dots to local string. And then right here we have that price. We just call the format price function we just created, and then we'll pass in the property dot price in there, or empty string, as if there's no price, empty string. Scroll down, do the same thing for the image. The image is going to be property dot image, or empty string. Scroll down, for the description it's going to be property dot the description of the property. And that's actually, it actually outputted the details of the property. You can see the description we added, the image, and also we see the title, the number of rooms, the square feet, the bathroom, the price. Great. Go back to the marketplace page. I'll click on this, a nice home by the beach. It's going to actually load in. Great. You can see actually how fast it is. We don't have to wait. Immediately we click on it, it's actually going to start loading, and we see the Navbar, and this one is going to actually load in. That's the beauty of using suspense. So now I'll just output a loading component for this. So I'm going to create a loading component for this. So I'm going to go to src components, skeletons. I'll create a skeleton called property page skeleton .tsx rfc. Just get rid of this. To actually save time, I'll just paste the skeleton component here, the property page skeleton right here, because it's going to take us a very long time to actually create this. So I'll just save this. And now inside this page.tsx file, instead of we using the fallback, this paragraph tag as a fallback, we just call the property page skeleton. Save that. So now go back to our project, go back to the marketplace page, and then we'll click on this right here. We actually see the loading skeleton. Great, go back there, click on this, actually see that nice loading skeleton. Great. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on filter functionalities, so that users will be able to filter through properties in the marketplace. So I want to head over to src components and go over to this filter mode and component right here. And inside this apply filter function, this is where we're actually going to work on the filter functionality. But first of all, we have to actually pull the values from the URL, the filter values from the URL. And in the final project, we'll head over to marketplace. Then I'll click on filter. I actually want to filter by apartment. I'll click on apartment, click on next, and then just apply the filter. You're going to notice that only properties that the property type is set to apartment are going to be filtered out, and also we're going to have this property type right here in the URL. So anytime we try to filter, we're going to actually pass the states to the URL, so that it's going to actually be persistent. And also if we go to the price and try to apply with price, I'll set a minimum price of 12,000. Our apply filter, you're going to this 10,000 is going to actually disappear, because right now we are saying we want listings that are the property type set to apartment and the minimum price is $12,000 and above. So obviously we're not going to see $10,000. You can actually see right here we have property type, up here, and also the minimum price, which means when we set the filters, we're also going to set it on the URL. So let's actually work on this. So first of all, I'm going to actually get the URL and set this default state to whatever we have in the URL, if we have data in the URL. Because if we already have the price as 12,000 and the apartment type as the apartment and the property type as apartment, then the filter model is going to be that way. Okay, you can see right now the price is going to be 12,000. So it actually persists the state. So instead of passing the default state as all this, we're actually going to pull the state from the URL search params. Now, how do we actually get the search params? Because in our previous chapters, we're actually getting the params in the server. We'll go to src app marketplace page.tsx file. When we actually pull the search params here, we were getting it on the server. So since we were getting it on the server, we just had to actually destructure it, specify the type and destructure the search params directly from the page, and then we just await the search params. But this is going to be a client component. So how do we actually get it inside the client component? So up here, I'm going to say const. I'll create a variable called search params is going to be equals to use search params. I'm going to get this use search params from Next Navigation. Up, you're going to import the use search params from Next Navigation. And this is how we actually get the use search params in the client. Now, remember, when you are pulling the search params, you always have to await it. When we actually pull the search params on this server, we have to actually await the search params because it's going to be put from the URL, which means it's going to be like a network request. Even though it's not a network request, you have to await it, which means even if you are doing search params equals to URLs use search params, we still have to await it, even if you are not passing the await. So we have to wrap this with a suspense. So in the Next.js documentation, it is advised anytime you make use of use search params, you have to wrap that component with a suspense, as your application on production or even on development is going to actually crash. I'll copy what we have here. Now, instead of this one to be the filter modal, this one is going to be async function filter modal content, and then down here just wrap this up. Down here I'll place this here. We're going to export default async function, and then we're going to return. We're going to wrap this a suspense around this component, and in here we're going to call the filter modal content component. Okay, so we're actually going to be exporting this filter modal right here, and then we're going to render this filter modal content in between the suspense tags, and that's basically all. And now we can make use of this params we are getting from the URL inside of this filter modal content component. So instead of saying that the property type by default is going to have a value that's going to be empty string, we're going to say this is going to be search params dot get, and we have to specify the name. Okay, because when we go over to our final project, we can specify the name right here, property type, minimum price. We have to specify the name of the values. Okay, that is the key of the values. So we're going to say dot get property type. If there's no property type, then it's going to be an empty string. We're going to do the same thing for the location. So I'll just copy this right here. I'll place that here. It's going to be search params.get location. Then right here, we also do the same thing. So it's going to be search params.get address. We're also going to do the same thing here. It's going to be search params.get the minimum price. And then lastly, it's going to be search params.get the maximum price. Now, if they are not in the URL, then it's going to default to an empty string. And now I'm going to scroll to that apply filter function. In here, we'll create a variable called params, which is going to be equals to new URL. But right now, I want to actually pass the state, whatever we have in the state. I want to pass the state to the URL. So it's going to be equals to new URL search params. So I'm going to say if the location state is set, then we're going to say params dot set. I want to set the params location. And this is where we actually specify. Then this is where we actually specify what the key is going to be in the URL. Okay, these names right here. So we have to specify that this is going to be location, and then we'll pass the location state as the value. Also, we're going to check if address. Then we're going to set the address to the address state. Drag this down again. I'm going to check if property type. If property type, we're going to set the property type to the property type state. Drag this down. Also check if minimum price, and lastly we check if maximum price, like that. Now after setting the params, now you're going to route the user to the marketplace using these parameters. So up here I'm going to create a router instance. Up here I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router, which we're going to get from Next Navigation. And then down here we're simply going to do router dot replace. We'll use backtick. It's going to be /market place, and then we're going to pass the params dot to string, convert it to a string like that. And then after that, now you're going to set our steps date, set it back to steps dot type, okay, the very first step, and then we'll just close the modal. Okay, remember we have the close function. We're getting the close function from our Zustand store. Use filter modal store. We just close the modal. So that's basically it. We have the filter. Let's actually test this out. So I'm going to go over to my project. I'll just refresh. I'm getting an error. It says that it says the filter modal content is an async client component. Only server components can be async. Okay, we are not supposed to use async. Since this is a client component, we just say function. Okay, function filter modal content, because client components cannot be async components. They cannot be asynchronous components. Okay, only server components can be async. That should get rid of the error. Great. So now I'll just go over to marketplace. I will actually see that right here. Now I want to actually filter listings that are $5,000 and above. So I just go over to the price range. I just set $5,000, and that's going to actually ensure it filters is 4,500. Apply the filter. Now actually trying to test the filtration, I realized that I could not filter by price and location. That was because I made a little error in the code. Now I want to go back to the filter modal right here. Now remember I said that whatever names we use has to match, because right now we are setting these names as the names that's going to be in the URL, but these names don't actually match. The maximum and minimum price doesn't match this, because right here we have the minimum price, everything in lowercase, and maximum price, everything in lowercase. But what we are pulling from the URL, we have the minimum price, the P starts with capital casing, and the maximum price and the P starts with capital casing, so they have to match. So just change this to capital P, okay, for the maximum price. And now for the location, I'm going to go to SRC server actions. I go to this get properties right here. Now we didn't actually send the location to the endpoint, because remember we have a route for fetching the properties in the marketplace, where we're actually sending the filter and the search parameters. We'll go over to the app, go to API, we'll go to properties, we'll go to app.ts. We have a get request here that expects the location. We didn't actually send the location, so inside the server action, I'll just go over to that server action, go to get properties. Right here I'm going to say I'll add the location, which is going to be params dot location. So now I'll go back to the project. I'll just refresh, and I'm going to try to filter by price. Go to next. I go to next. I want to filter. The minimum price should be $5,000. Click on apply, and we get only 50,000, because 4,500 is actually less than 5,000. We've set the minimum. So now we can set the maximum. The range from soon to be from 5,000 to 10,000. So if we don't have any listing within this price range, we're not going to get any results, and we don't get any matching properties. Try adjusting your search criteria or clearing some filters to see more results. Now that's how we actually added this filter, this clear filters button. So now we'll click on clear filters. It's going to actually bring back all our properties. So now we want to actually filter based on location, based on country. So I go to filter, I go to next, I'll search USA, I'll go to next, and now I'll just get rid of the price. I don't want to use price to filter anymore. And then I'll click on apply filter. And then we get only properties that the location is set to United States of America. Great, so this is actually working. And also we can clear the filter again. I'll click on next. I'll just get rid of the location. I only want to filter listings that is actually set to apartments. Click on next, and apply the filter. I actually get one apartment. Okay, great. I will click on house, next, apply. We're going to get the other listing that is the property type is set to house. Great. So the filter is actually working. So now what we're going to do, we're going to actually work on the search functionality, because remember in the home page, where we have a search right here, a search box right here. So users can search based on neighborhood, city, or address. So when the user clicks on this search, we want to take the user to the marketplace and actually search for the properties, the kind of properties they're actually looking for. So let's do that. So I'm going to go to that component. I'll go to SRC component. I'll go to home, and then I'll go to the search box right here. First of all, I'll just make this a client component. So up here, I'll say use client like that. And this is going to be very simple. Up here, we'll just create a state. I'll call it state search query set search query is going to be equals to use state, which you're going to get from React. And in here by default is going to be an empty string. Then after that, I'm going to create a router instance. So as it comes to router is equals to use router, which I'm going to get from Next navigation. And then down here, I'm going to create a function. I'm going to create a function called handle search, which is going to be equals to an arrow function. And here we're going to check if the search query is empty. So if no search query, just stream it for blank space. If no search query, then right here we just return. Okay, but if there's a search query, then we're going to route the router dot replace route the user to / marketplace. Then we're going to make use of the search parameters, because remember inside this market page right here, inside the market page, you're also getting this search from the URL. Okay, and we are passing that search as params to this marketplace, and from this marketplace we're passing it to the server action, this search right here, and the server action is going to pass it to the endpoint. Okay, so we have to pass this search, and the value is going to be the search query state. So that's basically it. Okay, and now just copy this function right here. Now I'm going to hook up the function to this button right here. So I'm going to say on click, it's going to fire this handle search function. Great. So let's test this out. So I'm going to go back to my project. I'm going to I'll search for London. Click on search properties. I won't click on search properties. It's not going to work because to the component we have no value. To the function we have no value. And we said that if there's no value, if no search query dot trim, we just return. That's because this input doesn't have any value. So I can simply say the value of this input is going to be the search query state, and then on change on this input, if this input either types on this input on change, we're going to run an arrow function that's take an event, and then we're going to set the search query to events dot target dot the value like that. Format this. Great. So let's actually test this properly. So I just type on London, then I'll click on search. It's going to take us to the properties page, and we're going to get a nice home by the beach. Now when we open this on a web browser, I'll just click on search for London, search properties. It's going to filter the property that's the location is actually set to London. Okay, and we'll see right here London. Go back to the home page, then I'll search for beach. Any home that the title there's a beach, it's going to actually search for that particular property, and we'll see one, a nice home by the beach. Great. And we'll see a search parameter right here, search to beach. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on the email functionalities, where users, after seeing a listing, will be able to email the agent or the user that actually created a particular property listing. Now, when a user finds a listing they actually want to rent or buy, they can click on that particular listing, and they can scroll over to the agent section right here, this contact section, actually send email to that property agent or the property owner that they're actually interested in that particular property with their phone number, email name, and the message. So let's work on this. But first of all, we have to actually output the details of the property owner dynamically. I go to SRC app, I go to property page.tss file right here. So right here we have this email form right here. We have to pass props to this email form to actually fill those. So inside this email form component, we're going to expect the props or specify the type email form props is going to receive a name that is going to be of type string, an image that is going to be of type string. That's the path to the user's profile image. Email that is going to be of type string. We're going to pass the POP3 title because we need this to actually send the mail, which is going to be of type string too. And also we're going to pass the POP3 price, which is going to be of type number. And then right here you can specify the types. I'll say this expects a prop that's going to be of type email, form props, and now we have to destructure out the name, the image, the email, the POP3 price, and also the POP3 title. So now we have to pass these props when we call the component right here. So right here we're going to check if there's a property owner. So just check if POP3 dot owner, that's only when we're going to render this component. First of all, pass the POP3 price. I'll say POP3 price is going to be equals to property dot price. Next, I'm going to pass the property title. So I'll say the property title is going to be equals to property dot title. The email is going to be equals to property dot owner dot the email of the owner. The name is going to be equals to property dot owner dot the name of the owner. And lastly, the image of the owner is going to be equals to property dot owner dot the image of the owner. Just format this. Now, if the user doesn't have any image, then we're going to make use of the fallback image. We'll make use of this image inside this public folder. If the user does not have any profile image, it's going to be /images/avatar.png. And inside this image form component, we can actually use these props. Instead of coding the name of the user and also the image of the user, we're going to say the src is going to be equals to the image. Okay, the name of the user is going to be equals to name, and I think that's basically it. So I'll save that. And then we'll go back to our project. We're going to see that it's actually updated. We see the image. This user are signed in using their Google account, so you can actually see their Google image right here, and also you see the name of the user property agent. So next, we can work on actually sending the emails to the agent. Inside this email form component, I'm going to create a function up here called const send email. It's going to be equals to an async function. And here we're going to actually validate the values, because remember we already handles the values right here. Each of these input already have a value. Let's actually check. We already handled the values and also the handle change for these inputs right here. So all we just have to do is actually send this to an endpoint. Okay, so first of all, we just write the logic to send this to an endpoint, and then we're going to create the endpoint. So we just do a little validation. We're going to check if values, if no values dot email, because we don't want our users to be able to send empty input field. So if no values dot email, or if no values dot name, or if no values dot phone, or if no values dot message. Now in that case, if any of this returns true, any of the value is empty, then we're going to get tools from React Hot tools.error. All fields are required. And after that, we just return down here. And don't forget, this function is going to take an event that's going to be of type React.submit events when we submit the form. And we have to prevent the default behavior, event.prevent the default behavior of the form. And then after all this, we're going to make use of a try catch block. Since this is going to be a network request, you have to create a loading state. So up here, after this state up here, I'll create a state const loading set loading is going to be equals to use state, which I'm going to get from React, and by default is going to be false. Great. And then after that, if there's an error when we send the email request, we're going to console.log the error, and then we'll toast error face to send email. And then finally, we're going to set our loading state to false. And now inside the try block, the very first thing we're going to do is set the loading state to true, because we're going to make a network request. And then down here, we're going to await Axios, get Axios, import Axios up here from Axios dot make a post request to an API endpoint, which is going to be /API/send email. Now we do not have this endpoint yet, so we're going to create this endpoint. Okay. And while we send it through the request, we're going to send this payload. We'll pass an owner email field, which is going to be the email passed as a prop. We'll pass the owner. And when we say owner, means the owner of the property. Okay. Pass the owner name, which is going to be the name that's passed as a prop to this component. Pass the property title, the property price. We'll pass the sender email, and by the sender email, the user that's actually submitting the form, which is going to be values.email. We'll pass the sender name, which is going to be values.name. Pass the message, which is going to be values.name. And then lastly, we'll pass the sender phone, which is going to values.phone. And then down here, we're going to toast.success message sent successfully. Then I'll just copy this function name, send email. When this form is submitted, and this is not actually inside a form, instead of this to be a div, this is going to be a form tag. And now in the opening form tag, we're simply just going to do onSubmit. When the form is submitted, we just want the send email function we created up here. Okay, this send email function. So now we have to create this endpoint. So I'm going to go over to the API route. I'll go to SRC app API. In here, I'm going to create a folder called send email. Inside this folder, I'll create a route.ts like that. In here, we're going to export async function post. This is going to take a request that's going to be of type Nest request, which is going to import up here from Nest server. And then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, if we get an error, we're going to console.log the error, and then we're going to return a Nest response, an error face to send email, and a status of 500. And then we'll just import this Nest response from Nest server. Inside the try, we're going to create a variable called body, which is going to be equal to, I'm going to await request.json. And then down here, I'm going to say console, the structure what we're going to get from the body. We're going to be getting what all the feeds we actually sent here, and that's what we're going to be getting. So I just copy them. You'll get the owner email. Place that here. We're going to get the owner name. I'll place that here. We're going to get the property title and the property price. So I'll copy both of them. I'll place them here. We'll get the sender email. We're going to get the sender name. We get the message, the actual message. Place that here. And lastly, we're going to get the sender phone number. and then we just place that here. Then down here, we're actually going to send the email down here. So now we have to actually configure the email. We're going to be using Resend to actually send the mail. So I'm going to actually install that library. So down here, I'm going to say pnpm install Resend. Just install that package. And we have Resend version 6.12.4 installed. So I'm going to head over to Resend. Now, Resend is a platform that allows us to send email with ease, okay? And it's actually free to use to some extent. So I'm going to click on login. Now, if you don't have any account, you can actually get started and create a new account. But I already have an account, so I'm just logging into my account. And after logging into your Resend account, it's going to bring you to your dashboard where you can actually see all this. Now, if you don't have any emails, now, if you don't have any API keys, I'm not seeing any emails, you're not going to see anything here, okay? But what am I interested in? I'm interested in the API keys because we need the API keys. So I just click on API keys right here. I want to create a new API key for my project. So I'll just click on create API key. I'll call this Next.js tutorial. For the permission, leave it as full access. Then for the domain, I don't have any domain, okay? So I'll just click on add API key right here. I'll just copy my API key. Now you have to create your own API key because most likely after I'm done with this project, I'm going to delete this API key. So you have to create your own API key. So now that I have the API key, I can actually configure the Resend library. So I'm going to go over to my SRC for this house. I'll go to lib. I'll create a file called Resend.ds. I'm going to export a variable called Resend, which is going to be equal to new Resend. I'm going to actually import this from Resend. I'm not getting the auto import, so I just import it manually. Import the structure at Resend from Resend. And then in here we have to actually pass the API key right here, okay, to actually configure this Resend instance. So we can't place the API key right here. It's going to be unsafe. You have to place it in an environment variable. So I'm going to go over to my .env file. I go to .env right here. I'm going to create an API key. I'll say Resend API key is going to be equals to the API key I just copied right now. And then I'll just copy these right here. And right here, instead of outputting the API key right here, we're going to say process.env place the API key right here. We have the Resend instance actually configured. So now we can actually make use of this Resend instance inside of our auth.ts to actually send emails. So I head back there, just click on done, and we have a new API key right here, Next.js tutorial. Great. So now when we go over to domains, you can see that we can actually add your domain because every time you create an API key, you can add a domain, configure a domain to that API key. That way, Resend will be able to send emails from your domain. But if you don't have a domain, because this is actually a tutorial, since you don't have a domain, there's actually a way to go around this. We're going to make use of the default form address from Resend, but we'll not be able to send mails to users. We'll be able to send mails to a designated location since we don't have domains configured, okay? So I'm going to go to our project. Now, under this send email right here, I'm going to call the Resend instance Resend. The Resend instance we just created inside our lib folder. Up, we're going to import Resend from lib Resend. Resend.emails.send. Now, first of all, we have to pass the from address. So I'll go to my .env file. I'm going to say email from address. Now, if you have a domain configured when you're creating this API key, you're going to place your domain name here. Okay, so that Resend is going to send the email from your domain for production. Since we don't have a domain, we're going to make use of the default form address Resend actually provides for us. Now that form address is going to be this right here, onboarding@resend.dev. So I'll just save this. So now I'll go back to the auth.ts. I'll say my form address is going to be process.env, and I'll just copy that form variable right here. Okay, this is going to be the form address. So whenever you actually verify your domain with Resend, you can actually send emails from your domain by actually updating this environment variable right here to your domain. But for now, we're going to make use of this onboarding at resend.dev. So right here, we'll just say .env dot place that right here. Then after that, the subject is going to be property inquiry from, pass in the sender name. And now we have to specify the email template. Now there are two ways to do this in Resend. We can use HTML or we can use React, but I'm going to make use of React. We're going to create a React component as our HTML template. Since we're going to make use of React, we have to install React email. Okay, we're going to make use of React email for creating our email template component. So down here, I'm going to say pnpm install React email. And now I'm going to go over to the components folder. I'll go to src components. I'm going to create a folder called emails. Okay, now this is going to place, and this will place components that are associated with emails. In here, I'm going to create a component called inquiry email.tsx. Now we're not going to create the inquiry email component from scratch. We're going to make use of an AI. Now we're going to be using AI to actually create the components we actually want. So all we just have to do is actually prompt this AI to actually create the email components we want instead of writing the email components from scratch. So all you just have to do is head to this website, new.email. Now this is a website actually created by Resend, okay, to actually create email components using React emails. So all we have to do right now is actually prompt this AI and tell it the kind of components we want. So I want to type, I want an email component for sending inquiry email to an agent or property owner in a real estate platform. So the prompt is simply going to say, I want an email component for sending inquiry email to an agent or property owner in a real estate platform. And then we just click on send. And it's going to actually start creating our component. And the AI is actually going to prompt an email component for us. And you see how good this email template is actually looking. Okay. So I'm just going to copy the code. I'll go over to the code. I'll just copy the code. I'm going to head to the inquiry email.tss file. I'll just paste that in here. So we're going to get rid of all these. And then I'll just scroll all the way up. Now instead of we're not going to need the property address and the property type, because remember inside our email form, we're only sending the property title and the property price. Okay, so we don't need the property type. So we need the property price, we need the property title, but we don't need this. But if you actually want your email to actually have the property address and the property type, then you can send it as a prop. Okay, you can add it as a prop to this component from the page.tss file. You can pass it as a prop to this email form component from the page.tss file, and then inside this email component, you can actually send it to this route right here and get it inside this route. But I just want the property title and the property price. So I'm going to go back there. I just get rid of this property type and the property address. Okay, I just need the property title, the property price, and also the details of the user, of the sender. So up here, basically just get rid of all these. Then right here, I just destructure out the props directly. First of all, I'll specify the type. Up here, I'm going to say interface, email, or say inquiry, email, props. We're going to receive a sender email that's going to be of type string, a sender name that's going to be of type string, a sender phone that's going to be of type string, owner name is going to be of type string, a message that's going to be of type string, a property title that's going to be of type string, and then lastly a property price that's going to be of type string. And now we can specify the type of the props as inquiry email props, and then we can destructure the sender email, the sender name, the sender phone, the owner name, the message, the property price, and the property title. Just format this. Great. So now we can actually use these props inside this. First of all, you say new property inquiry from. It's going to be from the inquirer name. So I'm going to say sender name, and then we have to pass the property title. And then right here, say new inquiry property. You have received a new inquiry from a potential client. Then this is going to be property title, the property price, the sender name. So right here, we just output the sender name, then the sender email, because in case you want to actually reply, the receiver, that's the owner of the property, wants to reply to the sender, so passing the sender email. Also right here, we're going to pass the sender email, then the sender phone, place that right here, sender phone. And then right here, I have to output the message of the sender. Output the message. In case the receiver wants to reply, it's going to be the sender email they want to reply to. Alright, you can decide to actually place the property URL. Okay, so that users can just click and actually view the particular property that they have been sent an inquiry for. But I'm just going to get rid of this because I didn't pass this as a prop. And also, I'll get rid of this right here. Get rid of this, and then up here we're getting an error up here, and this is going to be from React email. Okay, React email. Great. And we're no longer get any errors. All we're getting right now is warnings, because this is actually using Tailwind version 3. If you hover on this, you're going to see instead of 100 of 8 pixels, do 100 of LG. This is actually using Style is actually using Tailwind version 3, and you can update this, but I'm going to leave it like this, because it's going to take us an awful lot of time to actually update this, but it's actually going to work this way. And right here, we're not making use of the sender name and also the owner name, so you can actually find a way to use that. Right here, I'm going to go to the component, say you received a email. So up here, I can just put dear the name of the owner. So up here, we can just do inside this body right here, we'll just create a section component. I'll just output a text that's going to say dear. I'll place in the owner name. Okay, and then I'll just scroll down where we are outputting the information of the user. Oh, user, we're going to output the name. My bad. This is going to be the sender name. Okay, great. So we actually use all the props we passed. So now we can actually make use of this email component in our wap.ts file. So right here we have this React right here. We're going to call the component. What's the name of this component? The name of this component is real estate inquiry email. So I'm going to call that real estate. I just import that in. I'm going to import that up here. Import real estate inquiry email from the component emails inquiry email. And remember, you have to pass some props. You have to pass the sender email, the sender name, and all the props that this inquiry email actually needs to send the email. So we're going to pass in the sender email, the sender name, the sender phone, the owner name, the property price, the property title, and the message. And after that, we have to configure the to address that who is the message going to be sent to. So I'm going to say to. Now, the to address, after you configure and verify your email with Resend, then your to address is going to be the owner email. Okay, that's the owner of the email of the property of the owner, which we are passing right here. Okay, we are passing the email property.owner.email as a prop to this email from component, which we are sending through the request to the owner email. But due to the fact that we've now actually configured our domain from this form address right here, this onboarding.resend@resend.dev, we cannot send emails to different users. We can only send emails to a specific email address to actually test if the email is actually working. So inside this .ts file, we're going to actually specify that. So just add your email address right here. Okay, that's going to be your to address. After sending the emails, then down here, we're going to return a next response.json with the sources set to true and save that. So we've actually configured the API endpoint to actually send the mail. And now inside this email form component, we already sent the request to the API endpoint /API/send email, which is going to come to that API endpoint we just created /API/send email. So now I'll just handle the loading for the button. So I'll just code now. Since we are using our reusable button component, we'll say the loading is going to be equals to the loading state. Great. So now we can actually test this out. So I just want my server again, pm run dev like that. So now we're going to go over to the pub, a nice home by the beach, and actually try to contact the agent. I'll specify my name. I'll say my name is Tony. My contact email is going to be tony@gmail.com. Then my phone, I'll just add some random numbers here. Then for the message, I would like to know more about this property. Then I just click on send mail, and we get loading, and we get message sent successfully. So I'm going to head over to my email inbox. That's the email actually configures the mail to be sent to. You're going to notice that I have one unread email right here. Okay, onboarding property inquiry from Tony. So I'll just open up this email. I'm going to actually get that, dear Emmanuel Egmont, you receive a new inquiry from a potential client. Property details, a nice one by the beach. So it's going to specify the property name and also the price of the property and also the contact of the user. So you can contact the inquirer by their mail or their phone. Okay, and also get their message. I'm actually not getting the message. What am I getting? I'm getting the name. That's why, because we didn't actually do this right. Go to the inquiry email where we have the message. Okay. Yeah, we're supposed to output the message. Why are we not outputting the message? Instead of the message, we are getting the name. I think that's the way we are calling the. I'll go to our routes. Go to email form. Go to page.tss file. Okay, this is where the error is coming from. In place of the message, we are saying values.name. It's going to be values.message. Okay, I made a mistake here. And also inside the inquiry email, we want to actually format the price, because when we check the email that we got, the price is actually not formatted in the right way. Okay, we want 50, comma, then 000. Format is the right way. So what we're going to do is we'll just go to where we're putting the price. This property price right here. Instead of we calling the property price like this, we're going to call the format price function we created, and then we'll pass the property price in there. And now you're going to wonder, where is this format price coming from? This format price, I just get rid of this import. This format price is coming from the format price is coming from, I'll go to SRC app property, this property page right here. Okay, remember when we actually display the property view page, we actually created this function format price, and we are exporting this function. So we are importing that function in here and using that function down here to actually format the price. So let's actually send an email again. So I'll go back to the contact page. Now, after we send an email, we actually want to set all the inputs back to none. So let's do that. So just go to the email form component. After the sources, down here we'll just set values. We're going to set the message to an empty string. We'll set the phone to an empty string. We'll set the email to an empty string, and we'll set the name to an empty string like that. For your name, I'll say Tony Walker Then for the email, I'll say tony@gmail.com. I'll just use 22. Then for the phone, keep the phone like this. And I would like to know more about this pop here. I'll click on send email. I'll get message sent successfully, and the states are sent back to their default state, empty strings. And now I'll go back to my Gmail. I'll just go back and we actually have a new mail right here. I'll click on that. We get a Medell Emmanuel made an inquiry. I see the price actually formatted correctly. We get the name of the user, Tony Walker. We get the mail. We get the contact mail. We actually see the message. I would like to know more about this property. Amazing job. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on actually deploying this project on Vercel. But first of all, you have to run some lint check, okay? Because if you have any lint errors, the build is actually going to fail. So I just open up my terminal, just run pnpm run lint, okay? To actually check if we have any lint errors. And we don't get any errors, we have 0 errors, but we only have one lint warning. It says in the send email file, we have owner email assigned a value but never used. So I just go into this route right here. Okay, the to address is supposed to be to this owner email. Okay, that's the owner of the property. Since we are sending it to a specific email address, we do not need this. Okay, so when you actually verify your domain with Resend and you're actually using your domain to send, then you can actually say send to owner email. Resend is going to allow you to send to that user's email inbox. Save that. So now just run the lint check in pnpm run lints. Sorry, pnpm run lints. And we don't get any lint warnings or errors. Great. So first of all, to actually start the deployment process, we have to update a file. I'm going to go to this package.json because remember I said that this, when I go to the git ignore, you can see right here that this SRC generated Prisma file is actually going to be ignored by git. That's this file inside this SRC. So that's why it's actually white. Why these other files are green, because Git is actually ignoring the files. These other green files are being tracked by Git, why this one has been ignored. But we actually need this Prisma client for our application to run in production. So how are we going to do this? What we're going to do, we just go to this package.json right here. Now, before our application is built on Vercel's architecture, first of all, we'll generate our Prisma client, okay, in that Vercel architecture on production. So first of all, say Prisma generates, and then after the Prisma client has been generated, we'll now run the build command to actually build the application. So now we have to actually push this code to GitHub. So we are going to actually push the code through the GitHub pipeline. Okay, so we're going to push it to GitHub, and then from GitHub we can actually push and deploy it on Vercel. When we actually created this Next.js project, a Git repo was actually initiated. Okay, you can see that Git has actually been tracking the changes to our file. All we just have to do is actually add these changes to this staging area. First of all, I'll just clear this. Okay, so we have to add all these changes to the staging area. So we're going to do git add all the changes. Okay, so we need to actually add all the changes to the staging area. Now when we do git status, we should actually see all the files ready for commit in the staging area. Okay, all the files we've actually created in the course of rebuilding this project. So I'm going to head over to GitHub. I'll click on a new repository. I want to create a new repo. I'll call this repo Next Estate and set this to private. Okay, and I'll just click on create repository. And now I'm going to copy this command up to this commit right here. I head back to my terminal. I'll just paste that right here. So we're going to commit the code. We're going to get the remote origin. Then we're going to push the code to that remote origin. So I just click on enter. Now after it's done, I'm going to head over to that Git repo created. I'll just refresh this. We should actually see our code base on Git. Great. So we actually see the code base right here. So now that we have the code base here, we can actually deploy on Vercel. So I'm going to head over to Vercel. Now, if you've not actually connected your Vercel to your GitHub account, you can actually do that after creating a Vercel account. You can actually link your GitHub repo, your GitHub account to your Vercel. That way, you can import code bases from your GitHub to Vercel. So I'm going to add a new project. Click on add new, go to project over here. And since I've actually connected my Vercel account to my GitHub account, I can actually import for any of my Git repository. Okay, so I'm going to import this Next Estate I created 2 minutes ago. I click on import. For the name, I'll say Next Estate tutorial. Okay, and the application preset is going to be set to Next.js by default. And now we have to actually specify the environment variables, because remember, we have lots of environment variables to actually build our applications. We have to actually add these environment variables to production. So I just go over to Vercel. I'll click on environment variables right here. So the first environment variable, we have to copy the key and then pass in the value. So I just go over to my .env file. The first one is going to be this database URL. I'll place that key right here, and then for the value, this is going to be the value. Just copy this Postgres polling connection, place that right here, and then I'm going to click on add more. We copy this direct URL right here, place that right here, and then we'll go back for the value, copy this right here, place that right here, then click on add more. I want to copy this better auth secrets, place that right here, and then we'll go back for the value, which is going to be this right here. Do the same thing for this better auth URL, which is going to, I'll just click on add more. It's going to be here. And now I'll copy the URL, which is a localhost 3000. Place that here. I want to click on add more, and then the value is also going to be here too, because these two, they have the same value. Okay, the better auth URL and the next public base URL. Place that right here, and I'll click on add more. This time I'm going to get the Google client ID for our Google Auth. Place that right here, and then I'll get the actual value, which is going to be right here. Then we'll get the Google client secrets. Click on add more, place that right here, and then I'll get the actual value. Place that right here. Click on add more again. I get the Cloudinary cloud name. Place that here, and I have to get the value. Click on add more environment variables. Now we actually have a lot of environment variables. I want to get the Cloudinary API key. Place that right here, and then I'll get the value. Place that right here. Click on add more. I'm going to get the Resend API key. I'll place that right here, and now I'll get the Resend API key value. Place that right here. I'll get the email form address. Place that right here, and then I'll get the value. Now this is going to be your domain name when you actually verify your domain with Resend, and then I'll place that right here. And then lastly, we're going to get the Cloudinary API secrets. Okay, copy that, click on add more. I'll place that right here, and then I'll place the value right here. Now, after placing your Cloudinary API secret right here and all the other environment variables, you're just going to click on deploy. And after successful deployment, you're going to get a congratulations message. You've deployed a new project, and then we just click on continue to dashboard. And now we can actually visit this application, and it's actually going to open up for us. And we're actually able to actually visit this in a production URL. But we are not actually done yet. We have to actually set up our URL. Because remember, when we set the environment variables, we set the environment variables, the next public base URL and the better auth URL to localhost 3000. So now that we have the production URL, we can actually use this production URL as the base URL and also as the better auth URL. So I just copy these, I head over to environment variables right here, And then I'm just going to edit the environment variable. First of all, I want to edit this beta auth URL. Just click on edit. I'll change it from whatever it is to this domain right here. Then I'll just save this. I also do the same thing for the next public base URL. I just click on edit. I'm going to update it to this right here. Then I'll just click on save. Okay, now after saving, we just click on redeploy to redeploy the application. Click on redeploy. Now while that is redeploying, we can actually work on the updating our Google Cloud Console. So I want to head over to the Google Cloud Console. I'll just go over to APIs and service right here. Under this, my first project where we created our client ID. And then I'll just go over to credentials right here. And now we're going to head over to this next estate. So I just go to edit this Auth client. And now we have to add another origin. Okay, we are going to leave this localhost 3000 as one of our JavaScript origin, but I want to add another one, which is going to be this domain right here. So we can actually make Google auth requests from this domain. And then for this one right here, the authorized URL, which is localhost 3000/API/auth callback Google, we're going to change this part right here to our production domain. Okay, get rid of one of this /. So that's basically it. We've actually configured the Google Client ID for production. So I just click on save. Now I head back to Vercel and we're actually done deploying. I click on view deployment and we actually see we've actually redeployed the project. So I head over to that project. I just refresh this and we should be able to actually log in. So I'll click on login. I'll log in with jane@gmail.com. Then password 12345678. I'll click on continue. Login successful and I'm actually logged in with Jane. Excellent. Now I can head over to marketplace. I can actually see listings. I can click on a listing. I can decide to send a mail if I actually want to do that. So everything is actually working. I'm going to log as this user and try to log in with a Google account. Log as this user. Now I'll click on login. I'm going to go with continue with Google. And we're actually logged in with that Google account, with a Google account signed into this particular browser. Now that's basically it. Now if you enjoyed this tutorial, you enjoyed building this project, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. It's going to help the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people like you who are going to find it very, very helpful. And basically just consider this as a very little way for you to actually support this channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next project we're going to build together on this channel. I'll see you in the next video.